Hard done by you. Something's looking better, baby. Just passing through. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man I think I am at home. Oh no, no, no. And this is what I do. I said touchdown brings me round again. Well, I thought it would. I can't stand it. No, no, no. It's the motto. Go back with no chaser, with no trouble. Popping that Moet, baby, let's make some bubbles. Puffing on that gelato. Wanna be seeing double. Gotta do what you gotta believe it. Oh, you ain't got no plans to leave it. Tell all of your friends to be here. We ain't gotta sleep all weekend. Oh, you know, it's the motto. Pop a few pills and pop a few champagne bottles. Throwing that money like you just won the lotto. We've been up all damn summer, making that bread and butter. Tell me did I just stutter? It's the motto. Pop a few pills and pop a few champagne bottles. Throwing that money like you just won the lotto. We've been up all damn summer, making that bread and butter. Tell me did I just stutter? It's the motto. It's the motto. After the range, can't feel my face, the windows down. Back to my place, my birthday cake is coming out. Like I could go all night. Don't wanna close your eyes, so hold my drink, let's believe it. We ain't got no plans to leave it. Tell all of your friends to be here. We ain't gotta sleep all weekend. Oh, you know, it's the motto. Pop a few pills and pop a few champagne bottles. Throwing that money like you just won the lotto. We've been up all damn summer, making that bread and butter. goddamn, you got me in love again. 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 So many nights my tears fell harder than rain. Scared I would take my broken heart to the grave. I'd rather die than have to live in a storm like before. But goddamn, you got me in love again. Show me where heaven's right here, baby. Touch me so I know I'm not crazy. Never, never, ever met somebody like you. Used to be afraid of a man like you. But goddamn, you got me in love again. 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 I can't believe I finally found someone. I'll sink my teeth in disbelief. Can't do the wrong that I want. I can't believe there's something left inside my chest anymore. You got me in love again. You got me in love again. You got me in love again. You got me in love again.
I'ma get no so. Yeah, you won't capture my soul. I'ma get no so. Make you want rumbo. Peru, pa. I'm loose. Even Peru done me bad. I'm in Josie. Won't call it for one Josie. I'm not playing with you, I'm not joking. My thought album is loaded. You can vibe up, but I'm on mode. I'm on duty, but I'm on low-key. They want do me, they want do me. They want do me, so they want do me. When you won't want me, I'm in San Francisco, Jammy. When you won't want me, I just flew in from Miami. Peru, pa. I'm loose. Even Peru done me bad. Pour at the bottle, I wanna level up. When I'm with you, I never get enough. Slow wine, I'm not in a rush. I can hear music in your ears, and I've been rolling, pocket till closing. Since I put the ring on the finger, it's still frozen, up in slow motion. I wanna feel you over me. Yeah. Something magic in your eyes, girl, I love the way you ride, and it happens every time. Alright, that's right. Girl, I want you in my life. It's a heaven and it's right. I will never leave your side. Say tonight. When you want to see me, I'm in West London this evening. Giving me the feelings, no, I'm not leaving till I fly LA next weekend. Peru, nah, girl, I'd rather go find somewhere quiet. You glow, and I get lost here in your eyes. I'm again on my soul, you just capture my soul. I'm again on my soul, maybe when I just take you home. Yeah, bye, yeah, bye. I'm loose, you better don't bye. lo puso en la neverita. Dice que este verano se queda solita, pero nunca sola, sola. Amores vienen y van como la sola. El DM explota, autos le escriben hola. Una fila cabrón y yo quiero la cola. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Leg out.
I could stick around and get along with you. Hello, oh, oh, oh. It doesn't really mean that I'm into you. Hello, oh, oh, oh. You're alright, but I'm your darling to enjoy the party. Don't get too excited, 'cause that's all you'll get from me. Hey, yeah, I think you're cute, but really you should know. I just came to say hello. 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 Oh, oh, oh. I'm not the kind of girl that can mess up with you. Hello.
Good morning, Platinum.
I'ma let you try taking this with you. Hello. Oh, oh, oh.
Good morning, Zoom.
It's alright, I'm getting busy, just enjoy the party. It's okay with me if you don't have that much to say. Hey, kinda like this game, but there's something you should know. I just came to say hello.
Everywhere I go, everywhere that I've been, the only thing I see is beautiful people, beautiful people, beautiful people, beautiful people. Don't you know? Don't you know? Beautiful, don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know? Beautiful, don't you know? Live your life, live your life. Let the love inside. It's your life, it's your life. The beauty's deep inside, inside you. Don't let them bring you down. No, the beauty is inside you. Don't let them bring you down. No. Don't you know? Don't you know? Beautiful. Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know? Beautiful. Don't you know? No, 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 no.
DJ Positive P.
Everybody get your hands up.
Leg out.
You are in the mix with DJ Positive P.
But I can't hear a word you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much. I'm criticized behind, but it's ricochet. Shoot me down, but I get up. Nothing to lose.
That's why it'll never work. You have me suicidal, suicidal. When you say it's over, damn all these.
How about this one? Test. Oh, this one test. Okay, Jean, thank you. Okay, cool. Good deal. All right, so thank you. Good morning. You know what? Sometimes we got to work out the technical issues. That's all good. So what I was saying was, first of all, welcome back to day 2, and I love seeing all of you all. Let's rock today. Yesterday, Brad went over the framework for multifamily investing. We established your financial freedom number. We even had John Chang come on. Did you guys know that John Chang has been on CNBC, and a lot of, like, whenever there's a major change in the market, a lot of times the big news stations will bring him on as their expert. But let's blow up the chat. Let's wake up. Let's get this going. We got people still coming on. We opened the main doors here in the ballroom. This morning, our awesome MC, Ben Humble, is going to kick things off, and he's going to start this morning. He's going to start the day with some shares, with some aha moments, with some breakthroughs, with some powerful moments, and he's going to call on someone from the virtual audience here. We're going to have you up in the main ballroom there. So let's get ready. Let's get going. Dennis, it's okay. Thanks for letting us know your camera's broken, but let's wake up. Let's get the blood flowing. Get your coffee. Get some water. Turn your cameras on. We're going to get to be there in the main ballroom here. So Eric, I see you with the big fish in the background. Thanks for having your camera on. Kalina, awesome. Thanks for having your camera on and being present. You've been awesome. Let's see. Jay, I see you. Norman, I see you. Udemy, thank you all so much for participating. And I also want to give a special shout out to our virtual team, Team Sumrock, that's on here. So Miss Jean May, you see her. I see her smiling face. She's just such a positive energy. She is part of our Sumrock team. She's on here. She can help support us as well if you guys have any questions. She's amazing. You also might see Jenny Rose and Jason. You might even see Saul and Ramsey. They're all part of our virtual team as well. Special part of the Team Sumrock. We love them so much. They work very hard, and they take great care of you all, and take great care of us too. They're amazing. So special shout out to our virtual team. We appreciate you all so much. And so just some other things this morning. Our awesome MC, Ben Humble, is going to kick things off. He's going to do some shares. So let's start getting ready here. Let's get ready. Oh, Fran, I see Fran's got her camera on too. Looks like Christine has her camera on. Maybe she had to go get some more coffee. But we're filling up the room here. We're getting more people on virtually. Everybody's kind of waking up, getting the morning started. Annie, good morning from Albuquerque. Awesome, awesome. So let's practice here. Let's practice. Who in the chat, if you can just put AHA, A-H-A. If you had an aha moment yesterday, an aha moment, let's put that in the chat. AHA, A-H-A. All right, let's see. I see you, Chuck. I see you, Bashir. Thanks for getting your cameras on. All right, Fran had an aha moment. Melkor had an aha moment. All right, who else? Come on. I know 2 people only had an aha moment yesterday. Let's get this going. Let's get this. We need to wake up. I know I need to wake up too. Awesome. Yes. Lashandra. Awesome. Dennis. Udemy. JC. Oh, I like your name, JC. That's cool. Annie. Aha. Yes. I love it. Bashir. Kalina. Yeah. So many aha moments. So now, who wants to share what their aha moment is? This is your time to practice, because Ben's going to call on you in the main ballroom here this morning and get things going. So if you don't volunteer, you're going to be voluntold. And I know some people, let's see, like I'm going to start calling on people here. So Kalina, I'm going to call on you, Kalina. I'd love for you to share with us, what was your aha moment yesterday? What was a breakthrough moment? Yes, Kalina, thank you. Kalina, you've got the spotlight. Let's hear what your aha moment was yesterday. Unmute yourself and let's get ready to hear Kalina. Oh, you're muted. All right, Kalina, we can't hear you. You're muted. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. I said, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to be among these beautiful people. And thank you, Crystal Lee. You're always upbeat and set the tone.
Thank you.
Amazing experiences yesterday, not only for me, but for many other people. Aha moments were, I have never been a GP partner. I didn't know that with the same amount of investment, you're going to get such a significant upside at the deal. That was the biggest aha moment for me. And I'm focusing in a different direction now. And I would like to learn everything that is required to become a GP and to assess my credentials and determine the value that I will be able to bring to the table as the co-GP and co-sponsor.
That's powerful. That's so powerful, Kalina. Thank you so much for sharing. That's a huge breakthrough. You know, I love hearing this, and this is the same journey that I was on. My husband and I, we came to Rat Race to retirement almost 10 years ago. And it is having that mindset shift is so powerful, and just being able to change how you approach things and your new focus. I love that, Kalina. That was very powerful. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing. That's great. Anybody else on here want to share? And I see we got more people coming on, so thank you. Let's see. We have Robert. Robert, you got your camera on. Thanks for that. Let's see. Good morning, Trace. Good morning, Cade. Good morning, Mike. We're getting some good people. Good morning, Christine. Thanks for getting your cameras on. We're getting more people on. Anybody else want to share on the camera your aha moment, what your breakthrough was? Kalina's was very powerful. And, you know, I'll share with you my mindset shift that really kind of the domino effect that's got everything going was my attitude and my beliefs about money. I had a very middle-class mindset. Live below your means, save, have that corporate America 401k, and you know, just like that shift on my the way that I viewed money, my beliefs on money, helped me and my husband, amazing as well. He had, you know, similar shifts, is getting on the right side of that cash flow quadrant, as Robert Kiyosaki talks about, being a true business owner and making money while you sleep. That was a huge aha moment for me when I was on this journey as well. So let's see. Kalina has her hand raised again. Did you want to share something again? You're more than welcome to. Robert said he can't unmute for some reason. All right, Kalina, what?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to share something else that really resonated with me, is about all the lies that we have been actually given from so many sources,
yes,
including the educational system. I have several degrees, and in none of the courses, they taught me how to create a business, how to make money. It was just preparing you to be, to have a job.
Preach it, Kalina, preach it.
Right now, with the lenders, buying a house, getting a 30 years mortgage is really the value and the goal that you have to have in mind, the American dream. And there's so many lies that we've been raised with, and it's an eye-opening experience now to see how the rich are making money, how we are being deceived to go in a different direction and being controlled, as opposed to taking the control of our lives.
That is so powerful, Kalina. Thank you for sharing that. I love that. You're exactly right, and it is amazing. It's like once you shatter those beliefs, it's just, you know, it's like a burden is lifted off you, and you just see this whole other world of possibility, and it challenges you to think bigger. Why think small? Think bigger. Let's think bigger. If we all started thinking bigger, then, you know, we can really start to make that collective change, right? You know, we talk a lot about our why we do things. And really, when you boil it down, a lot of people do things and their why is you want to have a positive impact on the world. Like you want to leave this world knowing that you did your best to leave it a better place than it was when you got here. So thank you for sharing that, Kalina. All right, listen, we have time for one more share, and then we're going to wrap it up here, and we'll get you back to the main stage. But just know that this morning, Ben's going to call on somebody from our virtual audience, so be ready. And Dennis, let's go ahead and let you now. One rule is that Ben's not going to call on anybody that doesn't have their camera on. I will make an exception because I'm super nice. But Dennis, I want to hear what you have to say. So let's go ahead and unmute you, Dennis, and go ahead and share what you want to say. Let me hear from Dennis. Let's go.
Yes, good morning. Mine's really simple. I love numbers, and so I have a bad habit of diving in and making it too difficult sometimes. So when Brad did the quick analysis on the deal yesterday, it's like, duh, this is so simple. And so I can, instead of looking at 10 deals, decide on the one or two that are the ones that are probably going to fit the parameters that I need by doing the quick analysis first. And it's one of those head knocker ahas.
Awesome. I love that. That's great. You know, you hear this term analysis paralysis.
Yep.
And so many people, especially people who love numbers, oftentimes will get in that analysis paralysis. And that's when you hear people like, oh, I'm analyzing deal after deal after deal after deal, but not getting any traction. And, you know, you heard Brad talk about this yesterday. If you're analyzing 100 deals and you haven't put in an offer, then there's something wrong. So that's a great share, Dennis. Thank you for sharing. All right, listen, you all are amazing virtual audience. And I am so grateful and thankful to be with you all this weekend. We're going to be calling on, Kalina, we're probably going to be calling on you, so just be ready, all right, for your time to shine. We're going to see you back there, and I'm excited for this. So it's been awesome yesterday. Today is going to be even more amazing. Just remember, let's bring your energy up. Let's keep the energy going. You know, Brad and all the speakers right at the stage, there's those little confidence monitors, and on the monitor is your guys' chat, so they see it when you guys are giving them love and all those emojis. I mean, it really enhances their energy, which the more energy they give you, the more energy you give them. It's just a wonderful dynamic here. So keep the energy up. You all have been amazing. I see more and more people joining. If you just joined, we're about to get started here, and we're going to have one of our very own virtual at-home audience have a share in the main ballroom this morning. And let's just crush it today. This is such a powerful, pivotal day. If you think yesterday had aha moments and breakthroughs, just wait for today. So we are also, if you just joined late, I wanted to give a good shout out again to our virtual team. I see Ramsey just joined. Ramsey, we gave you a shout out earlier. Jean May and Ramsey are on. Thank you for being on. We love our virtual team. Jason, Saul, Jenny, Jean, Ramsey, you all are amazing. Team Sunrock. We appreciate you guys. So thanks for being on. All right, I'm going to kick it back to the main stage, and let's go. Let's have an amazing day. All right. See you soon.
Doing things I've never done. Oh my God, when I see you, I shoot it right. But I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop, Feelings, I feel about us. Try to fight it, but it's never enough. My heart is separated, it's more than a crush. 'Cause I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop, but my heart goes. Songs my God, when I see you, I should run. But I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop. Tells me to stop feeling feelings I feel about us. Try to fight it, but it's never enough. My heart is saying it's more than a crash. 'Cause I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop. But my heart goes.
Come down. Y'all ready? Woo! Welcome to day 2 officially. Welcome. How's everybody feeling this morning? Come on, y'all can do better than that. How's everybody feeling this morning? All right, let's see if y'all remember how it goes from yesterday. Hey, my name is Ben Humble. My name is Ben. My name is Ben Humble. Ben. Man, you guys are so good. I gotta tell you, hey, you guys are still having a good old party. You know what, DJ? I think they need music for like 12 seconds before they find a seat. All right, grab your seat. Here we go. We're gonna get this party going this morning. My man got the cash flow. Thank you, brother. You got the cash flow. Hey, here we go. Hey, here we go. There you go. I got my man right here. Are you guys feeling the love this morning? Yes or yes? Yeah. All right. Hey, go ahead and find a seat. Go ahead. We're going to get this party started today. We got a lot of stuff in the works here for you this morning. Lega. Oh, man. Okay. I feel you. Okay. There you go. All right. Hey, is everybody ready to go? If you're ready to go, just put a hand up real quick for me. I'm ready to get this party rocking. You guys too? All right, okay. I see you in the back. I see you over here. All right. Hey, who's ready? Who's ready to make some money today? Somebody ready to do a deal? Can I hear you? Okay. What about these guys here? I know these guys are always ready. I got some slack yesterday, like, hey, these guys didn't get no love. Is this section ready to go this morning? You guys? That's not bad. Let's go to the middle section. Yeah, you right here. Miss. Wow, really? Miss, I see you high in the red. Are you guys ready to go? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that was okay. Let's try it one more time. Is this section here ready to go today? Okay, and then I gotta go to my OG section, not because you're old, but because you're an original GP lender right here. You guys ready in this section? Ready? 1, 2, 3, let me hear you. Oh my goodness, they're off the radar. Okay, we're gonna try this one more time and then we're gonna jump into getting some deals. Hey, who's ready to do this GP on the spot, get the deal done today, finish up what we started yesterday in that crazy pandemonium of things? You guys ready for that?
Leg
out. Okay, this entire section, are you ready? Look at Bonnie's ready to go. That's why Bonnie's rich and you're not. Here we go. You ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. What happened to those guys in the back? Look, you got people in the back. All right, here we go. This entire section, my middle. Can I count on you, middle? You hold it down. You're the middle child. You're the rebellious. You ready? On the count of 3, you might want to stand up. I don't know. 1, 2, 3.
Bring the action. Bring the action.
Woo, I love that. Okay, and y'all have one more chance. You guys ready? This entire section to the right. I see you getting ready to stand up. I know you're ready. Are you ready on this? 1, 2, 3. Woo! Okay, everybody here gonna be rich. You guys will be rich. I don't know about that section in the back. Should we give them one chance? Just the back. You guys have one chance. You're already standing, sir. Let's give them some love, see if they can do it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Man, you guys are amazing. Thank you, Bonnie. Everybody give Bonnie some love. Look how she builds community. Anybody want to do a deal with Bonnie? Anybody want to do a deal with Brad? Yeah. Well, he's always watching. He's omnipresent. All right. Let's get into this. Woo! By the way, LOI time. You guys ready for some announcements? Who's excited for the LOIs? Yeah. Just like 3 people? Now, who actually is excited for the LOIs to see how that's going to play out today? Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's get right into these announcements. Here's what we're going to do. We've got an email address for you. Ready? You're going to want to jot this down. Whew, I feel good, man. Hey, I got to tell you, I love this community, y'all. I think you guys are the most incredible group of people I've had the pleasure of hanging out with. You guys are just so dialed in. Y'all, I know you do. Straight up, though, I love hanging out with y'all. Here's the email. It's broker, B-R-O-K-E-R, not like your cousin. It's like that person who manages things. Broker@bradsumrock.com. Broker@bradsumrock.com. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a real-life simulation. Brad and I were working this out, and we're going to play this just like it happens in real life. You're going to have an opportunity to submit your LOI. Somebody hit up Brad on Instagram yesterday. Yeah, you know who you are. Like, Brad, here's my LOI and my bio and a picture of me on vacation, just in case you need proof. And that's okay, but it doesn't always get the job done. So we're going to submit this thing, all right? And then Brad's going to review them, and he's going to pull up the ones he actually wants, and we're going to do this live today on stage. Is that fire or what? Let me hear you if that's fire. All right, so everybody got it. Broker@bradsumrock.com. And listen, if you still got to work out whatever you need to, drop it, email it, get it in there this morning so we can make this thing happen today. Is that cool? Yeah. All right, everybody's on the same page. By the way, is that cool? Y'all hearing me okay? Yeah. Okay, awesome. I love it. Woo! Number 2. How many of y'all got an email or a text with a survey today, yesterday? Can I just see those hands? You received it? All right. Listen, if you didn't receive it, just check your communication channels. We've got something really important for you in that survey. And for those of you that participate, you might find a really awesome surprise. So you're going to get that today. We'll shoot it out again, I think, team, via text, via email. You're going to really want to participate and get that survey done. It should just take you a moment or so that we can understand where you're at and we can understand what's available to you. Is that cool? Can I just get a commitment? You'll take 30 seconds and get that survey done here today? Yes or yes? Just put a thumbs up if you've already done it, just real quick. I've already done it. It's good to go. Hey. Hey. Yeah, Bonnie, you go. Okay. All right. Hey, guys, how awesome. Here's what I've learned about this business. After, I raised $40 million in real estate, and this is what I've learned about this. Communication is such a powerful tool. You guys understand that just being a person who can communicate clearly, authentically, gets me more business, more opportunities, more deals? Do you guys see that for me? Yeah. Do you see it for yourself? Do you see it for yourself? Have you experienced this weekend a little bit that your ability to communicate, to build rapport, to get to know somebody can provide opportunities for you that are not available to the naked eye? Have anybody experienced that this weekend? Yes, we just got some head nods. Listen, I'm going to keep encouraging you, mastering this thing of communication. So when we have an opportunity to present, I'll give you a secret hack, my personal secret hack that took me from the back of the room to the stage. Anybody want to know what it is? Yeah! No, for real. Anybody want to know what took me from the back of the room to the stage? Yeah! Yeah! I was in a room of 9,000 people in a stadium, and in that room, the statement was, don't live in obscurity. And I'm in the back of the room going, well, that's not going to be me. So what I've learned was that there's one thing called networking, and then there's another thing called proximity. And the distinction between the two is not just how close you are to somebody, but how well you can communicate and how well they know you. So this is my hack. You can write this down. You can practice it right now. Any chance I get to get this microphone, I take it. Any opportunity when a speaker says to me, hey, who has a question? Who has a statement? Who wants to stand up and say something? I'm telling you right now, every single room I go to, I take that microphone, even when I don't have anything to say. Sometimes I'll be walking up to that microphone like, all right, what am I talking about right now? Can anybody explain quantum physics to me? I'm like, yes.
You gonna learn today?
Yeah, I watched Big Bang Theory. I think I know some things. I take every opportunity, folks, because like that song from that great prophetic poet, you only get one shot to not miss a chance to blow because opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Hey, sometimes you only get this much time to present who you are. And many times we're focused on the deal and the numbers and the data. And I know that Brad said yesterday that some of y'all, focus the left brain versus right brain. But let me tell you something, your opportunity to communicate who you are, to me, is more valuable than even what you do. Everybody in this room wants to do deals, am I right? Everybody's here for the same reason. We're not a stranger to that. But I think you making a decision today to communicate, this is who I am, this is why I'm here, and I'm prepared to go the distance because I'm here for a reason. Can I get an amen on that? So, after saying all that long-winded thing, I'm going to give you a chance in a second to maybe share. Anybody interested in sharing? Yeah! We get a lot more people. I'm just curious for the folks who are like, nah, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. That sounds scary. It's not about being introverted or afraid. This is listen, this room is all about winning. I love this community. I love you people because everywhere I go, we're winning. We're conversing about doing deals together. Hey, do you understand the power of this room compared to so many others? Do you all sense that we're here to win together? I've been in so many rooms, y'all, where the people in the front are doing all the business and the people in the back are just participants. They paid to be here and leave with nothing. They came with nothing, leave with nothing. Anybody been in a room like that? The people on stage don't see you. I'm looking at you, sir. I'm looking at you. That's why I love the name tags. Listen, if nothing else from me, understand this one thing. I believe in the power of intentional community. I believe in everybody winning. How's that make you feel? How's that make you feel? We're here to do this together, am I right? Yeah. I'm a leave no man, woman behind kind of person. I'm not leaving anybody behind. So if you feel like you're being left behind, come see me. Is that okay? Come give me your grievances, your complaints. I want to see you win. If you win, we win. Is that okay, y'all? Can I just be honest with you and vulnerable? Woo! I'm fired up this morning. It's going to feel like church up in here. Amen? Let's go. Come on. Don't be saying amen. That's, you say amen.
What?
Amen.
What?
Hey, I would love to go to our virtual folks. I know y'all been here with us in the last couple of days, and I want to take a moment to have you give us a share. And then in the room, be prepared. Be prepared. Do we have somebody in the virtual who's ready to go ahead and give us a share, something you've experienced in the last day? Let's see who we're going to call on here. Oh, yeah, we got people right here. I'm just waiting for the technology to catch up. You ready? Let me see that hand real quick if you're in the virtual. There we go. I'm having a hard time seeing your name, miss, but let's pull you up here. Oh, you guys can see it better than I can. Let's give her, what's her name? What's her name? What's her name? Are you ready, Kalina? Do you accept the challenge?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Everybody say hi, Kalina. Yeah. Go ahead, my friend.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to hear my voice. And I'm honored to be part of this awesome community and to get this incredible experience from the pre-event and from the first day of this event. And I look forward to completing the remaining 2 events. There were so many aha moments. We were talking this morning with Krista Lee about what aha moments we had during this experience, and I had several. The first one was the advantages of becoming a GP. When you're investing in the same deal with the same amount of money, the control that you have, the insight that you have in the development of the entire deal. And the second one was the lies we have been told throughout our life. From the time we were born, we were raised, our parents were actually lied to, and they didn't know better to teach us what is the best way to make the life you want to have, to be fulfilled, and to break the control and the limitations. This is something that it's an eye-opening experience. The lies that were told from many institutions, it is actually really blinding us. And the education also is designed to create workers, not entrepreneurs. And we are thankful for the people that are opening our eyes to concentrate on a different aspect of life, to take control of our life and to build the life that we want to live. I'm thankful to be part of this community and to focus on making the life, taking control of my life and making the life that is fulfilling for me, and to create legacy and be able to help others. They were breaking a lot of myths that the rich people are selfish, and that it's a stigma to be a rich person, but it's a lie. Look at all these rich people that are contributing, and Brad donating wheelchairs, or other successful people building schools and feeding, like Tony Robbins, feeding millions of people. So it is, money does not spoil people. Money allow you to become who you are, actually, and to show the qualities that you have. If you are a good person, you will put your money to a good cause.
Kalina, I love what you're talking about. Like, that's like a whole sermon right there of what we're here to. Can we give her some love? Kalina, thank you. Thank you so much. There's probably so many nuggets that we're getting this weekend, right? Like, listen, I'm the first millionaire in my family. Hello? The first millionaire in my family. Hello? Right? Ed Milet talks about becoming the one person who changes. Listen, I believe there's so much generational mental constraint from generation to generation. Where's all my immigrants at? Any immigrants in the room? You know, like, come on, if you're an immigrant, let me know it. Yeah! Listen, if you're an immigrant, we came here because we wanted to improve the quality of our life for us and for next generations. Am I right? Yeah! Okay, this is the power of community, is to be able to get in a room where somebody can speak life into you. Speak life into you. Speak life in what you're about to do, because I didn't know this information. I wasn't empowered this way. My parents did the best that they could. Where's all the diehard Americans in the room? Let me hear you guys. Why are we here? I love what she's talking about, generation to generation. We're trying to figure this out. Am I right? We're trying to figure this out so we can live in a life of abundance, and then also for people that are coming after us. Come on now, somebody say preach. Listen, I remember 2008, 2009, the market was dropping and everybody was scared. And I made a series of decisions that led me to financial prosperity. I made $1 million at 30 years old. Come on now. My dad grew up in a village. There was 12 people. 12 people in his village with no running water. Come on now. Listen, you have such an incredible moment right now. Y'all feel that? How powerful was the dialogue yesterday? Like, sometimes we keep waiting for a miracle. It's like, I'll wait for the right market. I'll wait to pick a bottom. I'll wait until everything becomes perfect. But what if it's not about waiting? What if it's about a decision? What if all you got to do is go, hey, I'm ready to make this thing finally work, because up market, down market, I need to just pick a trend and go. I'm seeing some incredible things in the marketplace when people are scared. I love volatility. You need to understand that. Volatility to me is some uncertainty, but for the folks that know, they know. Do y'all know? Y'all seeing some of the signs where this is your moment? Building an incredible portfolio, building some generational wealth. And if you're not going to do it just for you, what about for other folks in your community? This is such a powerful group, because I have never been a part of another group that wins like this.
Bring the action.
Hello?
Bring the action.
I've paid to be a part of other groups, and some people are winning, and there's a lot of posturing. Everybody put their chest up. This is posturing. It's like that. Put your nose up a little bit. Put your nose up a little bit. Now put your hand behind the back. All right? This is what a lot of people look like. Hey, look at me. I'm important. Well, here's what I love about this community. I haven't met a single person who's arrogant. Hey, I haven't met a single person who's been rude to me here all weekend. I'm meeting some good humans in here. I realize this, though, and then we're going to jump in. Are you guys ready for Brad? Because he's going to come out here in just a second. Y'all ready? Here's what I realized. Man, I made a lot of money in single-family homes. I know there's some single-family home investors in here. But, bro, did I miss the mark on multifamily for a long time. That's never going to happen to me again. It's not going to happen to me again. Y'all feel me on this? Like, when I got going, I got just with whatever I had, and I got in small. If I would have known this stuff back then, oh, my God. And I did great, and I'm thankful to God every day for what I have in my life and my family and the things that I've achieved. But guess what? There's so much more available to me and to you. It's got to be this route. I can't find another route where everybody wins. I just can't see it. If you're encouraged, say, I'm encouraged. You're encouraged? Well, let's stand up if you're encouraged. Come on, let's stand up if you're encouraged. I want you to just put a hand up like this and say, I'm encouraged. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Come on, I can't hear you. 1, 2, 3. Hey? Are you? Are you? Are you? Are you? Are you? Are you? Well, then let's let Brad know because he's coming up right now. Tell him I'm encouraged. I'm ready to roll. Let him hear you. I'm encouraged. 1, 2, 3. Everybody, welcome Brad to the stage. Come on, I'm encouraged.
I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged, man. I'm encouraged. Good morning. I'm encouraged, man. Ben, let's give it up for Ben. All right. You guys ready? Who's ready for day 2? How was day 1? Man, I had some time with some of you out in the lobby this morning, and I'm encouraged, actually. Just like, and Ben was saying it, but it's like, I'm so excited for what's to come. We still have 2 more powerful days. And what's that noise? Oh, I'm like, what is that? I'm like, is there a buzz in the room or what? It's like the room is buzzing. What is that? It's crazy. No, that's the DJ. That's it. That's what? DJ. What? That's DJ Positivo. You know what? When I was backstage listening to Ben. First of all, Ben encourages me, by the way. That's why we have him here. So hopefully you guys are enjoying him. You know, to come from a communist country of Romania and escape, and then move into Canada, and then come to the USA and done what he's done before the age of 30. I mean, now I think he's 38 or something, but he became a millionaire before the age of 30. And when he was talking about how he's not going to miss the opportunity for apartments, I just want to share before I start. I remember back in 2008. First of all, I don't know anyone in 2009 or 10 that says, I wish I would have bought less real estate. Okay, I remember in 2009, lenders weren't lending any money. Like, if you think the last couple of months have been tough, for those of you that are in the business, some of my students, yeah, so we're getting 60%, 65% of the purchase price, 7% interest rate. If you think that's tough, in 2009, lenders just stopped. They stopped. So, like, how are we doing deals? And I remember, because I was part of this investor community, I remember that we would form syndication groups and literally go out and buy deals without any debt, meaning like we would raise all the money for the price and all the money for the rehab, and we were buying deals. And people thought we were crazy. I remember back then they said, Brad, you're gonna catch a falling knife, meaning like it's gonna get worse. Why are you buying now? Why didn't you wait for it to bottom out? And I'm thinking, well, how do you know when it's the bottom? Like, how do you know when it's the bottom? Do you really know? What I can tell you is by the time you know, you've missed the bottom. It's true. By the time you know, by the time they stop raising rates, by the time they start cutting rates, if that's what you're waiting for, like, we already have the signals, okay? But the naysayers will say, you know, they'll be saying, well, we got to wait for things to bottom out. And what I do know is things topped out, look in hindsight, and we get better deals today than we got yesterday. A lot better pricing, a lot better terms. So that's why I'm selling 3 of my deals, because I know that I'm going to be able to take that equity out of these deals and now buy at great prices that I haven't been able to buy in a decade. I remember in 2012, Kiyosaki wrote the book, The Great Crash, and was telling everybody to get into gold. I remember in 2016, I had a friend of mine, when I was going around speaking, like yesterday, I said, look, I'd speak, and I've done it with some of you. I'd fly to Phoenix and speak in front of 40 people. I was in D.C., and in 2016, a guy told me that, he's like, Brad, I really want to do this, but it's the top of the market right now, so I'm going to wait. Then he came to one of my events like this in 2018 and started getting into the business. And he's like, hey, man, waiting the last 2 years cost me so much money. It cost me so much opportunity. But they were saying 2018 was the 8th inning of a 9-inning ball game. They said that. And then in 2019, they said we're in extra innings. And they meaning like the people out there that weren't doing anything. And so in 2019, we're buying and they're saying it's extra innings. And I'm saying now's the time to get started. 2020 came around, the pandemic hit. Nobody saw it coming. And I know because I invest a lot of money in mentors and conferences. In 2020, we gathered with Tony Robbins and 7 billionaires and talked about what is coming for the year. It's an event Tony does every year for his mastermind group. And it was February of 2020, and one guy, Eric Prince, that runs the fund, but he used to be in charge of, I can't remember what company, the security company that like at Blackwater that escorted all the people around Iraq and did clandestine operations, and now he's like a hedge fund manager. Basically, he killed a lot of people, okay? You know, very worldly. He was the only guy, February of 2020, that even mentioned COVID-19, and he even mentioned it as it could be a regional thing in China that might disrupt some supply chains. But there was none of the billionaires, Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Tony Robbins, nobody saw it coming. 4 weeks later, everything pretty much shut down. Even Texas and Florida for a short period of time shut down. Like nobody saw it coming. And I remember in our Sumrock community where we gather in person and virtually from time to time after events like this, we'll gather virtually and in person. And I was like, all right, we got to figure out what's going on in our community because we have a lot of GPs that own a lot of deals. And, you know, you're reading the news and everybody's talking about rent strikes and eviction moratoriums and like nobody's going to pay the rent. And we were all scared because that's what the news was putting out to us. But because we invest in landlord and business-friendly environments, and I'm going to talk to you about what makes a great environment today, we're investing in places like Texas and Arizona and Nashville and Florida and Colorado and Atlanta, where, you know, landlords and business owners are treated fairly and not treated as bad, greedy, evil people. You know, 98%, 99%, in some cases 99.9% of the residents in our buildings prioritize to pay the rent. I think it also helped that the government printed $5 trillion of money, right? Which I think created this whole fiasco and the unprecedented rise of interest rates and now the banks collapsing and all that type of stuff. I mean, that's my opinion. I'm sure because y'all are my kind of people, most of you would agree with that. Just say yes if you agree with that. Yeah! See, because I know my kind of people, like the people that don't like my marketing and my languaging and my opinions that I've been confident enough to share now more online and speak the way I want to speak and speak to who I want to speak with. The people that don't resonate with me, they ain't here. And I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with it because, like, I used to want everybody to like me and I tried to appeal to everybody. And what I learned, and we're going to learn it today, how important the power of communication and messaging is that when you're clear on your message and you're clear on your market and you're clear to who you're speaking to, you know, your business is going to 10x as well. And so I think Ben mentioned, like, we're having some LOIs, and at the end of this session, we're going to have some of those people come up, you know, just a few, and we're going to do a simulation on presenting, you know, yourself and your LOI to me, although in the real world, I'm not the seller of that deal. But I can tell you this, me and my team know the broker and the seller of that deal. And so it's a simulation, but maybe it's not. And I'll just leave you with that, okay? It's a simulation, but maybe it's not. What? So I'm super excited about what's coming because, let me see here, where are we at? Yesterday we talked about the framework, and I introduced the 4-step framework. I introduced understanding the deal, and I introduced finding the deal. And let me just recap everything that we talked about. And I actually put these slides together last night. My slide deck was done before last night, but I put these recap slides together, and I was like, wow, we covered a lot. Like, for me, it's like 22 years. It's kind of like second nature, if you know what I mean. But I remember back when I was just like you, getting started in the room, taking notes, and I looked at everything we covered yesterday, and I was like, holy shit. We covered a lot. I never wanted this event to be like drinking from a fire hose. In fact, that's why we used to do 2-day events. Like if any of you have been with me, how many people have been to my events in the past, the rat race events? Yeah, take a look around, like 30% of the room. Does anyone remember I used to do a 2-day event? I mean, if you think drinking from a fire hose is a 3-day event, imagine all this in a 2-day event, right? So just look what everything we talked about and everything we covered, because we covered a lot. So, you know, I started by sharing how understanding like and I heard, was her name, was it Karina? Colina online, and when she was sharing, and I was like, yeah, it's like my parents couldn't teach me the stuff that I learned from Kiyosaki, because the thing is, if they haven't done it, how could they teach it to you? You know, and my parents, you know, had proximity to somebody that had a degree and made $80,000 a year, and so that's what they encouraged me to do. And they did the best I could. But I remember after reading Rich Dad, and then I went to that seminar, I was pissed at my parents a little bit. I was like, why didn't you teach me this stuff? But then I realized, again, like, how could they teach me something that they don't know? Like, it's impossible. And that set off my whole 20-year journey. You know, it was reading the book that gave me the vision. It was going to the seminar. It was the action I took. It wasn't the book that changed my life. It was the action I took that changed my life. And so going to that seminar, and then I talked about reasons to be all in. I talked about real estate is for sale. I talked about the buyer-friendly terms. I talked about, you know, inflation, and I didn't talk too much about that yesterday, but it's on the slide deck. We're still in an inflationary market where, okay, it went from 9 to 6 or 5%, depending on the reports, but the cool thing about apartments is we are able to adjust our leases every 6 to 12 months. And so when you're in an inflationary environment, we could adjust that with apartments, you know, unlike other types of maybe commercial real estate where you're locked into, you know, long-term leases with escalation clauses. That's one of the things I learned in the CCIM. I said I didn't learn anything, but that was one thing I learned. But that, you know, to learn that for $6,200 was a lot, okay? We brought in John and Charlie so you could hear some different perspectives. Those are two of the people that I look up to for, you know, advice, for research. I mean, John Chang is one of the best known research analytical executives in the whole multifamily industry in the country. And now he's a friend of mine. He's on my team. So one of the things I'm going to talk about today is 3 keys to success. And one of them is who's on your team. And when I talk about your team, I'm not just talking about your employees. I'm actually not talking about your employees. I'm talking about your extended team, your network, you know, your mentors. Who do you listen to? The people that you follow. Where do you get advice from? The people that provide services to you, your attorneys, your lenders, you know, your network of professionals, your tax accountant. I shared with you yesterday, I used to pay $965,000 in taxes, and my CPA was excited. He was excited, overwhelmed when he would get me a $6,000 deduction for like a home office. You know, he didn't care that he honestly, he didn't care, but he didn't know how to save me $965,000 in tax. And when I hired Tom Wheelwright, by the way, and I'll share this with you later, but well, I'll do it right now. Tom does not just do tax returns. He provides consulting for people. And so he said, Brad, my engagement fee is $50,000. And that'll mobilize me and my team. And we'll go through all your tax returns. And I could guarantee that I'm going to save you money, but I don't know how much money I'm going to save you until we dig in. And I had 17 LLCs at the time. And I'll just never forget like how nervous I was to give him $50,000, because that was just like the engagement fee. And that first year, it was in September of 2018, and I was filing it was either September of 2018 or 19, don't quote me on it, I don't remember. But the point is all of us file extensions for our tax returns that own businesses, by the way. How many of you file an extension? Like most people, their tax returns are due April 15th. That's regular people. Us people, our tax returns are due October 15th. You all know this? Because when you own businesses, you're getting Schedule K-1s from multiple businesses, syndications, entities, you're not going to have everything ready. And so my tax day is October 15th. So we engaged with Tom in September of whatever year that was. But it was for the tax return for the previous year. Are you picking this up? So like October 15th, 2023, we're finalizing our taxes for 2022. And so we bring Tom in, 50 grand, in between September and October 15th for the previous year. He saved us $160,000 in 6 weeks. I mean, that was like a great $50,000, I would say, cost, but it wasn't a cost, it was an investment. And then the next year we went to zero. So that's like the power of expanding your network and your team. Like, you got to keep leveling up. And as passionate I am about apartments, I'll say that the best investment you can make is in yourself and the people you hang around with, you know. So I'm glad to have John Chang as a friend and on my team now, and he's already committed to come to some of our future events as well, so I'm really excited about that. I introduced the framework of understanding the deal as step one, and under understanding the deal, we talked about how do we value apartments. They're all valued the same. There's an NOI, there's a cap rate. I talked about how cap rates are derived. You know, beginners, what most people think is you take the NOI and they tell you the cap rate, and then you come up with the property is worth. That's not how it works. A sophisticated investor, like we learned yesterday, is we're going to look at the NOI, and the market will determine, hey, for this $100,000 income stream, like we talked about yesterday as an example, what am I willing to pay to get that income stream? And an educated investor is going to know what a good return is. And so that's how cap rate is determined, by like the deal that we're analyzing for sale. We know what the income stream is. We know the current income. We talked about the T12 income, the trailing 12-month income. We talked about the trailing 3-month income. And then we looked at the pro forma income. And so we know what it's worth. And so now that we're more sophisticated, we could say, okay, well, what should we pay for that? And then, you know, there's always somebody else looking at it. Like, you know, a year ago, there'd be 30 buyers chasing that deal. Right now, there might only be 3. But there's still 3. You know, and I'd rather be competing against 2 other people because I know how to win. But even when we were competing against 30, we were winning a lot. You know, and winning requires a lot. It requires community. It requires experience. It requires confidence. It requires track record. And how do you get all that stuff when you're new? Is you have proximity and association with people that have it. Okay? So we talked about the ways we make money with cash flow, appreciation, and taxes. And I also mentioned a 4th thing was preserving your money. And we talked about the risk of having your money in banks. And I never really talked about that before. But I know for me, I was a little nervous. In fact, here's what happened. We sold the Savoy, and I shared it with the Platinum Group, but I think I shared it with everybody. We bought this deal in December 2022 for $13 million. We sold it for $19.6. The money hit the bank account of Lubbock National Bank, which is now Amarillo National Bank. It's a small regional community bank. The money hits there, $11 million. I have 3 investors. Tom Wheelwright is one of them. Michael Becker, who's a big-time syndicator, is another. And Daryl Thompson, one of my friends and students. And they're all blowing up my text. Brad, are you going to get the money out of Amarillo National Bank? I'm like, why? It's not safe. I'm like, how do you know? It's a small bank. And so they were so scared. And of course, I'm texting Tom Wheelwright. I'm like, Tom, are you worried about the money in Amarillo National Bank? And he said, yes. And there was no reason to be. Like Charlie Young, they have all their deals at Amarillo National Bank, and they know the bank owners and all that type of stuff. So I wasn't as worried, but I was about 10.4 million worried because that was my share of the money. And so I wired it to my business account at my investment entity, which I have at Wells Fargo. And I'm not sure if it's any better there, you know. But they say, you know, the Wells Fargo and Chase and Bank of America are too big to fail. So now I'm like, well, shit, I got to get my money out of there and into some deals. And then when I said that, like my students are doing deals, they're blowing me up. Brad, we need another $1 million for this deal. Hey, we need another this for that. Oh, I'm like, oh shit, I should have just kept my mouth shut. So we talked about cost segregation, bonus depreciation. Does everybody know the window of opportunity for bonus depreciation is closing? It's 80% this year. It was 100% last year. It's 60% next year. Okay? We came up with the financial freedom number. How many people remember their financial freedom number? Let me see a show of hands. Okay, on 3, all at the same time. Nobody will hear you because everyone's going to be doing it at the same time. When I count to 3, I want you to shout out your financial freedom number. Shout it out loud. Is everyone going to do this? Say yes. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I can't hear you. What? All right. That sounded amazing.
Well done.
And I love seeing the folks online, 15,000, 30,000, 20,000. So then we did the step 2 of the framework. We talked about finding deals. I talked about the best place to find deals. Does anyone remember the top 3 places to find deals? What's the first one? Brokers. What's the second one? Brokers. What's the third one? Brokers. You guys are amazing. If that's all you do and you don't look anywhere else, you're going to be well served, okay? Then there's your community, your network, and your relationships with owners that you develop, okay? I showed you a quick way to analyze the deal. Does anyone remember? What do you need? All you need is the number of units and the rent. Let's go through that again. So let's say we have a 100-unit deal and the rents are $1,000 a month. How do we do it? 100 times 1,000 times 12 times what percent? 93. That represents the vacancy, the occupancy. And then how do we come up with expenses? What number do we use? Tell me. 50, let's use 55%. And then you have the income minus the expenses, and you come up with the NOI. And then we divide the NOI by what? A cap rate. What's the national average cap rate? Use 5.5%, either way. And you come up with an estimated value. Does everyone believe they could do this? Say yes. Yeah. Come on, you guys in the back. Can you guys do this? Yeah. Yes, you can. Okay. And then we talked about what to do for the detailed analysis. And you need a rent roll, and I showed you one. It's a boring spreadsheet. But some of you, it's not boring. Some of you get off on those spreadsheets. I know you. I know you guys. And then we looked at the profit and loss statement, and we looked at the offering package, and I showed you the 58-page offering package that the broker puts out. And in those 58 pages, there's about 6 to 8 pages that are actually useful, but they're meant to dazzle you. Like, what does the Dallas Cowboys Stadium have to do with this property in Richardson, Texas? Ooh, the Cowboys. Ezekiel Elliott. Okay, don't even get me started. And then we picked a real deal. In the workbook, I had a deal that I bought 2 years ago, the Savoy. That was the one in the workbook. But what I wanted to show y'all is a real deal that's on the market right now. So we looked at the numbers, the offering, the rent roll, the P&L, the market report. We're going to see it with the Platinum Group on Monday. And in just an hour or so, we'll do LOIs on the stage for that deal. I explained the difference between the T3 income and the T12. That's the trailing 3-month versus the trailing 12 months. I talked about the market analysis. I gave you some free resources for that. And then we talked about how we make money. And the big distinction that I really hope you got was if you want to 10x your money, you need to be on the what? The GP team. So let me see a show of hands. How many people were committed to being GPs in this room? Let me see a show of hands. That's incredible. Because and here's the deal. I love working with committed people. I do. I love working with committed people. Okay? You know, Grant Cardone says it. He's like, I'm not here to motivate you. I'm here to give you a system. Now, I am here this weekend to motivate you, but after this weekend, I won't always be here to motivate you, okay? So, we looked at loan term sheets, and then I showed you like some examples of like, if you stay focused and if you stay committed and you keep doing what you learned here this weekend, your net worth should at least double every 5 years. It should. But for most people, it won't. Most people will say that's unrealistic. Most people get 3 to 5% raises in their jobs, or maybe just get to keep their job. Most people at some point will get fired and laid off. And as they get older, they'll have to take a pay cut. I know that's what happened to my brother. That's probably what would have happened to me. But just like you, I came to this room 22 years ago and I made a decision to put me on a different path. So now my net worth, I know if I keep doing what I'm doing, my net worth is going to go up every 5 years between 2 to 4 times. So I'm looking at like 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, dare I say $1 billion? I don't know, but I'm just saying. Like I'm looking at big numbers, like 9 figures. Okay, 9 figures. And then I showed you the template for an LOI. And how many people are going to present their LOIs? How many people are sending in an LOI? So when you send it in, did Ben give you a timeline? The timeline is now.
Bring the action.
Because in 60 minutes, I'm going to call you all up on stage, and I'm only going to pick 3 or 4 because that's all we're going to have time for. Okay? So I want to keep going into the framework because we have a lot to cover in the next 2 days. And now I want to talk about funding the deal. And I covered a lot of this already, like just through example, through the simulation exercise, when we formed GP teams and you all were trying to put together equity groups and stuff like that. But I want to go through it a little bit more formally on the debt side and the equity side. But again, a lot of this should be a review for you at this point. So debt is typically 60 to 80% of the purchase price. Your lender is actually your biggest partner in the deal, if you think about that. Okay? They are a partner. And when they come in, they're going to loan you money, and they want paid back the interest rate at which they loan you the money. But there are provisions that you need to adhere to. It's like they're giving you the lion's share of the money to buy that property. And so there's going to be rules and regulations and provisions, okay? And I'll talk about what some of those are. Sometimes they'll even loan you money not only for the purchase price, but to do renovations, closing costs. And so as an example, I'm going to say on a $10 million deal, this is 65%, $6.5 million. The equity, on the other hand, is going to come from people like us. Okay, you can either fund it yourself if you have the money, but most people don't have $3.5 million in their bank account to buy a $10 million deal. And even if you did, I would advise you not to. Because if you put $3.5 million into one deal, you don't have an acquisition fee, you don't have a GP split, you don't have an asset management fee. I mean, you're not going to pay yourself these fees. It's all taxable income. Why you wouldn't do that? I'm not your CPA, but I know that Tom Wheelwright would tell me not to do that. So if I did have millions of dollars, which I happen to have, I'm going to space that out into multiple deals so I could be a co-GP in multiple deals and get accelerated income because I want a piece of those fees. Does that make sense, everybody? Does that make sense? And so whether you have, like if you had 100K, I would even tell you be a co-GP and put 50K into each deal. That's what I would tell you. Because you'll make more income that way than if you put 100 into one deal, okay? So on this example, we're going to say you need 35% equity and 65% debt. So I showed you, and I'll show it to you again. Let me just show you this one. Remember I showed this yesterday? This is for the Esperanza deal. This is a Freddie Mac SBL, which stands for Small Balance Loan. And so Freddie Mac came, they reviewed this property. They've already pre-reviewed the numbers, they've pre-reviewed the rent roll, and they came up with 3 options. okay? And if you look at the matrix, all the options are 7-year fixed rate loans. But you can see the loan amount is a little different if you just look at it. I'm not sure if you could read it. If you can't read it, take a picture and zoom in on it. But they're all 7-year loans. They're all 30-year amortization. They all have 3-year interest only. The prepayment penalty is what made me choose the column on the right. I don't want yield maintenance. Yield maintenance could be very expensive, especially if you believe that rates are going down. So the way yield maintenance works is if they loan you money at 6% and you pay it off early, they would have to take that money and essentially re-lend it to the market. And if the current rate is 4%, they lose money. And so you will pay them that difference. And it can be really expensive. Now, if you think interest rates are going to go up, it could work the opposite. So like one of the deals I'm selling right now, I have a 4.8% fixed rate loan that I bought in 2018. When banks were loaning money at 3%, my prepayment penalty was $2.7 million. Now that banks are loaning money at 6.5%, my prepayment penalty dropped to $300,000. Does this make sense? But the thing is, you can't predict it. You don't, like, as smart as everybody thinks they are, you don't know for sure what's going to happen with interest rates in the future. You really don't, okay? So I like to know what my prepayment penalty is. And the reason I selected option 3 is because it says 3322111. And what that means over 7 years is you have a 3% the first 2 years, a 2% the next 2 years, and a 1% the last 3 years. There's a term called debt coverage ratio that's really important. Debt coverage ratio is the annual debt service and the NOI. It's the relationship between the NOI and the annual debt service. So lenders are constrained on how much they can loan you. And so what they would do is they would say, and I think it's on here, I can't read it, so let me get closer. And if you can't read it, I would suggest for you to get closer too. If you can look on column 3 that I have circled, it shows the approximate annual payment of $439,000. Does everybody see that? That's going to be your annual debt payment. And then if you look a few rows above it, it says debt service ratio as underwritten, 1.2. Do you see that? So 1.2 is going to be the lender's criteria. And what that means is the NOI of the property has to be the annual payment of $439 times 1.2. So the annual NOI has to be 20% higher than the loan, than the payment amount. Does that make sense? So when you see debt service requirements, sometimes a bank might have a 1.0, and that means the NOI could be equal to the debt payment. If it's 1.2, the NOI has to be 20% higher than the debt payment. If it's 1.3, the NOI has to be 30% higher. So what that means is the lenders are going to look at the NOI and then are going to say, well, based on the income, this is the most we will lend you. Are you following that? And the higher the DCR requirement, the lower they lend you the money. The lower they lend you the money. So that's important because this is a more generic term sheet that I put together to reflect today's conditions. So there's really 4 main lending sources for multifamily. There's Fannie Mae, and then there's Freddie Mac, and Freddie offers fixed rate and floating rate. And then there's banks like regional banks, and then there's bridge debt funds. These are debt funds that will put together loans for you. And you can see they all say we do up to 80%, except banks will do up to 75%. So then you'd say, well, everyone's going to give you the same loan amount. But it's not true, because you could look at the debt service coverage ratio, and you can see they're all over the map. And so just remember, the lower the debt coverage ratio, the higher your loan. So if you look at this chart, which option would give you the highest loan proceeds? So look at the debt coverage ratio. What's the lowest number? And that's the option that's going to give you the most loan dollars. So which one is it? It's a bridge loan. This is why over the last few years, 99% of apartment buyers bought deals with bridge loans. Now, a bridge loan, the advantage is it's non-recourse. Your rate right now is higher than just about any other thing out there. And your term is shorter, so you have a 3-year term. Now, when times are great, 3-year terms are great because you can get in and get out. When times aren't so great, and here's the pickle that people got caught up in, is in 2021, people bought deals with high leverage bridge debt, and these loans are going to come due in 2023. And they bought deals and they got 3% money, and now it's 8% money. And we're all going to be able to buy some of these deals. Does this make sense? Because that's the opportunity. But do you remember the video I played from Charlie? And he said, I'm buying a $104 million deal right now. And what type of loan did he say he was? He said, I'm using a floater. Now, some of you maybe you were thinking of something else when he said a floater. What? But he said, I'm going with a floater. Does everyone remember that? And why is he going with a floater? He said, because I'm absolutely convinced that rates are going to be lower. Is that a risk? There's some risk to that, but it's an educated risk. Okay? It's an educated risk. And the cost of not taking that risk is if he does a fixed rate Fannie Mae loan with a high prepayment penalty, then he's going to be screwed on the back end. And he said, look, the reason I want to do the floating rate loan is I want to have optionality to get out early. And I don't want to have this big prepayment penalty when I get out of the deal. And he's got enough insight, and he knows the deal he's buying, by the way, he didn't say it, but he's buying it from JP Morgan Chase. So they know what's going on. Now, could they be wrong? Yes, but I'm just here to tell you, my sources tell me that 87% of the time you're going to make more money on a variable rate short-term loan because you have more flexibility to exit without a prepayment. So what happened the last 2 years? Well, maybe we were in that 13%. But remember yesterday I talked about you can't move forward when you're looking in the rearview mirror. Remember I said that? Some of you are doing that. Some of you are doing that, and you're going to get yourself locked into these fixed rate loans at 6%, and the rates are going to go down, and you're going to be stuck in these loans for 10 years. So I'm not telling you what you should do. I'm just saying that you're going to have options, and you're going to need to evaluate what you believe the best options are. So when I look at this term sheet again, I like option number 3 because it gives me a fixed rate loan. So the thing I like about fixed rate is I could underwrite and model to my investors, here's exactly what my debt payment's going to be, and it's not going to change. But I also like, if I need to get out of the deal, I know what my prepayment penalty is. It's a fixed percentage. That's like the best of both worlds. Does that make sense? So like if for some of my mentoring students in a room, I would advise you to get that type of debt right now because it's great to have predictability on what your rate's going to be, but it's also great to be able to exit without having to pay a couple $1 million penalty. Okay, does that make sense? So the lender has requirements. Okay, and I'll start on the right side. The lender requires things of the borrower. Now, these are mostly non-recourse loans, and non-recourse means we have no personal liability. And so sometimes I get asked, hey, Brad, if there's no personal liability, then why do I need to be a personal signer Like, why do my name individually need to sign on this loan? And the reason is when you buy a deal, the GP team, what's going to happen is y'all are going to form an LLC. I'm not your attorney, but my attorneys recommend that we use limited liability companies or corporations. So you're going to form an LLC, and the borrower is the LLC. But that borrower is a newly formed entity. That borrower can't guarantee the loan. They need they need individuals to guarantee the loan. And so the people that guarantee the loan, there's a term for that. They're called key principals. Okay? And so if you're a key principal, number one, a key principal should be somebody on the GP team, because the GPs are in control of the deal. Now, sometimes an LP, a passive investor, could also be a key principal, okay? But the key principals are going to guarantee certain things. So let me just explain this. It's a non-recourse loan, which means if you do everything the lender requires you to do, you have no personal liability. So what would the lender require you to do? Well, number one, they have things in the industry that are called bad boy provisions or bad boy carve-outs. And what that means is if you are a bad boy in the way you run your property, the lender could say, hey, you have some liability. And so what does it mean to be a bad boy? Well, the lender is going to require an annual inspection. You have to let the lender's inspection team come on the property. The lender requires you to send in financial reports every quarter. The lender requires the guarantors to send in personal net worth statements every quarter. If you fabricate your net worth in order to secure the loan, there's liability. So you can't lie and cheat to the lender and say you have $1 million when you don't. So if you're not doing any of those things, which virtually nobody does, but some people have, then you have no personal liability, okay? So it's not like a big risk, okay? Like, it happens all the time. I mean, I'm a non-recourse guarantor on hundreds of millions of dollars. But this is why it's important to select your GP team wisely, because let's say that we do a deal together and I don't know you and I just meet you at a conference and you offer me a piece of the GP for me to come in and add value to the team, but I don't know you guys. And you guys run the property into the ground and don't maintain it and don't pay the bills. And I'm a guarantor, and all of a sudden the lender comes in and does the inspection and the property is falling apart. Like, I could actually now have liability. And so y'all got to select your GP teams wisely. And it comes down to getting to know people and trust people, okay? And one of the mistakes I see people making is yesterday was a simulation and we encourage you to, form teams, but in the real world, I would encourage you to get to know people a little bit better than we did yesterday, okay? So the borrower is going to need to have combined net worth that meets or exceeds the loan amount. They're going to need to have liquidity, and there's a rule of thumb. It's a 10% of the loan amount. So if you're getting a $50 million loan that you might, and if you look at the note, co-GPs can combine resources. So like sometimes people bring me in as a co-GP because I always keep, unlike what Grant Cardone says, honestly, I keep 3 to 5 million liquid in a bank account, just earning right now, 3 to 4%. And that makes me attractive because I could come in as a GP team and say, hey, here's my bank statements of $4 million. I can help you meet your liquidity requirements. We'll talk about that. So it's valuable to have liquidity. And as a GP, you want to find people that have liquidity. You want to find people that have net worth. You want to find people that could raise money. You want to find people that could help you with the management and the analysis. I went through all that yesterday, all the roles of the GP team. The lender is going to look at, and we talked about debt service coverage ratio, and that's the formula for it. It's the annual principal and interest divided by the NOI. So if we go back to this number, the annual payment is $439, and so the annual P&I is $439, so the NOI is going to need to be 20% less than $439. Or maybe it's the opposite, or maybe my formula is wrong. The NOI needs to be 20% more, so maybe that's wrong. The NOI, I'm looking at that, I'm like, that doesn't seem right. It's the NOI needs to be 20% more than the debt service, okay? So those are the lender requirements. Now on the equity, let's say we need that 35%, and you have a few options. One is you could fund it yourself. Two is you could ask people you know. Three is that you could be part of a community investors. And I'm going to talk in a minute about SEC compliance. It's a really sexy topic that I can't wait to talk about. Because here's my belief. Any government entity that has 3 initials is not your friend. Let's think about this. FBI. Okay, what sound do you hear when you hear about FBI? Make the sound. Come on, what sound do you hear? What sound do you hear when you think about CIA? What sound do you make when you think about IRS? DEA. Like, there's nothing good about any government agency with three initials. And so some of you are thinking, what the hell does the SEC have to do with apartments? And I'm going to tell you, okay? So the bottom line, though, is you can find it yourself. You can ask people you know. You could be part of the community with SEC-compliant investors, or you could advertise to strangers, okay? And by the way, this was from my Sunrock student Facebook group. As of this morning, we have 1,284 members. So if you're wondering, you know, and I'll talk about that later, like what it means to be in the Sunrock community, okay? But that's a screenshot from this morning. So now we're going to talk about my least favorite government entity. Does that make sense? It's my favorite. They're all least favorites, but it's my favorite of the least favorite because I don't like any of them. So when we look at SEC, the first thing we want to ask ourselves is, it's the Securities and Exchange Commission, and it governs the sale of securities. And so first of all, I want to say I'm not an attorney. And everything I say, I should have said that about this whole event because I'm not a financial advisor, I'm not an accountant, I'm not an attorney, and everything I say is based on my own opinions and experiences, but you can fucking believe it, it's absolutely true. Okay, X that part out on the camera, okay? But I'm just saying, it's based on my real world knowledge, and it's not based on my certifications or training. Does that make sense? So I can't give you a lawyer's answer about the SEC, but I'm going to give you my answer. Does that make sense? So a security has 4 components. Number 1, you got to invest money. It's got to be an investment of money. Number 2, it's got to be a group of people. That's what's called a common enterprise. So now it's like if a group of people invest money and you expect to make profit, and the expectation of a profit comes from a sponsor, or in multifamily language, a GP. Now it's a security. Does that make sense? So let's just make an example. Let's say, I'll pick on Dan and Mike here, and John. There's 4 of us. And Nancy, I'll include a woman, otherwise y'all hate me. Why did he pick 3 men? Oh, he doesn't care. Oh my God, I don't even think about that stuff. Okay, there's Nancy who's in it too. Actually, Nancy's the lead GP. So now, okay. Where's your pink hat? Look at that pink hat. Hey, let's give it up for Nancy. Okay, So let's say it's us 5 and Nancy's the lead GP, but we're going to do a deal together. Okay? But right now you're not the GP. And let's say it's 5 of us and we all invest money. So that's check that box. It's a common enterprise, meaning we're a group of people. Let's check that box. We expect to make money on this deal, right? Right, guys? Let's check that box. But let's say all 5 of us have decision-making power. And we all have a role. Like Nancy found the deal. You know, Mike's going to oversee the rehab. I'm going to oversee the books. You know, John has a role. Dan has a role. We all make decisions together, and every month we meet and we vote. Is that a security? I don't think it is, because the expectation of profit is all 5 of us together are making those decisions. And we don't have any passive investors, by the way. Does that make sense? Now, let's say the same situation occurs, and Nancy finds the deal, and she's going to make all the decisions, because that's the way Nancy rolls, okay? And we all put in money. So we put in money. We're a group of people. We expect profit. But me, John, Dan, and Mike are going to be passive. And Nancy's going to do all the work of the GP. Do you see the difference in that? We're not going to get together every month and agree and vote on how we're going to run this. So that first example is what I would call a joint venture. And some of you do joint ventures. It could be 3 people that put in money and you all have a third of the decision. And so on every decision, there's a vote. And if 2 out of the 3 wins. And again, I'm not an attorney, but my view would be that joint venture is not a security. Okay? But it doesn't depend on how many investors. Like technically, we could have 3 investors and it could be a security. If me, Greg, and Maricela do the deal, but Maricela's the one, see, I picked a woman again, because I know how you women roll. Maricela's going to do all the work as the GP, and me and Greg are passive investors, that could be a security. But if all 3 of us have a third of the decision-making, and there's no passive investors, and it's just our money and us 3, now it's a joint venture, and it's not a security. That's my interpretation, okay? So the point is, when we have a GP group and LPs, it's a security. Are you following that now? Because the expectation and the sponsor or the GP does not have to be one person. It could be a group of people. And so when we form syndication groups, we fall under securities. And a lot of securities have to be registered with the SEC, like the kind of stuff Grant Cardone does. Grant Cardone does these Reg A pluses. I know his attorneys, by the way. My attorneys are some of Grant's attorneys. So it's a small world. And I know how they do it, and I know how expensive it is, and Cardone Capital and all that. It requires hundreds of thousands of dollars for them to do what they do. They could raise money from anybody. They could take somebody's grandmother's last $5,000. They could, advertise on social media. They don't have to be accredited or sophisticated. Like there's different types of securities, like these Regulation A's and A pluses, that are very expensive and time consuming. And I would just say this. None of the people in my inner circle, including my mentors, besides Grant in that respect, but like Charlie Young, Michael Becker, none of my top students, me, myself, none of us do this Regulation A stuff or A plus. All of us do the 2 that are on the middle of the screen. We want to be exempt from having to register with the SEC. It's inexpensive, it's fast, it's legal. Are you following me? So how many people want an inexpensive, fast, and legal way to raise money? And the rules you're going to want to know about are 506B is in Brad, and 506C is in Charlie. Okay, those are the rules that you're going to want to know. Now, the first thing, again, is I'm going to tell you that you're really just going to need to get an attorney and I'm not your attorney, but I want to explain to you like the basic rules that I understand as a business person. So 506B we'll talk about first, and of course I say get an attorney. And by the way, you're not going to call the SEC and say, hey, I need an attorney. If you're talking to the SEC, it means you've done something wrong. You're going to go to, like those of you in the Sumrock community, for example, we know private attorneys that specialize in securities law, or you find one on your own, okay? But those that are part of our network, we know people that I've worked with personally, and so we'll refer those people to you. And so you get an attorney, and under 506B, these are 4 big things. Number 1, I'm just going to talk about point 2 first. If you're doing a 506B, you cannot advertise it. I'll just start with what you can't do. And so let's say I'm doing a deal right now, and I want to be under 506B. I don't know you guys, and you can look at number 4. I need to have a pre-existing relationship prior to offering you to invest. I don't know everybody in this room. Y'all might know of me. You saw my Facebook ads. You referred here. You get my emails. Somehow you're in the room, but I don't know all of you personally. And so if I'm doing a 506B, you would never hear me in a public room. Even though this is not a public room, you all paid to be here and it's my conference, the fact that I don't personally know you, I can't get up on my stage and say, hey, I'm doing this deal and here's an investment opportunity. I can't do it. And I can tell you that's one of the biggest mistakes that new syndicators make is they don't know these rules. They go to real estate events. They have like haves and needs at these meetups and people stand up. Could I grab this, Matt? People stand up and go, hey, I have 16 units and I'm looking for investors. They just broke the law. They don't know it. And they're probably not going to get caught because the SEC has a bigger fist to fry. But I'm just telling you, they're doing it wrong. Does this make sense? So what they should do is they could go to that same networking event if they need to raise money for, 4 units, 16 unit, 30 unit, 100 unit, the number of units doesn't matter. But if they want to go to an event and raise money, they should work on number 4 first. They should start to get to know people. Handing out business cards does not, and some of you are here doing it. I have 400 business cards from the Sumrock event. And now you find a deal and you're going to fucking email every single person, and that's wrong. It is. And nothing would happen except if, let's say I gave Larry my business card. I don't have business cards, by the way. No really successful person has business cards. That's a dirty little secret, by the way. Okay. It's true. Do you think Grant Cardone goes to events and says, hey, here's my card? Hey, call me. Tony Robbins, hey, here's my card. I'm Tony Robbins. In case you don't know me, I'm 7'10", but, okay. One thing I learned from one of my early mentors is don't give out your card unless someone asks for it. It's kind of heebie-jeebie. For me, it's heebie-jeebie when someone just puts a card in my face, and I'm just like, ugh, I don't want it. Anyway, where was I at? So what I do when I go to events is I talk to people. So if you had 30, remember me and Ben, for some of you that did the pre-event training, and we said it's better to have 30 meaningful conversations than collecting 300 cards. This is one of the reasons why. Because if I have 30 conversations where I know a little bit about you and where you're from and what your goals are, and I actually document that in number 3 and have a record-keeping system that says, hey, we met at the Sumrock event, and, it was March 25th, and I had a conversation with them, and they know me, and I know them. Look, and I'm not an attorney, and maybe some would differ, but in my view, 1 5-minute conversation could possibly give you that pre-existing relationship. And I'm saying could possibly because I'm not able to advise you personally on that, okay? And so you develop these relationships by having conversations with people, and then you record them. And now when I have a deal, so my investor database is segmented. I have a 506B database when I'm doing deals. And so if I'm doing a 506B, only the people, like I know John Reef. I know his name. I know what he looks like. I know his wife. I know where he lives. I know Nelson Lee. When I'm doing 506Bs, you guys get my emails, right? Whether you want them or not, you get them because we have a pre-existing relationship. But have we ever met? No, we've met. Have we ever met? We've never met. You came to Rat Race for the retirement. I actually have your email address. And I probably have your phone number if you put it into our intake thing. But I don't know you. So if I'm doing a 506B, you should not get offerings from me. Does this make sense? But see, some of you are going to get 300 business cards and just spam out your shit offerings to everybody you met. I'm not saying they're shit offerings, but some of them are. Okay. But this is what happens at most people's events. I'm just saying, like, doesn't this happen at most people's events? You go to an event, you get these business cards, and then you get spammed, and you're wondering, how am I getting all these deals? How am I getting this development opportunity, this student housing, this mobile home park? I don't even know this guy. Do you ever get those emails, or am I the only one? Yeah, we all get them. And I just delete them. Okay? So that's 506B, is you can't advertise. You should track when you meet people. You need to have a pre-existing relationship before you offer them to invest. And all your investors have to be either accredited or sophisticated. And I'll explain that. Accredited is a net worth of $1 million, not including your home. And or you make $200,000 a year if you're single and $300,000 a year if you're married, filing jointly. So that's accredited. Now, if you want to advertise your deal, you need to do a 506C. So if I were doing a 506C right now, I could say, hey guys, listen up. I got this 500-unit deal, and let me put the numbers up on the slides, and let me share with you the projections. And here's a link or a QR code or a portal, and if you want to invest, you could do it. I could talk about it on the stage, on a podcast, on my social media. And so if you see people promoting a deal on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, from the stage at an event, the first thing I think of is, well, they must be doing a 506C. But then sometimes I'll go up to them and I'll just say, hey, Greg, I see you doing this deal. What kind of syndication are you doing? A B or a C? And he'll go, huh? And I'm like, okay, they don't know what they're doing. I'm out. So if you see somebody advertising a deal and you want to know, don't you want to know if they know what they're doing? How many people want to know? Yeah! If you want to know and they're advertising a deal, they're talking about it, it's on social media, just say, hey, I'm curious. Is this a 506B or C? And if they don't know the answer, I would say you shouldn't invest with them because they're like, ignorance of the law doesn't protect you. Does that make sense? It doesn't. So that's, I've done both. I've done deals where I want to advertise because my 506C database would include all of you. Like, whether you like it or not, I have your contact information. And if I want to advertise a deal that I'm doing, I'm going to blast it out to everybody. But I need to make sure that you're accredited. So, like, the thing is, part of this room is accredited, part isn't. And how do I know? I don't. And so that's why for a 506C, and I don't know if it's required, but it's highly recommended. But my attorneys tell me, Brad, you need to have a third party, not me, not someone on the Sunrock team, but a third party needs to verify your status of being accredited. And there's online companies that, like when I did a 506C last year, you have to send in either your tax returns, your bank statements, not to me, to them, a letter from your CPA, and then they will come back to me with a check mark and say this person's accredited. And it's good, actually, that it's a third party because now it takes the It takes the response, like I have a third party doing this. Does that make sense? And that's what you want, is you want to have a third party doing it. So does everybody understand at a high level, say yes, like why the SEC is involved in all of this? Okay, good. And that was about 5% of you. So are you going to ask a question? I was going to do some Q&A probably tomorrow. And you're in the Platinum group. I'm going to do some Q&A over lunch for you guys and gals. Okay. So that's SEC. Let me see where we're at with the time. Oh, I'm over time. Okay, I'll go faster. I said yesterday, I'm not going to let the clock control what I do, right? Is that okay with y'all? Okay. So, although I do have 2 speakers today, I got 2. So before the end of the day, and both of them are going to happen after lunch, I'll just give you a little preview now. I'm going to interview Kenny McElroy. He's going to be here. That's number 1. And then Pete Vargas, the master communicator. How many people have noticed over the last few years that my level of communication has improved? Has anyone noticed that's been around me? Well, Pete is the secret sauce behind all of that. And he's going to have a session with you. And both of these are going to happen after lunch today. Okay? So when you raise money, now that you know about SEC, when you go to networking events, or if you come into the Sunrock community, you're going to want to be looking for 2 types of investors. And the 2 types are accredited and sophisticated. And I already gave you the definition of accredited, but here's sophisticated. Sophisticated means that, remember step 1 of the framework, I said they got to understand the deal. Sophisticated means they understand the investment. They understand cap rates, NOI, projections. They understand there's some risk involved. They understand they might lose money. They understand that there's no guaranteed return. They're projected returns. They also understand how they make money, right? So like if I'm doing a 506B, and let's say Greg is not accredited but sophisticated. It's probably accredited, but I don't know. But let's say he's sophisticated. And I would give him a questionnaire. And if his questionnaire indicated that, you know, this was his last $50,000, and if he asked me in his questionnaire, like, what's my guaranteed return, and all these types of things, I can't allow him in the deal because I'll be like, man, this guy is not sophisticated. So there's a questionnaire for sophisticated investors that your attorney would prepare for you. And the GP team, y'all need to review those. And so whenever I do 506Bs, I usually turn down 10 to 20% of my investors because I'm reading their forms and I'm like, this person doesn't understand the deal. They have unrealistic expectations. Or in my 22 years of experience, they're investing a disproportionate amount of their money into my deal, and if they would suffer a loss, it would be catastrophic for them. And I'm not going to take that responsibility. Does this make sense? So that's what sophisticated means, and the GP team has to review those. And so on one respect, I like doing with accredited investors better because I don't have to verify it. It's done by a third party. On the other hand, I like giving more people opportunity. And sometimes it's the sophisticated people that are not accredited that need this the most. Like their whole life, they've been working a job and investing in stocks and IRA and 401k. And by the way, those institutions, they don't make you be sophisticated. Like if you're a nurse making $60,000 a year as a single mom and you have your money in the stock market, do they say, hey, wait, do you understand that the market could go down? No, they say, oh, on average, the S&P goes up 8% a year for the last 40 years. They don't fucking care. But they care about us. This is why, like, You know, my friend Robert Helms that does the real estate guys events, he's like, we're passionate about getting money out of Wall Street into Main Street. You know, we're passionate about getting y'all Main Street money out of Wall Street because Wall Street is a corrupt but legal institution. And I'm not going there at this point, but like to me, I'd rather invest with people I know, with properties that I see. Does that make sense? Because Wall Street's not protecting you. You could put all your money in stock, and if it goes down, they don't make you be sophisticated. They don't. You all know this, right? They do not make you be sophisticated. By the way, if you invest money in a bank, what do you get from the bank every month? A statement. Now, surely that statement says, hey, Miranda, you invested $100,000 in the bank, and let me show you how we loaned out $800,000 of the money. You know, you have $100,000, but, you know, this money went here and this money went there, and here's where your money. They do that, right? Like you get you're telling me you get a bank statement, and all it says is you have $100,000 in your bank as if it's sitting there? But you know it's not sitting there, right? That's what happened to SVB. Everyone came to the bank at the same time, and they're like, we don't have the money. But in apartments, we have to send you a monthly report that says where, like the bank statements, every penny. As a passive investor or a GP, like you will get a monthly report or a quarterly report from your GP team that outlines every expense line item, the bank statements, the general ledgers. You will be overwhelmed with information that we have to provide to you. But the banks, they could just send you a monthly statement that says, oh, your beginning balance was $150,000. Your ending balance is $150,003. And it's just sitting right here. And they don't have to tell you where the money is. Isn't this true? That's why I think it's safer to have your money with people that you know and assets that you could see. Okay? So the best places to meet sophisticated and accredited investors, obviously, and I'll talk about this later, there's the Sunrock community. I showed you we have 1,284 members. And everybody in our community is either sophisticated or accredited because they have access to the education and the mentoring, and I'm going to talk about that later, okay? There's other real estate groups. You could go to trade shows and conferences. The best ways to attract money. Okay, there's hours of training I could do on raising money. But these are the cliff notes. Number one is you got to be part of a community of investors. Number two, if you want to attract investors, you need to add value to them. The best way to add value to them is explain to them the benefits. Every one of you right now, if you were paying attention yesterday, you could explain how deals cash flow, how they go up in value, and how you save money on taxes. If you were paying attention and you're talking to an investor, you could have that conversation with them. And then you build up trust and relationships. The most powerful thing you could do is you could share your personal story about investing. If you invest in a deal and you made money, you share it with people. And that's one of the things Pete Vargas is going to talk about later today is like, how do you use your language as your best marketing tool to share what it is that you've done? Because if you want to influence other people, John, and you know this, I'm calling on John because he came from Silicon Valley and the technology business, and now he's a GP in the Sunrock Group, and he's able to go out and talk to people that are in Silicon Valley and explain to them the benefits. Right, John? And you can raise money from these people. And you lead by example, and then you do the same thing on social media. You know, your posts, your LinkedIn posts, your Instagram posts. Again, be careful. Do not advertise your deals unless you're doing a 506C because now you're advertising. But you could advertise, hey, I'm at the Sunrock event. Hey, I learned about cash flow. Hey, I learned about tax savings. Hey, did you know that if you do this, you'll have this benefit? All of these things are legal. Like you could talk about the benefits of apartments on social media. And then the last way, obviously, all of you that get in the business, you should be building your brand. But I'll just say building your brand takes time and money. It does. It takes time and money. Okay, and the best way to build a brand is actually you make the decision, you get into the game, you get into some deals, you get some success, and then you'll be able to start building up awareness and brand around it. So that's the Cliff Notes on raising money. Now, I do want to share, and I'm really proud of this, by the way, that over the last 10 years, and it's a big number, the people in the Sumrock community have raised over $3 billion. So how many of you are in the Sumrock community? If you're in the Sumrock community, just raise your hand. And this is a subsection of the 1,284 people. We have about 80 of them here today. But they're a subgroup of these folks that have raised over $3 billion, okay? So here's what's going to happen. Ben and I right now are going to read these LOIs. So how many people want to hear the LOIs? So Ben, come on out. We're going to call up a few people. All right.
Excited.
Can I get some water?
Yeah, let's
Can
grab
I get some
his.
water?
Hey, how awesome was that last section? Was that awesome? Hey, I'm excited to win with everybody here. We're about to get going. If you need to use a bathroom break, I understand, but you're about to miss something powerful. All right. Who's excited for this section, though? Come on, we ready? Yeah! Hello, are you ready? Yeah! I have in front of me a list of names. Here's what we're gonna do.
Let me see.
Hold on. Okay, you want to see it? Okay,
Well,
here we go.
okay, let's do it. Are we going to do all these, all 6?
Well, this is totally up to you, bro. It's your show. We're going to load them on that computer right now. They're all
right,
available.
we got 6 LOIs, so we're going to call up each group, and each group is going to have 2 minutes
How's that sound?
to go through their LOI. Do you guys want to watch this?
Bring the action.
What's going to happen is we're going to look at, you're going to see the LOI. Now, by the way, most of the groups here have done this with no training except what we all went through yesterday. So number one, we'll get to see some LOIs. We'll get to see who they teamed up with. They probably teamed up with some Sumrock students, so they're probably going to be
Some of them look pretty good. Some of them look pretty good.
But we'll also get to hear how they speak. And one of the things, again, we're going to learn from Pete later today is what you say in 2 minutes matters. Okay? And so even though we're going to be looking at the quality of the LOI and the features in the LOI, also pay attention to how they come up and present themselves. And so let's do this. Let's do one group at a time, and we'll set the timer. Each timer will be on the confidence
2 minutes,
monitor.
and we're going to have it available.
Yeah.
By the way, are you going to represent your group? Because somebody's coming up from your group to present. So are you going to support them and give them some noise? Okay, there's 2 ways I can do this. I can make it really fun and engaging. That's number one. And then I can just make it matter of fact, probably a little bit boring, nuts and bolts kind of thing. Who wants number one? Who wants number 2? All right. We're going to make this fun. All right, we're going to play the game here together. So I'm thinking we got 6 folks. We bring one group at a time. You've got 2 minutes to present.
Yeah.
So I'll just tell you who you are so you can get ready to stand up. But we'll bring one person at a time. Where is Dolores? I think it's Watrous. Is that right? Am I saying that right? Dolores, can I see your hand? There you go. Okay, in the very back. All right, cool. So get ready. Actually, you're going to be up first, so why don't you make your way down? The price, hopefully, is right for you. All right, where is Herb Jared Cope? Where are you? I'm looking. Are you back there? Okay, he's ready to go. All right, cool. Where is Jason Olds? Right here. Jason, put your hand up real quick. Okay, there we go. And we've got Jason King. Right there in the back to the left. Okay, we're ready. The price is right. We've got Julian Taylor. Julian Taylor? You're not communicating very well? Oh, there you are, right here. Okay, and then we have Sean Thompson. Sean Thompson, where are we at? There we go, a man who knows how to stand up. Okay. You guys ready for this? All right, who's on DeLorean? DeLorean's
Hey,
team.
Ben, what I like to do is, by the way, obviously this wasn't planned. Okay, we kind of just did this yesterday, and then this morning we were like, hey, let's do this. Let's pull these people up. So what we're going to do is you're going to read your LOI. So everybody there's 6 candidates, you're going to read your LOI, but also here's the deal. Here's how it happens in the real world. One person you have to win when you're speaking to is the broker. And then the next person you have to win when you're speaking to is the seller. Now, yesterday I was like, well, we usually don't talk directly with sellers. But that's not the 100% truth. In the beginning, we're talking with the brokers. And if you don't win the broker, you'll never talk to the seller. Once you win the broker will gather the letters of intent and the offers. And then he'll pick the top few and he'll arrange an interview with the owner. Now you're on the phone with the owner or on a Zoom meeting. So you do get a chance to talk to the owner, but not until you've been selected by the broker. Does that make sense? So in this simulation, I'm going to pretend like I'm the owner, although this is for Esperanza, so I'm not the owner, but we have access to the owner, so this could be a buying opportunity. Like this could be a buying opportunity. And so you read your LOI, and if there's anything else you want us to know about your buyer group, about why we should pick you, you'll have 2 minutes to read your LOI and to try to sell us on your group. And the things we're looking for is like, can you raise the money? Can you get the debt? Can you close the deal? Do we have certainty to close? Do we have confidence in you and your team? Does that make sense? For everybody that's listening, that's going to come up on stage, that's what we're going to do.
Speaking of which, he was hoping his team could at least stand up and support him. Where is this team? Can you guys just stand up real quick so we can see you? All right, we got some right there. Everybody look around. Put your hand up nice and high so everybody can see you. Give them a round of applause for putting it together. All right, and I mean, he was hoping for moral support, but he's kind of up here on his
All right,
own.
let's go.
So I think this is the game here.
Round one. Fight.
We ready? Mortal Kombat? Easy.
Yeah,
Whenever you're ready.
if you wanted to, you could come up and, I mean, we've got a 9 GP team.
Okay.
So raising capital is going to be pretty easy. I think we only have to raise 450,000. No, wait. 3,055,000 between each of us. So that's pretty easy, split around 9 people. Our team is Gigi Lamb, DeLorean Watrous, Fawn, and Ann Vom, and those are our experienced GPs. So we've got experienced people coming into this. Then we have Maria, Hersey, Edwin, Mr. Kumar, Brian, and Cynthia. We are doing an LOI for full purchasing price of $9.5 million, and the reason why you should pick us is because we're doing $100 million hard once the PSA is signed. So, we are serious buyers. And then we would like early access to the property as well. And that is our LOI, short and sweet.
All right, let's give him a round of applause.
Give him some love. Come on, give him some love.
Okay, should we critique after each person or just do it at the end?
What do you guys want? Do you want to critique right now? Yes, they
Okay.
do.
Yeah, but the other 5, you're all going to have an advantage. But then, and then I'd say to do it at the end, but then I'm going to forget what the first person said. Oh, well, shit, let's just do it as we go. All right. So I'll just, because it's fresh on my mind, what I like is you have experienced GPs on your team. Raising equity is going to be easy. You're offering full price. And I know you said 100 million hard, but I think you meant 100,000 non-refundable.
Yes.
So that's good. So offer a non-refundable money to me gives me certainty that they're not just going to kick my tires. Does that make sense? So I like that. One thing I don't like is they got 9 GPs. So I'm like, man, how are they going to make decisions? Like, who's in charge? Like, it's a 71 unit deal and they got 9 cooks in the kitchen. And that kind of concerns me a little bit, honestly. So that's what I like and that's what I don't like. But I love it.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
Job well done. All right, well, let's bring up the next participant here on The Price Could Be Right. You're going to have to give them some love, though, because I think they need some support. Oh, did you come up together? Oh, I see. Oh, you brought your own microphone. How handy. All right, well, grab this. Please introduce yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes, and that's your countdown timer. Okay, so.
Awesome.
Okay, are you ready?
We are ready.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Where's this team real quick? Where's this team? Put your hand up real quick. If you're on his team, okay, the tall guy. Right,
opening.
one GP partner.
Greg Hillman.
Not
We
open
have
yet.
Sean
Open
Griffith.
that one.
We have Gabe Kraft on our GP team.
There.
And myself, Herb Culp, and my 15-year-old son, Jared Culp.
Okay.
He is a bodybuilder.
Okay, 15-year-old.
Has YouTube channels. That camera loves him. Look at him all over YouTube.
Okay, a little self-promotional, my friend.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, I got you. All right, do we have it pulled up here?
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess 3, 2, 1, begin.
Awesome. As was mentioned, we have a 4-team GP. I want to shout out to the several other GPs that, as Ben pulled us together, we did have some more in our group yesterday. I forgot who they were, so we put the people together that I have the names and the credibility of. So we have Sean Griffith is a very seasoned, one of the best in the Sunrock group as a GP. And Gabe, another well-seasoned GP on our team. And we do care about community as far as the apartment complex. We care about the community and the people that live there. That's high on our priority list. And we have the net worth well over requirements. And we're ready to close on the deal.
So check this out. They have they're offering $10 million, which, you know, I told the broker I only want 9.5, so my interest is peaked here, right? And they're saying 500,000 would be deposited, non-refundable, and pass through, meaning it's not just held with the title company, but pass through means it goes directly into the seller's bank account on day one. And so that's like a really strong offer, but I guess I'm wondering, are we in 2022 or are we in 2023? Because right now I'm not seeing those kind of offers. So I'm just curious, like, are you just trying to win this simulation? Because what I want you all to know is, like, this is how it was. See, there's always going to be complaint. Brad, like, okay, last year money was free. We could borrow money so cheap, and the returns were so good. But then the naysayers were like, oh, 500, oh my God, I have to overpay. And now it's like, oh, I could buy it at a discount. Yeah, you don't focus on that. Oh, it costs 7% to borrow money. So the complainers, you're always going to find shit to complain about. And honestly, you always find a reason not to move forward. I'm just telling you. So I'm asking you, because if I'm the seller, which I am in this simulation, I'll tell you what I like. I like that you have a smaller GP team. I mean, these are all Sunrock students. I know them, and relationships matter, so I have a high degree of confidence they're going to close. I mean, look at their letter. This is using a letter that we use in our program. Like, it's, and, oh my God, and look, they have, like, I didn't even see this. They have resumes of each of the, look at that. There's Sean Griffith. There's all of his multifamily experience, 3,300 doors. There's Herb.
Impressive.
Look at that. There's Gabe. I mean, you guys really did a good job. So let's give him a round of applause for that.
Well done.
Not to be critical of DeLorean, but that's his LOI there, which is okay, you know. But I would say, guys, my concern is like, oh shit, like, are they really gonna pay 500,000 more than I want? Are they really gonna pass through money right now? Like, because as a seller, I'm not seeing that right now. And honestly, guys, Herb, if you could listen up, if you guys are going after this deal in the real world, I would caution you to, like, it might take being a little aggressive, but I would caution you on being that aggressive right now, honestly. So this is a conversation that we would have with the brokers and be like, hey, do we really need to do that? Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah. Okay.
We're looking for LOIs, not LOLIs.
Okay, next one.
Oh, sorry. Okay, great. We got Jason Olds coming up next. Let's give it up for Jason as he approaches the stage. The price could be right. Where is Jason's GP team? Can we see a hand up real quick? Where's your team, my friend?
Oh, they're right over there.
Oh, they're out there. You're just quiet. Okay. All right. Okay, sir, are you ready?
Ready as I'm ever going to be.
Okay, introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jason Olds. I am currently living in Puerto Rico. I'm active duty, so I'm stationed there. And I've been working on...
All right. All right.
And I've been working on learning multifamily investing for the past year. Developed a real passion for it and love it, going full speed ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, with the LOI? You're live. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, after review of the information provided, Labari Real Estate and its assignees hereby submit this letter of intent to you, the current owner of Esperanza, located at such address, care of address C hereof, to acquire the above referenced properties on the following terms and conditions. Purchase price, $8.5 million. Down payment of $2.9 million. Financing from JP Morgan. Earnest money. That's a typo. Don't look at that. added an extra zero in there. So it's going to be $85,000. Due diligence with a period of 60 days with 30-day extension option. Closing date 45 days after due diligence period with 45-day extension option.
Speaking.
I love it. Do you guys see all the key parameters that are in there? So here's what I like. Like, I like that you told me something personal about you, by the way. Because at the end of the day, we do business with people, not just with letters. Does that make sense? So he's the first person that came up and shared something personal. So I know he lives in Puerto Rico. I know he's in the armed services. And so, you know, people like to do business with people. Like I've never been in military, but I respect people in military. And if I were in the military, I might say, hey man, this is one of my brothers. Like we got something in common, right? So it's good to do that. It is. When you're talking to the seller, it's always good to do that. You know, but the terms, if you just compare the other two, like I got one at 9.5, I got one at 10, and I got one at 8.5. So I'd also say money talks. And you know it walks. Money talks and bullshit walks, right? So I might be like, how do you pronounce your name, Jason?
Jason.
I might be, hey Jason.
Say Jason with a French accent.
I like to do, Jason, man, I might have my broker get back to you and say, hey man, I like to do business with you, but you're going to have to level up on your price and tighten up your terms because you got the lowest price and the longest due diligence and inspection period and stuff like that. So that would be the feedback I would give you.
Okay, too easy. We can renegotiate, no problem.
All right. I like this guy.
Learn today. You're going to learn today.
Give it up for Jason, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Well done.
I mean, I just want point of clarity, but you had an extra zero probably in the worst possible place. I don't know. Like, I'm just saying right now, like, you could have spelled your name wrong or something else, but don't worry about that zero. It don't mean much. We good. We just negative 10x on that zero, and we good.
What?
Exactly. Is this fun? Is this fun, y'all?
Yeah.
All right, you ready for the next one, yes?
Let go.
All right, I want to give it up for Jason King. I'm pretty sure this one is Jason, by the way. Jason King, where you at? Hey, give him some love. He's coming up. Taking his sweet old time. All right, welcome to the stage,
Bring the action.
Mr. Jason King. Here we go. By the way, that timer starts quick, so introduce yourself and you're ready to go, my friend. By the way, where's this GP team? Can I see you guys real quick? 1, 2. Okay, everybody embarrassed today. All right, my friend, who are you?
Hello, I'm Jason King. I'm local to the Dallas area, so this is right in my backyard. So I'm concerned about making sure the area stays, nice and well run place to live. Me and my partners collectively have 1,300 plus doors already under management. We've LP'd multiple deals and GP'd in 2. So we're very interested in adding this to our portfolio. We're offering $9,500,000 with a $100,000 soft money with 30-day review period, additional 30 days. As always, these terms are negotiable, so we'd look to tighten that up as fast as possible because, you know, we want to close as bad as you do. You know, we've got the experience and the money to close the deal. 3 of my GPs are successful dentists who have run their own private practices for 30 plus years. So we have the equity, we have the capital. We can get it done.
I love it. So let me show you. I like it. I like that he let me know he was local. And, you know, does that really matter? Well, everything matters, right? At the end of the day, I'm looking for the package, I'm not just looking for the highest. By the way, highest price doesn't always win. Okay? And there may be somebody that I'm attracted to, like, energetically, or that I want to do business with, and maybe they're not the highest price or have the best terms, but I might ask my broker and say, hey, I really want to do business with this group, but we need to get them up on price and terms. Does that make sense? He offered full price. He's got a professional LOI. His earnest money is soft, meaning it's fully refundable through the due diligence period, which is actually what I'm seeing right now in the marketplace, to be honest, where in the past it was not refundable during the due diligence period, but this is more along the lines of what I would expect to see. I'm not saying that we wouldn't see one group. Sometimes all it takes is one group to upset the balance and come in with an aggressive offer. And then sometimes you could just say, hey, I'm just not going to pursue that. Like, I'm going to go after other fish that I don't have to do that with. You know, he's got his terms spelled out, due diligence, 30-day close, 30-day due diligence. There's a lot of, the one thing I don't like about the LOI is, like, man, it's like 3 pages with a lot of shit I got to read in it. And and I'm just saying, like, the Sumrock template we use is clear and to the point, that it doesn't have all these contingencies and things like that. So I know a lot of attorneys like to do this type of stuff, but I'll also just say attorneys that sometimes in the beginning are not your friend. They think they're protecting you and they're drafting a lengthy LOI, but as an owner, I just want to be able to scan through it, and I don't want to have to send an LOI to my attorney and say, hey, let me, like, what the hell is he saying here? Like what is this stuff here? And, like, I got to do this, and I got to guarantee this, and I got to do that, and I'm just like, you know what? I just like the other guys better because it's simple and I can understand it. I'm just telling you how I think, right? But he also has his bio here. So I like that because it is a biography, and he has a letter from a lender saying that they've reviewed the transaction, they've reviewed the borrowing group, they've reviewed the property, and they feel comfortable funding the deal. So great job. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's give it up for my man. Great job, brother. Great job.
Oh, where is it?
Hey, guys and gals who are coming up here, is this a little bit harder than maybe you thought, the communication part? Are you sitting out there going, man, I need to get my communication tighter? Yeah?
You're gonna learn today.
Yeah, you're going to learn today. But, hey, I'm encouraged watching you walk up here. I know it's a little bit nerve-wracking. There's a lot of people in here. But it's also encouraging seeing you step up in faith and do that. So that's awesome. Can we give everybody a round of applause so far? I think that's pretty good. All right. Well, I'd like to call up Julian Taylor next. Where's Julian at? Okay, round of applause. Here we go. Come on, Julian. Y'all ready for this? All right. Well, here you go, sir. Where is your GP team?
They're standing here in the room. So we have a total of 15.
15.
We have 6 GPs.
6
So a
GPs.
total team of 15 with 6 strong GPs.
All right, introduce you and your friend, and then you can get started. The clock is right here.
All right. Hi, I'm Derek Troy. I've been a passive investor for 9 years in the Sumrock Group, and this will be my first GP deal. We are definitely getting moving. We passively have invested in over 3,000 doors currently in a total of 12 different deals. So I'll go through our LOI. We're offering full price, $9,500,000. $100,000 earnest money that would go hard after the 14-day due diligence period. We're expecting to obtain 65% loan-to-value financing, under 7%, and we should be able to close within 75 days after the effective date of the LOI. So I'll pass it off to Julian here, who will talk a little bit more about the GP team and how we're going to raise the funds.
So as I stated before, we have a group of 15 total with 6 strong GPs. We know we needed the capital investment of $4 million to raise, so we raised above that $4.15 million. We looked at the net worth of the team, and it was $10.2 million. And then we needed post-close cash in 10%. So we needed $600,000, and we knew we had $750,000. So we're local to the DFW market with some of our LPs that are local as well. And yeah, we felt like we had a strong offer, and we hope to win the bid.
These guys, Julian and Derek.
Hang on to that.
I'll tell you what I like. Like, you see the difference in this LOI? It's 1 page, and I don't have to have my attorney read it. You see that? Like, I like that. Like, Charlie Young, I could tell you that he would like it. Like, Charlie's is rich, he's a lot richer than me, but like, he doesn't want to have to read a 5-page legal document. Like, I know Charlie, So I like that. I like it simple. This is kind of the form that we would use in our program, or a derivative of it. The other thing I really like, and obviously I know some of the buyers that are in your group, so that matters to me because this is a relationship business. The other thing I like is I have a high certainty that they have their equity in their GP team. See, some of you are like, well, why would I want to share this information like this? It's none of the seller's business. Well, the more you could share with the seller, the more transparent you could be. It's like, I see who's doing the deal, how much they're investing, what the net worth is. Like, I have a lot of confidence that this group could close the deal. Does that make sense? Like, you guys have done a great job. So, like, to me, I would probably go to the Culp team and the Julian team and kind of recircle back to them and just say, hey, let's see how we could. I'd probably tell my broker, and I'm just going to tell you how this works. I tell my broker, like, let's have them compete a little bit against each other and come back and do what's called like a best and final, and say, hey, Brad's talked to you and he wants to do business with you, and is there anything he could do to sharpen your pencils a little bit? Does that make sense? Now, in the past, this was happening rampantly. Right now, it's not happening. Like, I'm selling 3 deals, and I could tell you that the deal I just closed, I had 3 buyers looking at the deal. A year ago, I would have had 30. There's one deal that I'm selling. I just signed the contract yesterday. It took me 3 months to get the contract signed. I had 1 buyer. I hope they're not in this room, by the way. If they are, I'm really screwing myself. But I had 1 buyer. But we never let them know. And the broker kept coming back and saying, hey, if we don't, like, we always made them think there was someone else that was nipping at them. But there wasn't. So the thing is, you just never know. Like, and every time I buy a deal, I always assume there's competition. Okay, so you always have to assume there's somebody else looking at it. The deal could be gone tomorrow. And it's true, because my brokers were continuing to market the deal, and they kept saying, hey, Brad wants to work with you, but you're taking too long, and we're showing the property to another buyer tomorrow, and they were. So that part was true, and we just kept pushing, and finally we got the deal signed. And I don't have to sell, I want to sell, so I didn't cave in and just give them everything they wanted. And so I still have, even though it's more of a buyer's market now, I still have power because I don't have to sell the deal. I want to sell the deal. And it's got to be a good deal for me, and I know it's got to be a good deal for them. Does that make sense? So great job. Great job.
Good job, guys. Good job. Both of you.
Oh, I think we have one more.
We got one more. There's one more. All right. Calling to the stage, Mr. Sean Thompson. Sean Thompson, where you at? Coming down. Give us some love, ladies and gentlemen. Please and thank you. The price could be right for you today. Y'all ready for this? Okay, he's got a partner coming with him. Sean, welcome to the stage.
He's going to be our spokesman here.
And Andrew's going to be a spokesperson. But before you get started, where is your GP team? Okay, we got some folks standing up right here. Give them a round of applause. Back here to the right, I see you, sir. All right, gentlemen, introduce yourselves.
And actually, I'm Sean's bodyguard, but since he told me to speak, I guess I'll go ahead.
Well, bodyguard or not, you still got 2 minutes. It don't matter. All right, we got a bodyguard too.
Welcome. My name is Andrew Black, by the way, and I am an accomplished real estate investor based out of Frisco, Texas. Now, personally, I have a vested interest in the Esperanza property. You see, a little over 5 years ago, I worked in corporate America as a software engineering manager in the company that was less than 3 miles away from this property. So, Mr. Seller, what I can assure you is that the hard work, dedication that you and your family placed into this property will be left in good hands. We understand the clientele. We understand the tenants, we understand the area, and we have an affinity for properties in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Sean can attest to this, and our GP team can as well. With over $80 million in assets under management, 500 doors that we've closed in the past few years, you can rest assured that this deal will be closed. In fact, I guarantee you that the only disappointment that you'll have at the end of this transaction is that we didn't meet sooner. So now, Sean, if you want to speak to some of the more specifics.
You're going to learn today. You're going to learn today.
Okay. Learn today.
Yeah, so we formed a new corporation for this enterprise. It's called the Black Pebble Group. Taking off the Blackstone. Yeah, so we've got... Our valuation came to $9,050,000. We were hoping that would at least get us in the best and final call for offers. We need 30 days of due diligence. Once 30 days of due diligence is completed, we can go $250,000 non-refundable deposit. I'm trying to hurry. We've included a letter from our bank, and our company partners have collectively managed hundreds of units, including value-add renovations, distressed properties, and dozens of deals, and taken them full cycle. We've included a letter from our bank and some references on deals that we've closed and the size of those deals that we hope you'll consider.
Tom. Very nice.
I like it. I think that the one thing you did the best at is I like the way you presented, and I liked your confidence, and I like how you kind of went from my heart and not just my mind. Pete's actually gonna, by the way, how many people are excited about Pete Vargas? Because if you're only speaking, most of us speak the way that most of us are either right-brained or left-brained. And so we usually speak the way we are. So like I was raised as a left brain, which is an analytical person, gravitated to engineering, and I was good at speaking to logical, reasonable people. But when I'm speaking to emotional people, I wasn't getting through to them. And that's one of the things Pete really helped me with. And then if you're an emotional right brain person that's more into art and creativity, and you speak in terms of those concepts, like logical left brain people are going to not resonate with you. And so most of us are only speaking to 50% of the room. And I think you do a good job appealing to like my head and my heart. And like out of all the groups, they're probably the group that I want to do business with the most. But I would also say that, you're low on price. And I would ask the broker to come back and try to get you up because, I got other people that want to pay more money. And whether this is just my deal or a syndication group, I got to get the highest price that the market will bear for my property. So, does that make sense? Great job. I love it.
Good job, gentlemen. Give them a round of applause, please, and thank you. Well, let's find out which price is right, which deal is right. Did they do a pretty good job? Should we do this exercise again in the future?
This is mine, right? Okay.
All right. Well, drum roll. Thank you. Precursor.
All right. I love it. So I would pick 3. What are we doing?
You just said 3.
Oh. Yeah, I would pick the 3. I would pick the first 2 and then the last group and kind of come back and negotiate with them. That's what I would do. And we'll see if these guys are really serious, because on Monday we're going to go and see the deal. and we're going to have the broker there, and we'll have my brokerage team there. And if any of you groups really want to do this deal, that opportunity could be made available to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But was this a valuable exercise? Yeah. And can you also see how important it is that how you communicate in 2 minutes matters? Does that make sense? Like, I'll never forget, like, I didn't know Charlie Young, and he didn't know me, but I knew what he looked like, and I knew who he was, and I knew his company. And I'll never forget when I put together. I wanted Charlie to come speak at one of my events, okay? And all of a sudden, I'm in an elevator in a building that I lease an apartment at in Dallas. I lease an apartment here. I don't own anything here except my buildings, but I'm actually a Florida resident, and a lot of people don't know that. But I'm here a lot, so I have an apartment. Well, Charlie was living in the same building as I was, and he lives in Lubbock, but he spends a lot of time here. So we get in the elevator, and I'm looking up at him, and he's like 6'3", and I'm like, "Are you Charlie Young?" And he's like, yes, I am. And who are you? Like, he almost said, "Who in the hell are you?" But he's like, "Who are you?" And I was like, "Hey, I'm Brad Sumrock." And I'm like, "Oh, you're that Sumrock community guy." Like, oh, and I'm like, "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" And he's like, "No, that's a good thing, because we sell a lot of deals to your students, and they really know what they're doing." And I'm like, "Oh, thank God," you know, like I know that, but it's really good to hear it from him, right? And so I was like, Charlie, like, I know we got, like, and by this time we're already at the 9th floor where he's got to get off. And he's like, "Come off the elevator with me." So that was a good sign, right? He could have been like, what's that term that used to be popular? By Felicia or whatever. So,
Bring the action.
but he asked me to come off the elevator. So obviously there was something that I did right, my energy, maybe I'm smiling, or maybe, I was humble like Ben, But he asked me to get off the elevator with him, and I asked him at that point if he could come speak at one of my events. And that started our whole relationship. Like, now, I bought a $13 million deal from him, sold it for 19.6. That elevator conversation made me $6.6 million. That elevator conversation led to us doing a $123 million deal together. Some of you know the story. I went to Grant Cardone so I could expand my mindset, and Grant said I was comfortable doing $30 million deals. And he said, "You should be doing $100 million. So I committed to do a $100 million deal, but I didn't know how to do one or who I would do it with. And I ended up doing it with Charlie. And I added value to him and his organization by bringing what I could bring into the table. And within 3 months of meeting Charlie, like, I have a deal that I'm buying. He's speaking at my events. He works closely with the Sumrock community as like a guest instructor. We did a $123 million deal together where I'm a GP, and I have 25% of the GP split on a $123 million deal. And we formed a property management company together, and I own 30% of that. And that all happened because I had learned what to say and what not to say in a 2-minute conversation. And I'm going to thank Pete in advance for that. And Pete's going to come on after lunch, and he's going to teach you I've been working with Pete now for 2 years, but in his session after lunch today, he's going to teach you a lot of the things that he taught me. So hopefully you guys are excited for that, okay? So, we have about an hour before lunch. Are we good? We good on time? So let's keep going. We're going to get through another piece of the framework, and there's a few things I want to share with you today before we go to lunch. And right now we're going to talk about closing and mainly closing the deal. Okay, so we will have a break at lunch. I know some of you need to take a break right now, but we're not going to have a formal break. But if you do need to leave the room, I'd say come right back, because what I'm going to talk about, makes a difference. So, closing the deal. So we've already talked about understanding the deal. We've talked about finding the deal. We've talked about analyzing the deal. We've talked about getting debt for the deal. We talked about raising money for the deal. We talked about sending offers to the deal. And I just did a simulation of having interactivity between buyers and sellers. Okay? So at some point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select one of these buyers. And on Monday with the Platinum Group, we're going to meet the broker for this property, and somebody might be selected or be selected in the next few days after Monday to buy this deal. And so now whoever the buyer is, they're going to have a whole laundry list of items that they need to do before they close the deal. And the thing is, some of these things that the buyers need to be doing, they need to be doing. You don't want to wait to do all these things. If you wait to get the deal awarded and then start working on this list, you're already behind. So that's why I want to cover this list. And these are just some of the things you need to do. So number one is you need a business plan. Now that sounds intimidating. But do you remember yesterday I already taught you the business model for apartments, right? It's NOI, cap rate, and value. So by the time you've made the offer, you have already gotten the numbers, you've done your analysis, you're going to run the numbers on the quick way, and then you're going to run the numbers through a 5-year property analysis. You're going to have done a market survey. You're going to have checked rental comps. You're going to have checked sales comps, like you and your GP team, okay? So you're going to have gone through all that. And that is your business plan. And all you need to do is put it together, right? You're going to say, okay, we're going to buy it at this price. We're going to get this type of debt. We're going to raise the rents by X percent. We're going to raise the occupancy by Y percent. We're going to do this renovation. You will have done a property tour. You could bring your team out, your contractors. So your business plan is already done by the time you're getting awarded the deal. Does that make sense? You're doing it as you go. So we could check that box. Due diligence. There is a formal due diligence period. And then there's what I call an informal due diligence period. The formal due diligence, did anybody notice in the offers that were submitted to me on stage, it said we're going to do, 30-day due diligence or 14-day due diligence. Did anybody notice that? So what that is, it's a period of time after you sign the contract where the buyer gets to go to the property and they do all the inspections. So in single family, it would be called your option period. In multifamily, it's called your due diligence period. It's the formal time after you sign the purchase agreement that the buyer has to go and do all the inspections. Typically in multifamily, it's somewhere between 14 to 30 days. As a seller, I want it to be faster. If someone wants to do 14 days and somebody else wants to do 30, I'm probably going to go, if I want to do business with one of the groups and their due diligence period is 30, I'm going to come back and say, you need to make it 14, Daniel. Gotcha. Okay, good. We're good. Because I want people that are committed, that are mobilized, that are ready to go. Okay? So due diligence, they're going to come in, they're going to walk all the units. They're going to check all the major systems. They're going to check the roofing, the ACs, if there's a chiller, the foundation, the plumbing, the electrical. They're going to check everything. And when you say who's going to do that, it's not just, go ahead. That's all right. It's not just the GP team. You're going to have, and after this session, I'm going to talk about how important it is to have your extended team built. So you're going to have, contractors. You'll have, people that walk units. You'll have a roofer. You don't have to be the people that do that. You're going to have people that do that. And if you're new and you say, well, where do I get people to do that? You get it from other people that have already done it. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You know, back in the days where there's a Yellow Pages, some of you don't know what a Yellow Pages is, but like, you don't have to go search for these people. For those of you that would come into the Sunrock community, you'd ask the other GPs, hey, who do you use for this? Who do you use for that? Who do you use for this? We're going to use people that have a track record that we trust. Okay, so it's easy to put together that team. Now, the informal due diligence happens from the day I find a deal. Like we find Esperanza, you know, I'm going to run the numbers. I'm going to get the broker package. I'll probably do a site visit. I might drive by the property on a weekend. You know, if the property is in Nashville, I might have a local partner, like a local GP that's in Nashville, and they might drive by the property at nighttime or on the weekends. And so we're already starting to do our informal due diligence before we even get started. Does that make sense? You're going to form your entity. One of the groups said, hey, we formed Black Pebble, you know, LLC or whatever, okay? And so the GP team will have an entity. A lot of my entities have my initials and the property name. That's really simple. Like all my properties are BJS Berkshire Square, BJS Savoy, BJS Serena Vista, BJS this, BJS that, okay? That's just how I name my properties. It's easy for me. Some people do it by the street name. Some people do it by the property name. But the name doesn't really matter. But every entity is going to have a new formation. And lenders require it, by the way. Okay, so you could have a holding company that has ownership interest or, you know, a GP interest, but every single entity that buys the building has to be a newly formed entity from the lender's eyes, okay? And forming the entity is easy, but also there needs to be company agreements. So when you form the entity, I'm not sure I have it in here, so that you'll have a company agreement, and the company agreement will say, you know, who the GPs are, who the LPs are, what their roles and responsibilities are, how and when cash distributions are made, you know, who they're made to, how the splits are. Is it an 80-20 split? How do people get paid? What voting rights do people have? Okay? So all of those things will be covered under the company agreements under the entity formation. And you need lawyers to help you do that. And again, you don't go to social media in the Yellow Pages to find lawyers. You go to people that have already done deals that, you know, you want to use, like I want to use a lawyer. When I got started, how did I find a lawyer? My mentor said, here's my lawyer. And I used his lawyer until I got to the point where I decided I wanted to find my own. Okay? So we raise capital. Again, when do you start raising capital for the deal? After you get awarded? No. You're always, how often is Grant Cardone raising capital? Always. So you always are raising capital. Every networking event you go to, every conversation you go to is a potential investor. And the only difference is, do you have a deal or don't you have a deal? But like every time I talk to somebody, people might say, hey, Brad, like next time you have a deal, I'd be interested. I'd be like, okay, well, let me get your name and email, and I'll let you know when I have one. Okay? So I'm always doing that. And then when I get that name and email or phone number, I add them into my database, and I don't just wait for me to have a deal. This is when I start educating them, and I'm like, hey, I have a newsletter, or hey, here's what I've been doing this week or this month, or hey, follow me on social media, right? So you're building that relationship so that when you have a deal, you know, they're like, who are you again? Where do we meet? How do I know you? What's the chance of them investing $100,000 in your deal if they don't remember who you were? It's not a high percentage, okay? So then you have, you have your legal docs. That's your company agreements. The PPM stands for Private Placement Memorandum, and it's a legal document. And I'm going to give you an analogy of a PPM, okay? Has anyone ever had laser surgery on their eyes? Okay, I did about 15 years ago. My vision was terrible, and I wanted a permanent solution. It wasn't permanent, by the way. My vision is terrible again. Is Dr. Hua in the room? Yeah, sorry. But thanks to Dr. Hua, like I have corrective lenses, but as you notice, I'm not wearing them. But they're sexy. Especially my new Chrome Heart prescription lenses. Oh my God, they're sexy. They're so sexy. At least I think I'm sexy, but okay, whatever. So, where was, so the LASIK surgery. So I go in there, and as I'm a candidate, they do the analysis, and they're like, oh, Mr. Sumrock, I'm like in my 30s, Brad, you're going to have 20/20 vision. You're the perfect candidate. This is going to be great. So, they sign me up. They schedule me for the surgery, and they tell me to come 2 hours before. And I'm thinking, why do I need to come 2 hours before? They said it's like 1 minute per eye. So I get there 2 hours before, but I have to sign like 78 pages, a disclaimer. You know what I'm talking about? Like I'm signing like, you're probably going to go blind. This is totally elective and you don't need to have the surgery. In fact, you probably should not. Like you're probably going to have all kind of side effects like halo vision, blurry vision, tunnel vision, night vision, and possibly no vision. Like I'm signing all this stuff. And I'm thinking, why didn't you tell me that when I came in as a prospect? Like before I committed, you didn't tell me any of this stuff. You just told me how great everything was going to be. I got so nervous. They asked me if I am not lying to you. I got so nervous. They asked me if I wanted Valium. Is this legal?
Yeah, baby.
Or any doctors in the room, Miranda, is that legal? To give a potential patient a Valium to numb and dumb me so I sign the documents? So the point is, when you're talking to your investors, you're going to tell them up front, oh yeah, we're going to double our money, we're going to have this cash flow, you're going to save money on taxes, and this is great. And then you send them this 179-page document that the lawyers make you in the Securities and Exchange Commission, that 3-letter word that's terrible. And in that legal document, it's going to say, like, this is a highly speculative investment. There's conflict of interest. This is a new entity. You shouldn't trust the people doing the deal. You're probably going to lose your money. Like, it's going to say all that stuff. Isn't it true, Randy? Like, it's going to say all that stuff. So if you don't know, if all you heard was how everything's going to be perfect, let's say you're not at this event. Let's say you're talking to a friend at work, and they know you're doing deals. And they say, hey, Miranda, the next time, Miranda's a physician. She's in my program. I know her personally. Miranda, the next deal you do, man, I'd like to get in. You're like, okay. They have money. You might even say, hey, how much would you think of putting in? Oh, $500,000. Oh, this is great. I got this physician that's going to put in $500,000. She's all confident. She doesn't tell him about the PPM. Then she gets the deal. She's confident in her equity. She goes to the physician. She gives them the document. They read it, and they need Valium.
Yeah,
but it's probably not legal for you to give it to them, unlike in the medical industry. Okay? So then they say, I'm going to send this to my financial advisor to review it. That is when you know that they are done. Because the financial advisor is probably not a fiduciary. Only 1% of financial advisors are fiduciaries, which means they charge a flat fee and they work in your best interest. 99% of what's called a financial advisor is a broker that's incentivized to sell you their products. You all know this, by the way? If you don't, you need to know this. And so who you think is your financial advisor, 99% is probably a broker that gets paid on selling you products that they get paid on. And they're going to tell you all the reasons why you shouldn't invest in that deal, Miranda. And that $500,000 investor goes cold on you. they stop talking to you. They avoid your calls. They avoid your emails. They even see you at work and they look the other way when you go by because they told you they were in, but now they're not. Has that ever happened to you, by the way? No? That's good. It's happened to me all the time when I was in corporate America. Like, not one single person that I knew in corporate America invested with me. Remember I told you yesterday in the beginning of the day that I had the 251 unit deal and I raised $2 million from 27 people? They were all part of the community investors that I was a part of. All the friends at my company were like, yeah, I'm going to invest with you in your next deal, but none of them did. One of the reasons is they didn't understand it. They got freaked out with the PPM. And the other reason is when I told them I was taking 20% of the deal, they didn't think it was fair. They were like, Brad, come on, we're friends, man. We're partners. Like, it's 50-50. And I'm thinking, 50-50? Wait, I went to that seminar when you were on the lake. After the seminar, they offered a mentorship program, and I paid for it. I bought 32 units and made $4,000 a month. I bought another 30 units and made $8,000 a month. I have the track record. I have the broker relationships. I found the deal. I analyzed the deal. I got the deal awarded. And you go to the lake every weekend. And now you think it's 50-50? That's the other thing that happened. So that was just my experience. So the PPM is going to be like, this is why it's important to work with sophisticated and accredited investors in a community, because we all know this stuff. And the truth is, I could minimize all the risks in the PPM, but the absolute truth is any one of those things could possibly happen. And part of being sophisticated is you need to know that there is risk. There's risk in the banks too, by the way, right? We all know that. But they don't make you sign a 47-page document. But in our world, because we're individuals that are taking money out of Wall Street, they make us go through all these hoops, and they put more restrictions on us. They do, okay? So you got to secure the loan. So again, when do you go for the loan? Do you get the deal awarded and then you start calling lenders? No. Like you saw the Esperanza, if the broker is doing their job, they're already going to have a lender look at the deal. And then if you're doing your job, you might already have a lender in your network that's going to look at the deal. And then you could compare your lender's quote to their lender's quote. So by the time you get awarded the deal, like if I'm the seller and these guys are making offers, I want to know who's going to do your debt. And if they say, I don't know, I haven't started the process yet, they're not getting awarded the deal. They're not. They're just not getting awarded the deal. You're going to need to get apartment insurance, okay? And again, you're not going to go to your State Farm agent that does your house or your car or your brother-in-law's. Here's the other thing. If you call your State Farm agent that does your house, they will tell you, I do commercial. I can do your apartment. Hey, Brad, I know that you do apartments. How come you never let me quote your apartment deals? And I'm thinking to myself, because I'd be your first client in apartments. And I don't want to be rude, but then I'm thinking like, okay, I'm going to ask you, well, how many apartments have you done? Let me see your history. Let me see how many apartments you insure. So I'm just going to go to people that I already know that are doing apartment insurance. Right? It's like if I want a lawyer to do my entities and my legal docs, I'm not going to go to a lawyer that specializes in immigration, right? I'm going to go to a lawyer that specializes in that. So like, just because, and it's the same with a CPA. I don't know if it has it on here. Like all CPAs are not created equal. You need a CPA that really understands apartments, real estate, syndication, and carried interest. Carried interest is how GPs get paid. You know, it's how we could do a deal and get 20% of the cash flow and 20% of the upside. And you need a CPA that understands that. And they need to understand depreciation. They need to understand cost segregation. And if you understand more than they do, then you have the wrong CPA. Okay, you have the wrong CPA. And then your property management company. Again, you're going to want a property management company. If you're buying 71 units in Richardson, Texas, and your building is a 1984 building like a 1964 building, I would caution you against hiring a property management company that specializes in A-class 300 units in Uptown Dallas. It's not the same asset. And I would caution you against hiring a company that does single-family rentals and says they could do apartments. It's not the same asset. It's not the same clientele. Okay? So these are all the things that you need to do before closing the deal. Okay? Now, I want to go through this concept. I'm going to go through the recipe for market selection before we break for lunch. And I talked about this a little bit, and some of you that have seen the pre-trainings have seen some of this, but this is important. And so over 22 years, I've come up with a formula for what makes a good market. And this is it right here on the slide. You want to be in a landlord and business-friendly environment, okay? You want to be in a, that's why I loved investing in Florida and Texas during the pandemic, because they fought hard to keep the country open. They fought hard to keep the state open, okay? You want to be in a market that has cap rates at or above the U.S. average, job growth at or above the U.S. average, population growth at or above the U.S. average, affordability gap at or above the U.S. average. And then you want to understand that all real estate is local. Like if you're talking about Houston, Texas, or Dallas, Texas, there's so many different submarkets, or what we would call neighborhoods, where they could change as you cross the railroad tracks, literally, okay? But if you follow this recipe, on average, you're going to have higher returns and lower risk. So this is a chart that shows employment growth from 2002 to 2025. And you could see Dallas, Texas is the #1 market for employment growth over the next 5 years, or just say for the next 3 years. Houston is #2, Phoenix is #3. I roll out Riverside, California, and Seattle because they're not landlord and business friendly. You got Miami, you got Tampa, you got Denver, you got Atlanta. The ones I'm skipping are not landlord and business friendly. So the markets I like here are Dallas, Houston, Phoenix, Miami, Tampa, Atlanta, Denver. And that's it, pretty much, on that one. This is population growth between 2020 to 2025. Again, you see any common denominators? Houston, #1, Dallas, #2, Phoenix, 4, Atlanta, 5, Denver, 10, Tampa, 12. It's the same ones. The jobs and the population go hand in hand. Those are some of the top markets in the country. So what I did in February is I did a 2023 apartment investor forecast, and I'm not going to be able to recap all of that right now, but I put out my top regions for 2023, and what I call the Texas Triangle still continues to be one of the top 5 markets. This is anything in between Dallas, Austin, and Houston. It leads the country in jobs and population. The Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville, Central Florida corridor is just booming. I like it better than South Florida because these areas are a little bit more landlord and business friendly. They really are. And the pricing and the cap rates are a little bit higher than they are in South Florida. So I like Central Florida. I love Atlanta. I love the Carolinas. And Tennessee should be on there, Nashville specifically. I love Nashville. I have an asset there. It's doing really well. In the West, we have Phoenix and the Tucson area. And Vegas is a good market right now. And then in the mountain region, we have Salt Lake City and Denver and the surrounding areas there, also like Colorado Springs. So if I'm calling out like a major market, then any kind of secondary or tertiary market nearby there is also going to be good, okay? So I just picked 3 of them to look at here. So check this out. Like if we look at Dallas, this is a 2023 forecast from Berkadia, which is one of the top research firms in the country, okay? One of the top research firms in the country. We could see in Dallas that, I can't see it. I got to go down in the, you guys can see it. I can't see shit from up here. Wow, where are my glasses? Okay. So this is Dallas. One of the things I love about Dallas is if we just look at the 2023 forecast on the right side, the rent growth in Dallas is at 4.5% projected for 2023. Just so we know, the national rent growth is 2%. So you want to be in markets higher than the national average, and Dallas is one of those markets. This is one of the reasons why our company is headquartered in Dallas. It's one of the reasons I spend a lot of time in Dallas. It's one of the reasons my buildings, a lot of them are in Dallas, okay? I actually live in Florida. My driver's license is in the Tampa-St. Pete area, and I have buildings there too, by the way. But I love that the rent growth is 4.5%. If you look at vacancy, it's actually up. But you know why it's up is because there's A-class product coming online. I typically buy the B and C, and nobody's building 1980 product. And so the 1980 product, actually, if you heard John Chang, there's a supply shortage of 1980 product. And so the 1980 product has a much lower vacancy than the A product, okay? Employment continues to go up in Dallas. So Dallas is one of my top markets. Another example was Tampa. Okay, Tampa, if you look at the right side, the rent growth in Tampa this year is 5.9%, more than Dallas. Okay, so it's got high rent growth. Employment is up 0.5%. Vacancy is up. Again, that's because there's a lot of new A-class coming online. Okay. Also, if you just look at some of the charts, the pricing continues to go up, okay? If you look at the sales trends in that the bottom right-hand chart, that blue graph is the price. This is why me and Grant Cardone, we both say apartments, you don't get rich overnight, but you get rich for sure if you buy it and wait. And there could always also be a market cycle like we had right now or in the last year, and you just got to get through it. Like every deal that I've owned, I was able to, if there was a downturn in the market, like in 08, I owned deals in 06 and 07. And I didn't give them back to the bank in 08 or 09 because I knew that if I got through that downturn, I sold them in 14 and 15 and made a lot of money. Okay, so that's the strategy if you're caught in the downturn. And then Atlanta, again, rent up 4%. Employment up 5%. You know, again, if you see vacancy going up, you got to read into that and say, well, is that overall or is that in the A class? And I know it's in the A class because, again, the last 2 years with the pandemic, a lot of things were delayed, and now there's a lot of new inventory coming online. So right now, the weakest, and it's not always this way, but I'm just telling you right now, the weak link in multifamily is the newer buildings. And I'm invested in some of them, and we're having to give more concessions in our we're still doing okay, but we're having to do more concessions, more move-in specials, and you know, there's just more competition because next door there's a new property that just opened up, and they got to do a lease up. So we're competing against that. But the 1970s and 1980s stuff, there ain't nothing new coming up nearby. And those families making $50,000, $60,000 a year, they're not going to move to the new stuff in uptown Dallas. They're not. They can't afford the rent. And they can't afford to buy a house. So that's just a little bit about markets, what makes a good market, okay? And there's just some more, I know some of you like charts and graphs. This is just showing, like, compared to other CRE, commercial real estate, I mean, apartments still have the lowest vacancy. It compares it to retail, office, industrial, and storage. Okay? We saw this one yesterday. The cost of home ownership is skyrocketing. It's totally skyrocketing. Household income keeps going up, which is good for us, because as wages go up, they can afford the rent increases that we want to implement. Job growth continues. Like, John Chang didn't specifically talk about this, but except for the debt right now and the Fed that's trying to destroy our economy, like, the fundamentals are still good. Like, jobs are still being created. You know, wages are still going up. Okay? So once the Fed gets out of the way and stops trying to destroy our economy, which looks like it's slowing down, like, all indication is that things are going to be good. And that's why I'm excited. Okay? The rent growth is average is 2%, but I just showed you 3 markets that are 4.5, 5.9. So I don't want to invest in the average market. I want to invest in above average markets, right? And look, the sales price, you can see there's that little dip right there. And that's where we're at. You can see before that dotted line, the average price per unit was $260,000. And we're in a short-term decline. Now, in some markets, it's gone down more. And honestly, we're going to find distressed deals where we're going to win big. But on average, this little downturn that we've had the last year is not going to last. Okay? It's not. I'm not making this stuff up. This is not like a Brad Sumrock manufactured slide. Like, I'm pulling this from the industry experts. Okay? And then I talked about distressed deals and why this is coming. So here's the deal. People got variable rate loans at 2.5 to 3%, and they're coming due, and they're at 7.5%. The refinances that they planned on doing, they're not going to be able to do. We all hear about cash out refinances. They might have to do cash in refinances. Okay? So this is all coming. It's all coming. We're seeing buyer-friendly terms, less competition, and lower pricing. So I just want to show you some quotes of people, okay, quotes from people. Number 1 is Warren Buffett. He says, be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful. And right now, a lot of the world is fearful. Next is Rothschild. Buy when there's blood in the streets, even if the blood is your own. Some of you that are in deals right now that are faced with that, like, hey, I bought this deal at 3%, now I'm at 7%. You got to get through that, but you got to keep moving on and buying deals. Like Grant Cardone said it best. Like, he's got deals that he bought that I'm sure are in the same situation, but that's not stopping him from buying deals because we see the opportunity. Charlie Young has 6 deals right now that you know, in their portfolio that he's concerned about, but he's buying $104 million right here in Uptown Dallas. Okay? And they have the equity and the liquidity to keep these deals funded. That's the difference, is you got to keep your deals funded. Okay? And then, you know, Grant says, don't invest to get rich quick, invest to get rich for sure. I love that quote. So here's the deal. A lot of you have seen this before. You've seen me say this before, and I haven't been wrong yet. Unlike Kiyosaki, that talked about the crash since 2012, unlike Harry Dent, that every time I don't know how many people listen to Harry Dent, you know, he predicted the crash of 1986, and since then he was wrong every single year, okay? I've been saying this for a long time, and I'm going to say it right now. 1 year from today, some of you will be making a decision to go all in, and you'll be very excited about it. In fact, why don't you look at your neighbor right now? Just turn to your neighbor and look at who's sitting next to you, or if it's your spouse, look at somebody that you don't know. Go ahead, do it. I'm going to make a bet here. Half of you in the room, the person you're looking at on average, one of you will take action after this weekend and one of you won't. And I'd like for you to get the name of the person sitting next to you. And maybe even their contact information. And put in your phone, I'm going to text this person in a year or email this person in a year, and let's see who's happier. I'm telling you, I'm already giving you the answer. Because look, at the end of this event, a lot of you are wondering, well, what's next, okay? And what's next is going to be the action you take. It's going to be the action you take. It's not the information you learn, it's the action you take. And the biggest regret that I've ever had from people that have taken this event is waiting. I'll just say it again. The biggest regret is the people that have said, Brad, I came to you in 2016 and I wish I had gotten started. I was afraid. You know, they were saying we were in the 8th inning of a 9-inning ball game. I thought it was the top of the market. But by gosh, what you and Jen have done, it's incredible. How many deals you have, it's incredible. The lifestyle that you've built, it's incredible. I wish I had gotten started. And you know what I tell them? I'm like, well, it's not too late.
Bring the action.
And you could still get started, okay? So before lunch, I just want to cover 3 keys. And then we're going to break for lunch. So how we doing on time? We're going to break for lunch at 12:30. Is that good? We all good? So it boils down to this. I'm asked a lot, Brad, what are the biggest things that make people successful? And of course, there's things internally like your commitment level, your focus level. So those are important, okay? But here I want to talk about things that you could decide to do or you could decide not to do. And one of them is your team. So if you want to take a picture of this, these are the people that you need. These are the people that I needed when I got started, and these are the people that I still have in my life, by the way. Okay, I have mentors that are 1 and 2 levels above me in this game. Charlie Young is a mentor to me. He's a friend, he's a mentor. He bought 1.7 billion of apartments last year. He's a mentor to me. I have insurance providers. I have other service providers in my Rolodex that can help me optimize energy, water. I have IRA companies that can help me talk to passive investors about how they could use their IRA to invest in apartment buildings. I know an entire network of multifamily brokers, not just in Dallas. I know them in Nashville. I know them in Tampa. I know them in Phoenix. I know them in Vegas. The Sumrock community is active in 27 different markets, and they know about us. Okay, they know about us. I have a network of co-GPs that I like to do deals with, and I'm open to doing deals with more people, but I have co-GPs that I like working with. And I have passive investors that I could raise money from, okay? I have people that I go to get loans. I have attorneys that can help me with my legal documents. And I have property management companies. And no, I don't always use the property management company that I own part of, because we like to manage certain properties in certain sizes in certain neighborhoods. So I have a whole network of property management companies, and you're going to want to have that. Okay, so that's number 1, is you got to start building out what I call this team. Your CPA needs to be, real estate CPA. That was huge for me, okay? And to do all these things that you need to do before closing, you're going to need to leverage your team for that, okay? The next one is deals. And you may have learned this when we had the LOI simulation on the stage. Okay? Sellers are people. Buyers are people. Yes, we form entities. But at the end of the day, we're working with people. And relationships matter. Communication matters. presentation matters. If you could appeal to their head and their heart, it matters. Okay, Pete's going to teach us that this afternoon. So just remember, any deal that you're doing, there's a human being behind the curtain that you're dealing with. Okay? The track record matters. The experience matters. Like when the GP teams were up here, I wanted to know, like the people that put their resume on there that had 3,000 units. That matters to me. And it matters that I know some of these people. Okay? As a buyer, you need to know what you're looking for. Have you ever heard of like the reticular activating system? Do y'all know what that is? It's like you could go through life not being aware of something, and let's say you're looking at a blue Tesla. I don't have a blue Tesla, but my friend Dante has one. And all of a sudden you find a blue Tesla, and now you're out there, and all of a sudden you start noticing like all the blue Teslas in the world are somehow right there, like every time you leave the house. Do you ever notice that? But before, you never noticed it. So what really happened? Were there just magically more blue Teslas that appeared? Or did you just not notice them before? You just didn't notice them. So what happens is when you are able to describe what it is that you're looking for, like where is it located? What market do you want to buy it in? How many doors? What property class? What year of construction? What does it even look like? You know, create a vision board. And how do you do that? You do that by, like the way I did it, is I went to the seminar, I joined their mentorship program, and part of their program is we would go and look at deals. Like we're going to look at a few in the Platinum Group on Monday. I'm going to show you the deal that's for sale, and I'm going to show you one that's owned by one of my students, and I'm going to show you one that's owned by me. That's what we're going to do on the Platinum Day. And so you're going to start to see what deals look like, okay? And again, you want to know the price. You want to know, like, if you're new, you know, target a $10 million deal. If you're intermediate, target a $20 to $30 million deal. Like, I don't agree with Grant Cardone. I'm in some of these WhatsApp groups, and I'm like, there's these people that have never done a deal before, and they're like, hey, I found this 1,100 unit deal, and, you know, they want 184 million, and y'all think we could pull a group together and buy this? And I'm thinking, you're going to be competing against BlackRock, Starwood, you know, Madeira, Charlie Young. Like, do you really think these random 500 people in this, I mean, I could pull it up. I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about, some of these WhatsApp groups. How many are in some of these groups? These people are barking up the wrong tree. So first of all, the question is like, is the seller of that 1,100 unit deal that's selling at $180 million really going to award you the deal of a bunch of people they never heard of before? That has no track record. It's not going to, like, I'm not saying don't think big. I am saying think big. But you also got to be smart. That's why I like the SMART acronym. S is specific. R is, what is R? SM. I can't spell. What? I'm like, oh shit, I forgot. No, I didn't. S is specific. M is measurable. A is attainable. Okay, it's not attainable for a group of rookies to go out and buy a $184 million deal. It's not attainable. Like, I'm sorry, it's not. There's steps of a ladder. And there are things you can do that make you go the steps faster. But some people just try to skip the steps. And if you skip the steps, like you could go up the ladder faster. That's what I like to think, you know, I help people do, and we help people do in our community, is collapse that time that it takes to get from the bottom to the top, okay? The projected returns matter. You're going to have to know how to do the underwriting and the analysis. And if you're raising money for a deal, the investors care about the returns. And then yesterday I talked about knowing the rules of the game and playing, you know, knowing the rules and playing the rules of the game. And so at the end of the day, people do deals with people they know, like, and trust. And then finally, we already talked about this. This is kind of a recap, is investors. And you could fund the deal yourself. You could ask people you know. You could focus on building a personal brand and a website and write a book and start a podcast and create a marketing company. And by the way, we should all be doing that at some point, but I wouldn't start with that. I wouldn't start with that. I would start by investing in your education and getting into deals and sharing your story about your success and those of the passive investors that you've actually helped. Okay, so to me, being a part of a community is the way to go with that. And before lunch, we're going to bring out Mr. Ben. We're going to do a quick breakout, and then I'm going to see you guys for lunch. Platinums, by the way, remember at lunch, we'll be in the Platinum room, and what I'm going to do with you guys, we'll do a special Q&A, and so you can ask me anything you want about anything we covered so far this weekend. Sound good? Let's give it up for Ben.
The action.
When you listen to club, you gotta turn it up. You gotta turn it up. You gotta turn it up. When we up in the
What did he say?
The most honest.
The most honest?
Multifamily instructor you've ever met.
Well, I think I am.
Well, they're agreeing with you. I think he's the best multifamily instructor. Anybody agree with me on this? Yeah. All right, so hang with me for the next few moments, then we're going to break to lunch here. This is going to be a really powerful self-assessment section. We want to round out where we started yesterday. We want to take some time to see how we're tracking. Is everybody still with me? I know it's almost lunchtime, so track with me for a few moments. By the way, y'all in the red right here, y'all look amazing. This entire row in the red, you guys look fantastic. And we can stand up real quick and acknowledge the red. Okay, let's grab our workbooks. Everybody got a workbook? Yes? We're going to go to page 78 to 80. So just go ahead and do that all the way towards the back here, and I'm going to do it with you. All right, fantastic. Everybody got it? If you do, just give me a thumbs up or just show me the workbook. You're ready to go. All right, we're going to do this in 3 sections here. And we're going to be pretty quick. Everybody say quick. Is that okay? Can I go quick? Get you out of here in time for lunch. Is that all right? Yes? All right, cool. So the first section of this, we're going to have 1 out of 10 scores. And we're going to focus on who is in your team. It's also on the board if you can't find your book. But we're going to take some time and go through this here. Number 1, who is on your team? Give yourself a score, 1 out of 10. 1 being low, uncertain, I don't have anybody on my team. 10 being, I'm a rock star, I've got people on my team. This is really easy for me. So who is in your team? Can we get a little bit of house music while we do this? Just something nice behind the scenes. So, co-GPs. Co-GPs, who is on your team? 10 would be, I have incredible co-GPs, ready to pull the trigger, ready to put a deal together. 1 would be, I don't have anybody, I am the only GP I know. And when you've got the answer, we'll just do the same thing. Just slip your hand up real quick, and that way I know to move on. All right, number 2. A network of investors. Now, these are folks that you can bring on as LPs, that you can pitch deals to, a community, a network, a group of people in your world that you can lean on when it's time to move forward. Not necessarily a GP, but could be an LP. When you've got that answer, just slip your hand up real quick. By the way, if you can count all of your network on one hand, it is probably not a 10. All right, number 3, an apartment loan broker, somebody who's helping to put the money together. I've got my broker, I can get him on speed dial right now. Right, Wayne? Get him on speed dial right now, and we can put a deal together. If you've got that person, if you're ready to go, give yourself a high score. If not, give yourself a 1, 2. Slip your hand up when you're ready with me. Okay. All right, here's the next one. A property management company. Okay, slip your hand up when you got that. If you got a management company you're ready to go with, and if your company is me, myself, and I, that doesn't count. All right, here's the next one. An insurance provider. think Dan's given himself a lot of high marks on all these. He's like, yeah, let's go. All right, energy, water, utilities. You've got a provider. You're ready to go. As soon as you got the building, you know exactly who to call to get this thing moving forward. If you're with me so far, slip a hand up. I'll keep going. All right, there we go. An accountant. And not your Uncle John. I have an Uncle John who wants to be an accountant, but he's not. I mean a real accountant, okay? Not a Romanian accountant, no offense, if you follow my drift. All right, next one is a network of brokers. You need a deal, you know who to call. And by the way, they know you as well. That's important. All right, track with me here. And then the last one is a mentor. Number 10 would be I got a great, incredible mentor, helps me move forward in my business and my growth and my wealth. Number 1 is I don't have anybody, it's just me. Maybe you bought a Rich Dad, Poor Dad book at some point. That'd be a 1. Okay, we've got them all added up. Give yourself a score out of 10. Okay, the highest score is a 10 out of 10 or 100%. I'm just curious, by a show of hands, how many of you folks are under 70%? You're 7 or less out of 10. Let me just keep your hand up real quick. Let me just see you guys. Okay, we've got some room to grow. Fantastic. Fantastic. Anybody from 7 to 10? Just throw a hand up real quick. Okay, wonderful. Anybody just too embarrassed to put their hand up regardless of what I ask you today? Thank you for the honesty. Thank you. Hey, no, for real though, thank you for the honesty. Okay? All right, so that's number 1. Let's flip over here. We're going to go to the next couple pages. I believe we're going to page 80. We'll do the second part of our assessment here. And remember, the purpose of this whole thing is we want to understand where we are because we're making a decision this weekend to move forward. Is that okay? Like, we want to grow, right, folks? We didn't come here to just stay where we're at. Okay, cool. Here's the next one. We're gonna go ahead and identify out of 5 deals and deal flow. Here's number 1. Are you an insider or an outsider? Like, have you got access to deals? Like, for real? You feel like I got the inside scoop? Or am I completely on the outside, don't know where to call, how to look, how to analyze? Number 2, an access to an experienced co-GP team in your marketplace that can put the deal together, that know how to analyze the deal. Give yourself a high score if you've got that ready to go, a low score as it relates to the deal if you don't. Okay, number 3 is interesting versus a shotgun. I think we in Texas know what a sharpshooter is, right? Yeah! Okay, hell yeah, this my man knows, okay? Sharpshooter, when it comes to growing your business, finding deals, analyzing deals, you are precision. You know exactly what you're doing, where you're going. You have a clear strategy and a clear target. A shotgun is, where do I start? And you're just blasting all your energy and your resources everywhere. Cool? All right, the next one is the ability to analyze deals quickly and come up with a market value. Give yourself a ranking on that. Okay, and then the last one is, do you know the rules? Brad's been talking with us all morning about these concepts, but do you know the rules of the game? Do you understand how this actually works? Okay, give yourself a score. How many people in the room scored a 3 or less? Just 1? Okay, well, amazing. Anybody scored a 3 or less? Okay. Thank you for your honesty. 3 to 5. Anybody scored between a 3 and a 5? Hey, my people, why are you not raising your hand? I'm just trying to help you. Anybody score a 3 or less? Come on, give it to me. Tell me the truth. We're here to be vulnerable and honest. Thank you. Anybody score between a 3 and a 5? Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to the last part of our assessment. So just scroll over 2 more pages to number 81. All right, we're going to be talking about self-assessment, the investor section here. Have you got access to people, to investors? 120 plus investors with 50 grand for $3 million, which sounds like a lot like our example earlier. If you've got that and you're ready to go, you're like, give yourself a high score here on this one. By the way, I recognize that every score so far has been out of 100, then out of 50, then out of 50. So hopefully I've been clear on that so far here. So you give yourself an 8, and that's fine if you need to. Pre-qualified. Do I have pre-qualified people ready to go? Give yourself a high score or a low score on that one. All right, the next one is accredited or sophisticated, understanding the nature of apartment investing in projections, debt cap rate, etc. Your folks understand. Number 4, SEC compliant pre-existing relationships. This one kind of got me when Brad was talking about it. How about you guys? You mean you can't just go on like social media and blast your deals everywhere? I can't just spam everybody? Okay. And number 5, do they understand the deal, the projections, the terms, the PPM, legal documents, risks? Okay, so let's go out of 50 on that one, 5-0. How many folks scored 30 or less? Just put your hand up, it's cool. All right, thank you. Thank you. So, who here, so we have 100, we have 50, and we have 50, so that's a total score of about 200. I just want to get a gauge here. How many of us were, out of a score of 200, a 100 or less? And you're like, hey, I got some room to grow. It's cool. It's good. That's what I'm here for, actually, Mr. Humble. I'm here to grow on this. Cool. Who's between the 100 and the 150 range? I know some things, but, you know, I've got some room I can grow. All right, cool. And how many of y'all are like 150 to 200? You're like, I'm really glad I know what I know. I've got a little bit of space. Okay, a lot more folks kind of here in the front section here. Let me ask you this before we break for lunch, because we're going to do that in just a couple minutes. Like when I sat in the back of the room and I started making my way to the front of the room, I simply made a commitment to move forward, regardless of how good I was or what I knew at the time. I just wanted to commit to moving one step forward and bettering myself so I can make more money, make more freedom happen. Who's in that camp? Like, you're like, I'm cool, man. I want to make one step forward. Hey, do you know that the most powerful 2 words that I've learned in the dictionary are the words I and the words am? You guys understand that? I and am? And the reason is because whatever you put after those 2 words defines who you've decided to be. Am I right? And we talked earlier about Ed Milet talking about you are the one if you choose to be. Is anybody in this room, anybody here decided to say, I am the one? Anybody? 2? Ernesto? Couple people? What about everybody else? Have you decided that, like, I am the one who's going to make this happen? Let me ask you a better question. Do you have any non-negotiables? See, sometimes it's hard to get a vision of the future for what we want, but I know what I absolutely do not want. Hey, anybody with me? Like, listen, I don't want to be broke. I don't want to live in fear about money. I don't want to live in fear about my future, my retirement. I want to retire my mom. I don't want my mom to call me because she can't afford to make the bills. Is anybody with me on this? So you know what it is sometimes? Even though you may not feel like you're the one, sometimes you got to just say, I have no other choice but to be the one. You know why? Because if you're not going to be the one, then you're going to force somebody else to be the one. Your kids? Who's got kids in here? Come on now. Here's what I want you to do, and we're going to break in just a second here. I think it's powerful when you get a chance to make a public declaration and just stand up and say, I'm the one. Can I get somebody courageous enough to stand on their feet and say, I'm the one? You got it? Can you stay standing? Come on. Come on. Who's it going to be? I know you're the one. Dan's the one. Let's go. You're the one, right? Who's going to stand and say, I'm the one? I can't hear you. Let's try it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Are you the one? All right. If you're still sitting, I don't know why. Are you the one? Turn to your neighbor and tell him, I'm the one. Turn to your other neighbor and say, I'm the one. Are you the one? Are you the one? Hey, grab a complete stranger, give him a hug, say, I'm the one. Come on, grab somebody, man. Grab somebody. Tell him, I'm the one. I'm the one. You're the one. Grab somebody, man. You the one? Are you the one? Are you guys the one? Are you sure? Hey, listen up, listen up, listen up. Shh, listen up. I want you to just make a commitment that you got to know you're the one before you leave here this weekend, and just got to behave like you're the one. Is that right? Listen, sometimes you got to come in and just take the spot. I promise you, you're good enough and you're worthy enough. Do you guys agree with me on this? Yeah. I can't hear you. Yeah. Your kids can't hear you. Yeah. Your community can't hear you. All right, give me one more time. I want to hear I'm the one, and then we're going to break. Are you ready? On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you are. Let's go.
I'm the one, yeah. I'm the one early morning in the gun. Know you wanna ride now. I'm the one, yeah. I'm the one, yeah. Hear you sick of all those other imitators. Don't let the only real one intimidate ya. See you watching, don't run out of time now. I'm the one, yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. I'm the one,
Hey, wow, awesome. I am loving this. I am just so impressed with you all, and it has been an amazing, powerful session. Wow, what a journey to be on with you all. That was a great power. I see the tears, Dora. I'm right there with you. Thank you all for playing full out, and thank you all for being on here. So we are going to break for a lunch, and now you guys know, since we've been together since yesterday, take this time to get some water, get some fresh air, stretch your legs, take care of any of your personal business that you need to take care of so that when we come back from lunch, you are dialed in and ready to go. We have even more amazing content after lunch for you, and just strategies and tips and things that are really going to move the needle for you. Thank you. I'm still kind of feeling a little emotional from that. That was extremely powerful, and I love all of you participating. And it's exciting to see, and it's an honor to see breakthroughs and paradigm shifts and just breaking generational mistakes or generational curses, and being the one to change things forever for your family and your legacy. This has been incredible. So listen, can't wait to see you guys after lunch. We'll have a countdown timer on the screen. We, be back in about an hour is when we're going to get started again. So thank you all so much. Michael, I love it. Sergio, love it. Fred, love it. Y'all are amazing. Dora, have a great lunch. Everybody have a good lunch. We'll see you back here in about an hour.
Sun is shining where there is easy. Make you want to move your dancing feet now. When the morning gather the rainbows in, want you to know I'm the rainbow too. Where there is easy.
fancy and I can take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shining slowly alive. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. Don't make it way, we're renegading. Yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah. Really put you for me, I feel it in our energy. I see it's written in the stars. We can go wherever, so let's do it now or never, baby. Nothing's ever too far. Glitter in the sky, glitter in the eyes, shining so baby. I feel like we're forever every time we get together, but whatever, let's get lost on Mars. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. Don't make it way, we're renegading. Yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah. I'm levitating. Come on, dance with me.
You stay out of the crowd, baby, it's a no-brainer. It ain't the hard to choose. Him or me, be for real, baby, it's a no-brainer. You got your mind on loose. Go hard and watch the sunrise. One night, it change your whole life. Bottom top, drop top, baby, it's a no-brainer. Put on my baby, yeah.
What you been waiting on this whole time? I blow the phrase out of your mind. And I ain't talking about physically, I'm talking about mentally. She look like she nasty. Look at she look like she nasty. Look at her dancing. Girl, she forget I took her to the mansion.
You stay out of the crowd, baby, it's a no-brainer. It ain't the hard to choose. Him or me, be for real, baby, it's a no-brainer. You got your mind on loose. Go hard and watch the sunrise. One night, it change your whole life. Pop top, drop top, baby, it's a no-brainer. Put on my baby, yeah. Bitch, I ain't got no chain. Not on the list, I ain't got no name. But we in it, not too late. And I keep it big Franklin, I'm not gonna change. All of these, messy. I do want you when you touch me. I don't gotta tell nobody that you touch me. So the blood, you don't wanna touch me. Using the squad. She tryna choose between me, doesn't play in the song. She told me that she loved her, I make music for God. I told her I would let her see the floor. Walk down, had me sitting up. Demanding my attention, had to give it up. Look like somebody designed you, dropped dead gorgeous. You made me wanna live it up. Your presence is critical. Moving my soul, yeah, you're spiritual. They hate it when you notice me. Like everybody else invisible. Breaking all the rules. So above the law. I'll be your excuse. You go wrong, no. You stick out of the crowd, and it's a no-brainer. I don't need the hard issues. It might be for real, and it's a no-brainer. You get to where you lose. Go hard and watch the sunrise. One night, it change your whole life. If I'm top, it's a no-brainer. Put on my back. Love it, uh-oh. So good it hurts, I don't want it. I gotta have it, uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I don't like it. I love it, uh-oh. So good it hurts, I don't want it. I gotta have it, uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I just go.
I'm glad to meet ya. Turn up, girl, blow the speaker. Yeah, think about it now, blow the speaker. I'll speak louder, let's get wild tonight. Billionaire bottles, we just down. I'm like, ain't no problem, all my wrongs are right. All right, I don't like it, I love it. I got another coming in my budget. I got an anaconda in my trophy. Don't push it, cause I'ma hit it till I jackpot. That's right, wax on, baby, wax off. Act right, we can put it on the black card. All night and I'll spend it. I don't like it. Love it, uh-oh. So good it hurts, I don't want it. I gotta have it, uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I just go. I don't like it, no, I love it. I don't like it, no, I love it.
help feeling we could have had it You have a heart and you paid it to the beat. Baby, I have no story to be told, but I've heard one of you. I'm gonna make your head burn. Think of me in the depths of your despair, making all that there is my joy to share. The scars of your love remind me of us. They keep me thinking that we almost had it all. The scars of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't help feeling we could have had it You have a heart and you paid it to the beat.
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be
And I know she'll be the death of me, at least we'll both be numb. And she'll always get the best of me, the worst is yet to come. But at least we'll both be beautiful and stay forever young. This I know, this I know. She told me don't worry about it. She told me don't worry no more. We both know we can't go without it. She told me you'll never be alone. I can feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it, but I love it. Oh, I can feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it, but I love it. Oh, and I know she'll be the death of me, at least don't forget it. And she'll always get the best of me, the worst is yet to come. All the things will be what necessary when one deep in love. This I know, and I know. She told me don't worry about it. She told me don't worry no more. We both know we can't go without it. She told me you'll never be alone. I can feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it, but I love it. Oh, I can feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it, but I love it, but I love it. I can feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it, but I love it, but I love it, but I love it. I can feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it, but I love it, but I love it. I can feel my face when I'm with you. I can feel my face, but I love it, but I love it, but I love it, but I love it. I can feel my face when I'm with you.
la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me señorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave, yeah. But every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you keep me coming for you. Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? In all the good times I find myself longing for change. And in the bad times I feel myself. Tell me something. Tell me something, boy. Aren't you tired trying to fill that void? Or do you need more? Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change. And in the bad times I fear myself. Out of the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never leave the ground. Crash those sandbags where they can't last. Before I'm a shallow now. Out of the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never leave the ground. Crash those sandbags where they can't last. Before I'm a shallow now.
Show me a piece of your heart, a piece of your love. I'm calling you up to get down, down, down. The way that we touch is never enough. Turning you up to get down, down. Show me a piece of your heart, a piece of your love. I'm calling you up to get down, down, down. The way that we touch is never enough. Turning you up to get down, down, down.
What? Sorry, just quickly. What if it's
da 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 down, down. Da da da.
Floors are wet, and taps are still running, dishes are broken. How did we get into this mess? Got so aggressive. I know we meant all good intentions. So pull me closer. Why don't you pull me close? Why don't you come on over? I can't just let you go. Oh, baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? In the middle. Looking at you, I can't lie. Just pouring out admission, regardless of my objection. Oh, and it's not about my pride. I need you on my skin, just come over, pull me in, just. Oh, baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? In the middle, no, no. of this town, drive out of the city, away from the crowds. I thought heaven can't help me now, nothing lasts forever. But this is gonna take me down. He's so tall and handsome as hell. He's so bad, but he does it so well. I can feel the end as it begins. My one condition is, say you remember me, standing in a nice dress, staring at the sunset, babe. Red lips and rosy cheeks. Say you'll see me again, even if it's just in your wildest dreams. Wildest dreams. Husband, know what we do. His hands are in my hair, his clothes are in my room, and his voice is a familiar sound. Nothing lasts forever, but this is getting good now. He's so tall and handsome as hell. He's so bad, but he does it so well. And when we had our very last kiss, my last request say you remember me, standing in a nice dress, staring at the sunset, babe. Red lips and rosy cheeks. Say you'll see me again, even if it's just in your wildest dreams. Wildest dreams.
Could you believe I could be different? I'll be a difference. I'll lift you high. And I understand your hesitation, my reputation. It's no surprise. Let me redefine you, and you can see the time move, just like tears in the eyes do. And when you're feeling alone, oh baby, I'll be right here between the sea and silence. So breathe easy, my dear. You can find sunshine in the rain. I will come running when you call my name. Even a broken heart can beat again. Forget about the one who caused you pain. I swear I'll love you in a different way. I will come running when you call my name. Even a broken heart can beat again. Forget about the one who caused you pain. I swear I'll love you in a different way. Hey, hey, I swear I'll love you in a different way. I swear I'll love you in a different way.
days. Only going round and round playing city games. They say you slow it down, not right now. When you make me, you won't complain. Let it be, let it be, let it be known. Hold on to go. Touching and teasing me, telling me no. But this time I need to feel right. You're all alone, right? Just lose control, right? My soul, right? Right, me feel you, right? Turn the lights down low, right? From head to toe, right? Right, my soul, right? Right, me feel you, right? You're all alone, right? Just lose control, right? control. Ride it, touch my soul. Ride it, let me feel you. Ride it, turn the lights down low. Ride it, from head to toe. Ride it, touch my soul. Ride it, take me home, I wanna ride it. I'm rolling low. Ride it, just lose control. Ride it, touch my soul. Ride it, let me feel you. Ride it, turn the lights down low. Ride it, from head to toe. Ride it, touch my soul. Ride it, let me feel you.
What do you mean? Oh, when you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no. What do you mean? Hey, yeah. When you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Says you want another time. What do you mean? What do you mean? Better make up your mind. What do you mean? You're so indecisive, what I'm saying. Trying to catch the beat, make up your heart. Don't know if you're happy or complaining. Don't want for us to win, where do I start? First you wanna go to the left, then you wanna turn right. Wanna argue all day, make love all night. First you're up, then you're down, and in between. Oh, I really wanna know, what do you mean? When you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no, what do you mean? Hey, yeah. When you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go, what do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Said you want a night time, what do you mean? Better make up your mind, what do you mean? Morning rain on the sky, the people change, but it's got me. A little time, but some tenderness. You'll never find my love. No other thing has a precious thing. Now heart that beat and a heart that's free. Something that you got to know, yeah. These problems don't really come for free. Your paycheck don't mean that much to me. Just take my hand and hold me tight. You'll never find my love. You found me this and you found me that. You got me wrong and that's a fact. Something that you got to know is will you realize that I'm wrong? That I dance to a different song. It's a shame, but I got to know. Well, I tried to tell you so, but I guess you didn't know. As the sad story goes, baby, now I got the flow. Cause I knew it from the start, baby, when you broke my heart, that I had to come again to show you that I'm with. You lied to me. All those times I said that I loved you, you lied to me. Yes, I tried, yes, I tried. You lied to me. Even though you know I'd die for you, you lied to me. Yes, I cried, yes, I cried. Return of the man, there it is. Return of the man, come on. Return of the man, my God, you know that I'll be back right now. Return of the man, once again. Return of the man, top of the world. Return of the man, you know that I'll be back. You know that I'll be back. You know that I'll be back. So I'm back up in the game, running things like half my swing, letting all the people know that I'm back to run the show. Cause what you did, you know was wrong. And all the nasty things you've done. So maybe listen carefully while I sing my comeback song. You lied to me, cause she said she'd never turn on me. You lied to me, but you did, You lied to me, all this pain you said I never feel. You lied to me, but I do. Then turn off the Mac, there it is. Turn off the Mac, come on. Turn off the Mac, my God, you know that I'll be back right now. Then turn off the Mac, 1 second. Then turn off the Mac, all the world. Turn off the Mac, you know that I'll be back. Here I go.
You shout it out, but I can't hear a word you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much. I'm criticized, but higher bullets ricochet. Shoot me down, but I get up. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Far away. Ricochet, you take your aim. Far away. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. Coming down, but it's you who have further to fall. Ghost town, haunted love. Raise your voice, sticks and stones may break my bones. Talking loud, not saying much. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Far away. Ricochet, you take your aim. Far away. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. Stone heart, machine gun, firing at the ones who run. Stone heart, those bulletproof glass. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am
Nobody loves
Positive P.
Captured effortlessly, that's the way it was. Happened so naturally, I did not know it was love. The next thing I felt was you, holding me close. What was I gonna do? I let myself go, and now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, oh, oh. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. I've been waiting for you, it's been so long. I knew just what I would do when I heard your song. You filled my heart with a kiss, you gave me freedom. You knew I could not resist, I needed someone. And now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, oh, oh. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
Am I wrong for thinking out the box from where I stay? Am I wrong for saying that I choose another way? I ain't trying to do what everybody else doing, just 'cause everybody doing what they are doing. If one thing I know, I fall but I grow. I'm walking down this road of mine, this road that I go home. So am I wrong for thinking that we could be something for real? Now am I wrong for trying to reach the things that I can't see? That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. Trying to reach the things that I can't see. Am I tripping for having a vision? My prediction, I'ma be on top of the world. Walk, don't look back. Always do what you decide. Don't control your life. That's just how I feel. Oh, fight for yours, so don't let go. Don't let them compare you, no. Don't worry, you're not alone. That's just how we feel. Am I wrong? For thinking that we could be something for real? Oh. Now am I wrong? For trying to reach the things that I can't see? That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. Trying to reach the things that I can't see. If you tell me I'm wrong, I don't wanna be right. If you tell me I'm wrong, I don't wanna be right. Am I wrong for thinking that we could be something for real? Now am I wrong for trying to reach the things that I can't see?
DJ Positive P.
My face above the water,
My feet can't touch the ground, and it feels like I can see the sands on the horizon every time you are not around. I'm slowly drifting away, wave after wave, wave after wave. I'm slowly drifting, and it feels like I'm drowning, pulling against the stream, pulling against the wave. Wave after wave, wave after wave. I'm slowly drifting. My face above the water. My feet can't touch the ground, and it feels like I can see the sands on the horizon every time you are not around. I'm slowly drifting away, wave after wave, wave after wave. I'm slowly drifting, and it feels like I'm drowning, pulling against the stream, pulling against the. Wave after wave, wave after wave. I'm slowly drifting.
Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number, so call me maybe. It's hard to look right at your baby, but here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number, so call me maybe. And all the other boys try to chase me, but here's my number, so call me maybe. I threw a wish in the well, don't ask me, I'll never tell. I looked to you as it fell, and now you're in my way. I trade my soul for a wish, pennies and dimes for a kiss. I wasn't looking for this, but now you're in my way. Your stare was holding, ripped jeans, skin was showing, hot night, wind was blowing. Where you think you're going, baby? Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number, so call me maybe. It's hard to look right at your baby, but here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number, so call me maybe. And all the other boys try to chase me, but here's my number, so call me maybe. You took your time with the call, I took no time with the fall. You gave me nothing at all, but still you're in my way. I beg and borrow and steal, at first sight and it's real. I didn't know I would feel it, but it's in my way. Your stare was holding, ripped jeans, skin was showing, hot night, wind was blowing. Where you think you're going, baby? Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number, so call me maybe. It's hard to look right at your baby, but here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number, so call me maybe. And all the other boys try to chase me, but here's my number, so call me maybe. Yeah, you never said a word, you didn't send me no letter. Don't think I could forgive you. See, our word is slowly dying, I'm not wasting no more time. Don't think I could believe you. Yeah, you never said a word, you didn't send me no letter. Don't think I could forgive you. See, our word is slowly dying, I'm not wasting no more time. Don't think I could believe you. Yeah, our hands will get more wrinkled and our hair will be gray. Don't think I could forgive you. And see, the children are starving and their houses were destroyed. Don't think they could forgive you. When seas will cover lands and when men will be no more. Don't think you can forgive you. Yeah, when there'll just be silence and when life will be over. Don't think you will forgive you.
I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Lately, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. I see this light like a swinging vine, swing my heart across the
online, and my face is flashing signs. Seek it out and ye shall find. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. I feel something so right, doing the wrong thing. And I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I could lie, could lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Oh, when you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no, what do you mean? Hey, yeah, when you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go, what do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Said you're running out of time, what do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Better make up your mind, what do you mean? You're so indecisive, what I'm saying. Trying to catch the beat, make up your heart. Don't know if you're happy or complaining. Don't want for us to win, where do I start? First you wanna go to the left, then you wanna turn right. Wanna argue all day, make love all night. First you're up, then you're down, and in between. Oh, I really wanna know, what do you mean? Oh, when you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no, what do you mean? Hey, yeah, when you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go, what do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Said you're running out of time, what do you mean? Oh, what do you mean?
To me magical, to me she'd say everything you want to dream away. Under this pressure, under this weight, we are diamonds. And I feel my heart beating. I feel my heart underneath my skin. And I feel my heart beating. You make me feel I come alive again. 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 Oh, you make me feel I come alive again.
Cherry lips, angel eyes. She knows exactly how to tantalize. She's out to get you, danger by design. Cold-blooded vixen, she don't compromise. She's something mystical in color lights. So far from typical, but take my advice. Before you play with fire, do think twice. And if you get burned, don't be surprised. Drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? 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 Step off the train, I'm walking down your street again, past your door. I guess you don't live there anymore. It's years since you've been there, and now you've disappeared somewhere, like out of space. You found some better place, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you. Yeah. Like the deserts miss the rain, I miss you, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you. Yeah. Deserts miss the rain, deserts miss the rain. Deserts miss the rain, deserts miss the rain. Deserts miss the rain. Hush, don't speak when you spit your venom, keep it shut. I hate it when you hiss and preach about your new messiah, 'cause your theories catch fire. I can't find your silver lining. I don't mean to judge, but when you read your speech, it's tiring. Enough is enough. I'm covering my ears like a kid. When your words mean nothing, I go la la la. I'm turning up the volume when you speak, 'cause if my heart can't stop it, I'll find a way to block it. I go. If our love is running out of time, I won't count the hours. Rather be a coward when our worlds collide. I'm gonna drown you out before I lose my mind. I can't find your silver lining. I don't mean to judge, but when you read your speech, it's tiring. Enough is enough. I'm covering my ears like a kid. When your words mean nothing, I go la la la. I'm turning up the volume when you speak, 'cause if my heart can't stop it, I'll find a way to rock it. I go. I found a way to rock it. I found a way to rock it. I found a way to block it. I go. I'm covering my ears like a kid. When your words mean nothing, I go la la la. I'm turning up the volume when you speak, 'cause if my heart can't stop it, I'll find a way to rock it. I go. Covering my ears like a kid. When your words mean nothing, I go la la la. I'm
You're sending a shiver up my spine right overflow. You're bringing me closer to the edge of letting go. Oh, oh, you're just a hideaway. You're just a feeling. You let my heart escape beyond the meaning. Pulling my head into the clouds, I'm floating on. When you get me going, I can't find a way to stop. Oh, oh, you're just a chance I take to keep on dreaming. You're just another day that keeps me breathing.
Let's go! Let's go!
In here. Let's get it started. What? In here.
Yeah!
And the bass keeps running, running, and 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 running, running, and
In this context, there's no disrespect, so when I bust my rhyme, you break your necks. We got 5 minutes for us to disconnect from all intellect and let the rhythm affect. Lose the inhibition, follow your intuition, free your inner soul and break away from tradition. Cause when we be out, girl is pulling me out. You wouldn't believe how we wow. We play it till it's burned out, trend it till it's turned out. Act up from northwest, east side. Everybody, everybody, let's get into it. Get stupid, get it started, get it started, get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
Lose control, our body and soul. Don't move too fast, people just take it slow. Don't get ahead, just jump into it. Y'all hear about it? The P's will do it. Get started, get stupid. Don't worry about it, people will walk you through it step by step like an infant new kid. Inch by inch with a new solution. Transmit hits with no delusion. The feeling's irresistible and that's how we move it.
Everybody, everybody, let's get into it. Get stupid, get it started, get it started, get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Running, running, and running, running. Come on, let's get it. Top thrills. Lose your mind, this is the time. You can't stand still, just bang your spine. Just bob your head like me, Apple D. Up inside your club or in your Bentley. Get messy, loud and sick. Yo, my best mama on another head trip. So come them now, do not correct it. Let's get ignorant, let's get hectic. Everybody, everybody, let's get into it. Get stupid, get it started, get it started, get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's
get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Some rock, some don't. Everybody put your hands up. Some rock, some don't. Come on. Some rock, some don't. Everybody put your hands up. And let it roll. Some rock, some don't. Come on. I'm a some rocker. I'm a some rocker. Some don't. Everybody put your hands up. Some rock, some don't. Come on. I'm a some rocker. I'm a some rocker. Come on. I'm a some rocker. I'm a some rocker. Some rock. Some don't. Some rock, some don't. Come on.
Welcome back. Let's grab our seats. Make your way over to your seats. Let's get this party going here. Some rock and some don't, my man. All right. Hey, let's try something. If you can hear my voice, clap one time. If you can hear my voice, clap 2 times. If you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. Look at somebody who can't hear my voice and clap 1 time in front of them. 1, 2, 3. All right. Shh. Welcome back. Welcome back. Please grab a seat. DJ, can I get a little bit of just positivity here? Hey, folks, I just want to connect with you now that we've had our lunch. We've got a powerful afternoon happening. Welcome in, welcome in. I live by a certain code, and I'm going to share that with you here. And you guys can just nod if you want to repeat just quietly after me, but I live under this kind of code, and it goes like this. I give, I'm grateful, and I just keep growing. That's it. I give, I'm grateful, and I just keep growing. So as we're here this weekend, there's a lot of head knowledge going on, am I right? So, sometimes it can seem a little bit overwhelming up here. And we're focused and plugging in on strategy, and man, is Brad Evers so good at delivering content at a high level. So oftentimes we come into this room, though, and we're focused on this thing called mindset, right? Everybody heard this word mindset? It's getting your mind right. But I learned a secret that really helped me accelerate the quality of my life and my happiness. And I'm going to share it with you. Just got to follow my instruction. Ready? Everybody put your hand on your heart. Shh. Do me a favor, just breathe in through your nose one time. Out through your mouth. In through your nose. Out through your mouth. One more. In through your nose. Out through your mouth. Just keep your hand right where it's at. I learned a secret from me. That for me, what precedes mindset is something that I call heart set. When I set my heart, the condition of my heart on the things that I know to be true, the fundamental non-negotiables of my life, I develop deep and utter conviction. Do me a favor, just close your eyes for a second. Just breathe in through your nose. What are you setting your heart on this weekend? Go to the place of non-negotiable, the place that supersedes the logic, the place that is hard to reconcile, the condition of your heart, and ask yourself, what am I feeling? What conviction am I feeling? Think through that. Feel through that in this moment. In my heart, I don't want to be a person who doesn't achieve the things that I know are possible in my heart. In my heart, I don't want to be a person who lives with regrets or complaining or excuses. Just quietly under your breath, what is it for you in your heart? Just say it out, just quietly under your breath. Once I set my heart intention, you can move your hand over to your head and just put your hand on your head like this. Once I know with deep conviction, I can now start to actually put together a plan logically. Because I'm already in the belief that the logic will be applied. Now all of the head knowledge makes so much more impact because I'm willing to move forward. So in your mind, what is it in your mind here? What are the stories and narratives that you tell yourself in your mind? So do this real quick. Just look in the future, and in your mind, just start saying, I am the one. I'm going to figure out the strategy, but in my mind, I'm going to compute what I need to compute to get where I need to go. The mind is nothing more than a GPS, but without a destination set by the heart. All the technology in the world won't help us get where we don't know that we're going to. Now just hold out your hand like this. Just hold out your hand. This right here, the hand, this is the action. This is the follow through. Starts in the heart, goes to the mind, and then it ends in the hand, the follow through. And let me share about the follow through. Just hold your hands up like this, nice and open. The follow through doesn't require a commitment in the way that we see it. Think of commitment in terms of another word that I love, a word that we push away, but a word that I think gets you there. And that key word is obedience. You don't have to wrestle every single day with perfection and trying to feel like you deserve it. You don't have to wrestle every single day with taking action and staying consistent. When you set the heart, then the mind, and then the hands. Just take a deep breath. You can open your eyes if you want. You can keep them closed if you want. I've learned in this business of real estate and in this business of life that most of us wrestle with these stories in our mind all the time. And we make this a mindset. But I promise you something, when you finally set the condition of your heart, oh man, this is kind of woo-woo. No, it's not woo-woo, it's intention. Listen, when I'm here, I'm present. I know what I'm here for. I'm the one. You're the one. And you know it. And you know you're the one that you need to move forward. You can just shake your head, but you believe you're the one, am I right? So make yourself a promise. I'm going to bring somebody on stage here who is absolutely incredible that you need to hear from. But I want you to start feeling this. I'm the one. Sometimes it requires the intangibles to do what the tangibles will not. Listen, sometimes you want so much information, you go to analysis paralysis, and you're trying to compute, and you're trying to compute, and you're trying to compute. But we live in the information age, my friends. There is so much information available. I'll be honest with you, information ain't the problem. It's waking up and saying, hey, I know where I'm going. I've already decided to get there. Y'all feel me? Just slip your hand up real quick if you understand what I'm saying. Acknowledge if this is right for you. We got to get the heart right. The heart set. Activate our mindset. Y'all agree with this? I'm here for that. Are you here for that? Listen, I believe in you guys. I will have so much belief and conviction around you. Because I see where you're going. I see it in the conversations. I see it looking in your eyes. I see it shaking your hand. And when you see me like, man, you're such a good MC. I'm not a good MC. I'm a determined human. I just want to love on people. I just want to move forward with people. Y'all are my brothers and sisters. This is my community here. I brought my friends. I brought my brother with me. This is my family here. This is my community. Y'all feel that? Do yourself a favor and just look at the person next to you. Just put a hand on their shoulder and say, I'm with you. Grab the other person and say, and you're with me. Man, it just got warm in here. It just got warm in here. Hey now. Guys, is this okay? Can we be a community together? Yeah! I want to bring up somebody who's so incredible, somebody with such a vibrant spirit that every time I see her, she lights me up, and it's so exciting to be around her. I want you guys to just, if in your heart you're ready to keep moving forward, in your heart, and you're ready to step in faith and know that you are the one, I want you to just make this place roar. Just give it some energy. I want to bring Jen out, but can we bring her out with the level of standing ovation this woman deserves? Can we do that? Yeah. Let's get up to our feet. Let's give it up for Miss, the one, the only, Miss Jen Sumrall.
You're amazing. Ben is amazing. Thank you, Ben. So blessed to have you here with us, and thank you guys all. You are so amazing. So glad that you are here and at home with us. Thank you, you guys. So sweet. Thank you. Oh my gosh, what an honor. I really just wanted to come out here because, oh, that's that little sound Brad was talking about earlier. Everybody at one time. 1, 2, 3, scooching. There we go. Wow. That's awesome. You guys are so awesome. So yeah, I just wanted to come out here because it's 10-year anniversary, you guys. I had to come out and just acknowledge that. Like, wow, like, I can't believe it's been 10 years already. It's been so much fun. And there's a lot of because it's not always easy to do what you want to when you're out to accomplish something and create a mission and follow it through and be determined and disciplined the way we have been. And you go through all the emotions and stuff. But I didn't want this time to go by without acknowledging it and celebrating it and telling you what an honor it's been to go on this journey with Brad for the last 10 years going through this mission. And certainly have seen so many accomplishments with such beautiful students that we end up falling in love with. Our community is just this heart-centered, beautiful, beautiful place that we love to come to and gather. And just to see their success and it just means so much. I mean, we've been in rooms with now thousands of people over the 10 years. You know, you guys have raised millions of dollars and bought, you know, hundreds of different buildings together, providing homes for so many and you know, nice quality homes. You guys are so supportive, and it's just been such an honor to watch Brad transfer his skill to you guys, and you guys just go with it, and you're all supportive, and just watching him up here teaching you guys that, and he's just so amazing. And there's a lot of you guys that see all of that in the community, but I thought I would just also share with you, you know, when we're not on stage or when he's not out at the events, you know, I wanted to share a little bit about Brad, what I had the honor to see walking side by side with him over these 10 years, some things that you guys might not know about him, because it's just such an honor and privilege to watch this man, because he pours his heart and soul into his mission and helping you guys. But he also, when the lights are down and we're not on stage and you guys aren't around, he's also so caring and giving with his time to other people. And he always wants to help. He's like I remember there was a time we were on vacation. We were celebrating, I believe it was an anniversary. And he's like, hey, babe, he's like, there's a student of ours that's, I think he's going to need my help while we're on vacation. Like, so I'm going to need to take this call, you know, and he's trying to, you know, let me know ahead of time, you know, and it's like, you know, sometimes you just want to break away from business and just be like together, but there's also that side of you that's like, no, I really want to help people. Like, so he let me know, which was super kind. And of course I want him to help this person. I won't say his name is, but I can see him from here. And he's not the only one, by the way. But I do remember this one moment. It was super special, and he took the call, and he really helped him. And even there's another person that we met when we were just in traveling, and that she wasn't even in the community yet. And she inherited a property, and she needed help. And Brad was so willing to help. And then, of course, she fell in love with Brad and the community, and here she is today with us, still growing so much. And I get to see all this growth, but like Brad is just so, his heart is always wanting to help others. And he just wants to see your dreams come true, you know? So, and I love hearing them too. I get the honor and privilege to hear about you guys when you say, I got to quit my job and I got to go take my family out on a vacation and all this stuff. And, you know, and there was a sad moment over these 10 years when Brad's mom passed away. And I got to see Brad's generous heart once again when he said to his dad, he's like, Dad, is there anything that you've ever wanted to do, like anything that you haven't done yet, you know? And Brad's dad was like, you know, I've always wanted to go to Alaska. He's like, but your mom hated the cold, so we never went. And so that year, we did a trip, and we went to Alaska, and we brought my mom as well, so that was really cool. And anyway, so Brad stayed with his dad in the room, and I stayed with my mom, and it was a really cool bonding parent thing. But it was so sweet to see that, you know, and even when we actually met volunteering, and then when we were dating, and he said to me, he wanted to know, where is a place that I've always wanted to go? What's a dream of mine where, you know, I've never been? And I'm like, well, Italy, of course, you know. So it was such a dream growing up, and he took me to Italy, and I'm like, man, this guy's a keeper, you know. And so, yes, thank you. It was so beautiful, and the dreams just keep pouring in, and I love seeing them in the community, and what makes everything so possible and beautiful is it's not just our dreams, right? It's you guys get to fulfill your dreams, and it's not even just ours and yours. It's what we can do with strangers, right? So there's people out there wishing that they could have a wheelchair for mobility, or wishing they could build a school in their community. And Brad and we've actually raised lots and lots of money and awareness for different causes like Share the Love, which we've been such an honor and blessed to actually not just raise the money and the awareness, but then go on these mission trips and actually see the people and see the impact that we get to have on people that can't provide for themselves. It's just not possible. So when we get that, I watch him physically pick up people out of their car into the wheelchairs. And some of you here today have been on these trips with us, and it's such a blessing to experience that. And I just wanted you to know about the heart that Brad has. It's so big, and I have such an honor to experience that with him day to day, on the stage, off the stage. And I feel like it pours into our community, and I just love each and every one of you, and I love this man so much. And so if you all wouldn't mind rising up with me, I would love to just cheer Brad on, just knowing who he is with his heart, and just pour your heart, just heart to heart. Let's give him so much love. At home, if you could stand up as well, and let's bring up Brad with the most amazing heartfelt applause for just all of the greatness, because the ripple effect continues more than we ever know. Okay, so everybody, on the count of 3, let's give it up for my love, for my partner, for this most beautiful man that I've been with for so long, Brad Sumrock.
Let's give it up for Jen. Let's give it up for Jen. Come on. Let's give it up for Jen. Wow. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Check 1, 2. Is that on? Can you all hear me? Yeah. Thanks so much for being part of our mission. You know, our mission is big. It's to impact over 1 million people. And some of you in the Platinum saw it on our screen. Like, our mission is big. In the beginning, it was just about my own, you know, getting out of the rat race. And, you know, I think I said it here before in the main room. I know I said it in the Platinum group. We do deals because it puts money in the bank account. I do these things because it puts deposits into my soul. It just fills me up. I mean, so many people, like, is it Andrea right there? That she just came up to me and she said, hey, she came into the Sumrock community in May, and she's in 4 deals, and she's going to GP a deal with the Garzas, some of my top students, and just, like, it's incredible. And Hua, are you in the room? Thank you for your card this morning. Where are you? Is Hua in the room? My eye doctor, who's now a syndicator and has like 7,300 units. Are you here? Where is she at? She's busy networking. She's probably doing deals. But it's just incredible. And it's like, never in my wildest dreams did I think that I'd be in this position, honestly. And it all started with just where y'all right now, like 22 years ago. I went to a seminar. I was so skeptical. You know, I mean, I was trained to be an engineer and an MBA. I'd never been to a seminar in my life. You know, Kiyosaki said to, you know, in his books, and I didn't go to any of Kiyosaki's courses, but his book said, you know, specialized education can make you a fortune, and formal education could get you a job. And, I went to a seminar and I was skeptical and I was thinking like, what am I going to learn here? I kind of dragged myself there, and 22 years ago, but that was the best decision I ever made, was to invest myself. And prior to that, I had never been to a seminar. I had never been to Tony Robbins. And now that's just part of my life, is just surrounding myself with mentors and going to conferences. And it's been the best investment I ever made, and I continue to do it. So, our mission is big. For those of you who aren't in the platinum, it's in the platinum lunch, but it's to enable over 1 million people to become financially free. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is, the best way I know how is to invest in apartments. That's the best vehicle that I ever found, is to invest in apartments, because of the cash flow, because of the tax savings, because of the appreciation. Like, our net worth is just exponentially grown beyond my wildest dreams. And the truth is, it will continue to grow in spite of the economy. How many people here believe you create your own economy? Say yes. Like, we're in charge of our own lives. It ain't Biden. It ain't Trump. It ain't DeSantis. It ain't whoever is next. Okay, we create our own economy, And after being an apartment investor since 2002, I became an apartment mentor for the organization that mentored me. And I became one of their mentors. And some of you have met me before we started our own organization. And then I met Jen in 2010. And 2012, I left that organization. And in 2013, we started this one. And I know I said it in the very beginning, but never in my wildest dreams did I think that we would be around for 10 years. And I studied under Tony Robbins at his business events, and some of you have been to these events. Do you know only 4% of every company in the world will make it for 10 years? Do you know that? Like 4%. That matters, okay? It matters for those of you that, continue to work with us after this weekend, because, we have track record, we have reputation, we have longevity, okay? It matters. And I've been doing this, there's a lot of people out there trying to get your attention and mentor you or guide you or do multifamily events. And most of these people weren't in the business in 2008. They haven't experienced a downturn. They can't speak about how things were in 02 to 07 and then 08 to 10. They can only talk about what they've heard. And I've been through it. And not only have I survived the greatest recession in our lifetime in 2008, but I thrived during that period. And we thrived together as a community during the pandemic. And we're going to thrive in these next few years. I'm just telling you, we are going to thrive. So how many of you want to thrive and not just survive? That's the question. Okay? And by the way, give it up for Jen, because she's been my partner in this. And when we first started, it's crazy. I mean, where's she at? I mean, when we started our first event, I shared with you, did I share this with you in the very beginning? We had 142 people. It was free. We didn't provide coffee. We didn't provide water. We didn't provide tables. There was no AV. I had an 8x10 screen that I would come and set up myself. I had a 4-channel mixer, like a sound mixer. I didn't even know how to operate it. One was my mic, one was for, I played my own playlist on my MacBook back then, like in between. And by the way, somebody came up to me and said, Brad, I didn't know this was going to be like a concert. And I'm like, hey, why does learning have to be boring? Like, I learned this from Tony Robbins. Like, I love to learn. Isn't it more fun when you're learning, when you're active, when you're standing up, when you're interacting with people, when there's good energy, when there's good music? So I learned all this stuff from all of my mentors. And then we created what I love to do is I love to learn from the best people in the world, the best people in the business, and then coalesce it and bring it into this community. And that's what lights me up. Yeah, we the best. I love it. So, man, it's been a crazy 10 years since we started the mentoring organization, which this event falls under. And the past 22 years has just been like incredible. And I look back and think, what if I didn't read Rich Dad, Poor Dad? What if I didn't take action to go to that seminar? What if I never made the offer on that first deal? What if I didn't buy the second deal? What if I didn't buy the third deal when I raised money and I didn't know how to syndicate, but I knew I wanted to do the deal and I had a powerful why? And all these things just led up to where we're at right now together. So, I just believe that we're guided. I believe in faith over fear. I believe in, thinking about what you want instead of what you're afraid of and taking action and moving toward it. And that's another one of the secrets. If you want to say the secrets to my success is just that. It's how I think and what I focus on. So I just wanted to share that with you a little bit. You're welcome. You're welcome. So let's pull up the slide because I want to share with you where we're at. And by the way, we still have the rest of today and tomorrow powerful, powerful days. Okay? So we've already completed all these checks. And today, by the way, we're going to have not one, but two amazing speakers. Two amazing speakers. So I'm going to be interviewing Kenny McElroy before the end of the day. He's the owner of MC Companies out of Phoenix, Arizona. He's a good friend of mine. He's been a mentor to me. And we're going to spend 30 or 40 minutes just kind of having a fireside chat up here on the stage. Pete Vargas is going to come out before the end of the day, and he's going to talk about how communication matters. He's going to talk about how through your communication, you could win more deals by winning the brokers, by winning the sellers, and raise more money by the way you talk to investors. Okay, very powerful stuff. And then tomorrow we have, tomorrow we have a guest speaker we haven't even announced. But I'll tell you who it is tomorrow morning because he's going to come on tomorrow afternoon. But he's an incredible, he's been at our events before, and he's a fan favorite for sure. But look how far we've come. Okay, remember we talked about the 4-step framework. We talked about understanding the deal. Okay, and before that, I just shared with you, and I continue to share with you, like how millionaires think and what I learned from Kiyosaki versus what I learned from my parents. My parents couldn't teach me the millionaire mindset because they weren't millionaires. You can't learn something from somebody that hasn't done. Okay, the only way somebody could teach you something effectively is if they've done it. And that's why I don't like, or Kiyosaki doesn't like, a college professor because it's all theory. It's something they learned from a textbook. It's not something they've done and implemented. So we talked about understanding the deal. We talked about cash flow, 10xing your money. You got to be a GP, by the way, to 10x your money. On an LP, you could 2x your money. We talked about the value in the business model. We talked about finding deals. Brokers should be on that slide, and then owners in your network. We talked about the need to analyze deals quickly, and I showed you a way to analyze deals quickly. We went over that and accurately. And then all the information you need, the P&L, the rent roll, the property analyzer, the offering package. We talked about debt and equity requirements, lender requirements, non-recourse financing, recourse financing, equity, raising money, SEC. SEC is my least favorite, or is my most least favorite 3-letter government agency. Okay? We showed, how'd you guys like the LOI presentation on the stage? We never did that before. We never did that. Those of you that have been here, and it wasn't even in our plan. Like, every battle you go, not that this is a battle, but every event, every situation, you have a plan, and then you pivot and you improvise. And so we didn't know we were going to do it. I didn't know we were going to do that. But we found out, and I was talking to Ben, and how's Ben doing so far? I love this guy. So we talked about the keys to success, the teams, the deals, the investors. Ben led you through an assessment, okay? And hopefully you completed that assessment. And then I shared with you my proven recipe for market selection. So that's the framework, okay? That's what we came here to learn, okay? And one of the biggest questions I get is, Brad, could you work with someone like me to continue after this event, to hold my hand through this framework? Because here's the deal, you have the framework now. And the decision you'll need to make at the end of this event is pretty simple. Okay, you could do this on your own, or you could do it with me and my team. So the answer is yes. Like, we have a program to work with you after this event. Okay? And here's the deal. I would absolutely love to mentor you for the next 12 months. Absolutely love to mentor you for the next 12 months. Okay? And I want to share with you how mentors have impacted my life and who some of my mentors are. Okay? Because if you could understand who are some of the people that I'm learning from, what I do when I mentor you, when I mentor my students, is I learn from the best and I incorporate their teachings and trainings into the world of apartment investing. You know, the mindset, the mechanics, okay, the steps to mastery. They're all baked in to everything that I do. It's become like part of my DNA. And then when I teach you the steps of apartment investing, you're getting the best of the best from everybody that I'm learning from. Okay? So Tony Robbins says it best, success leaves clues. If you want to be successful, we study success. Okay, so many people were like, well, I want to know about the failures. I don't want to go out and find somebody who failed. I don't want to go to the guy, the guru that said, oh, Brad Sumrock's overpaying for that deal. The best deal you did is the one you didn't do. I have 0 deals. Why am I going to go and learn from them? I want to go to Charlie Young, Grant Cardone, and say, hey, how are you doing these deals? I want to find the people that are overcoming the odds, defying the odds, and are being successful. Does this make sense? Like, Tony's a great example. Like, he had some kind of syndrome, like where he was growing too fast and too big and was supposed to die. And he found a few people that had the same thing, and he went to them and he found out, what did they do? Who was their provider? What protocol were they on? How did they overcome it? And now the guy's 63 years old and he's still alive and thriving. Okay, so that's the key. Like, everything that you want to do in apartment investing, there is already a yellow brick road laid down in front of you by me, my mentors, by other people in this community. You do not have to reinvent the wheel. You will spend time and money one way or the other. You're either going to spend a shit ton of time trying to figure it out, or you could invest some money to figure it out faster. And that's another secret of the rich. The rich people invest money to save time. They do. They invest money because they save time. They're leveraging other people's skills, knowledge, Rolodex. The middle class, they do it themselves. It's the same thing about ESBI. Collaboration is the new currency. Okay, and I learned this from Tony Robbins, Grant Cardone. These are just some of the paid mentors that I've had. When I wanted to get into the speaking business, Pete Vargas wasn't around at that time. So I went to Joel Bauer in California, and Joel taught me the art of speaking from the stage. I was an apartment mentor. I was an apartment investor. I knew about apartment stuff, buying deals, raising money for deals, managing deals. I didn't know the first thing about an event. I didn't know how to get people in the room. I didn't know how to market. I didn't know how to advertise. I didn't know how to talk to hotels. I didn't know how not to be taken advantage of by hotels. And oh boy, they could take advantage of you if you don't know what you're doing. Like, I have friends that have done events and they had these huge commitments with room blocks and food and beverage, and nobody shows up and they're paying hotels hundreds of thousands of dollars. It could bankrupt you if you don't know what you're doing. I see Arlene nodding on their head. You know what I'm talking about, because you guys have done some events for your investors. But you got to know what you're doing. Okay? And so Joel taught me the art of speaking from the stage. He taught me the art about running events. $60,000 we spent. And I say we spent, but now I say we invested, because that $60,000 investment made us 7 figures. Grant Cardone, you all know the story. I invested $100,000 for 4 sessions with him. And the first session, I could say, was the best one. And if all I got from Grant was that my targets were too low and I need to be doing bigger deals, it was worth it 100%. And so what? The fact that I mentored him, like, yeah, I could have a chip on my shoulder. I love telling the story, by the way. I love telling the story. And I also love saying, if I could mentor Grant, I could mentor you. Okay? And it's true. But if I just focus on like that, it's like that one tip that I got from Grant, and that first $123 million deal that I did was a direct result that I sat across from him one-on-one, and he challenged my comfort zone. He challenged my belief system like nobody else ever did. And I'm going to challenge you. Your targets are too low. You could do bigger things. Miranda, you could do bigger things. Everybody in this room could do bigger things. And I want to be part of your success. Like that's what lights me up. Tony Robbins, I mean, my gosh. How many people in this room have I met from Tony Robbins, by the way? Take a look around. I mean, we invest a lot in Tony Robbins. His teachings changed my life. And the stuff that I've learned, I have an ROI financially. I'm a better business person. I'm a better community. I have a better network. I have proximity to Tony's team. I know Master Co. I know his team. I have access to them. I work with them as well. So sometimes you're paying for proximity, you're paying for network, you're paying for content, you're paying for, like, at the end of April, me and Jen are going to Tony Robbins' house with 40 or 50 other people in his top-level mastermind. We'll be at his house in Palm Beach for 3 days. We don't get to stay at his house. We get to stay at the O Resort in Palm Beach next to his house. But we go to his house from 10 a.m. until midnight, 3 days in a row, and it's very intimate. And just the conversations and the connections and the insights that we get from, like, Tony Robbins mentors Paul Tudor Jones, a billionaire hedge fund manager. He mentors Ray Dalio. Like, that's the circle that he runs around with. And then that gets to trickle down to little old me. I mean, it's incredible. Tom Wheelwright, he does my tax returns, by the way. By the way, who's excited for Tom tomorrow? He's going to be here in person. He's going to teach you tomorrow how you could probably, and I don't know for sure because I don't know your situation. Look, if you don't make $20,000 a year, he can't save you $20,000 in taxes. Okay? But for most of you, most people in this room aren't in that situation, okay? Because I don't attract those kind of people. So for most of you, you'll be able to save like 20 to 40 grand just from the session with Tom tomorrow. But I invested, I took a leap of faith. He just looked at me in the eye and said, Brad, I have clients that are richer than you, that have more doors than you, that make more money than you, and pay less tax than you. That was enough for me. And it worked out. And then Mr. Pete Vargas, I don't know if Pete's embarrassed that his fee was the most, or that he's excited about it. Yeah. It's 8 figures. Oh, Pete's in the house. Listen to Pete. Pete, it is 8 figures. But you know what? I paid. Can you
update your slide? Because that ROI is 8 figures.
Yeah, I think this was from last year. But my investment in Pete is now like 2.7 million. It is over 2.5 years, but it's 8. Let me ask you this. If you knew that you could invest $2 million and earn $13 million, would you do it? Well, that's basically what happened when I started working with Pete. Pete works with Grant Cardone. He's the magic behind all of Grant's events. Dean Graziosi, who's the CEO of Tony Robbins' organization, Robbins Research International. Eric Worre, the biggest and most famous network marketer in the world. Pete works with all these people behind the scenes. And then he works with little old me. 13 million, man, I'll take it. I know for Grant, that's a drop in the bucket. Okay? And the secret is every one of these investments I made in mentorship has at least 10x'd it. At least 10x'd it. And so what I get from mentorship and what my students get from their mentorship when they invest in me and my team, okay, they get OPT, other people's time, the knowledge, the contacts, the experience, OPE, track record experience, OPM, the life's work, okay? At the end of the day, it really comes down to time and money. It comes down to time and money, okay? I actually found that you become like your mentors. It's kind of scary. You actually become like, you know how they say you become like the 5 people that you spend most time with? So this is an interesting dynamic. Like, I remember I joined the Tony Robbins group in 2019, and we got to see his business Boeing jet. That's his BBJ in the background. And we'll probably get to see it when we go to his house in Palm Beach in April. And we got to see his jet, and not only we got to see it, but we got to sit in it. That's a picture of Jen sitting in Tony's living room on the jet. And then Jen started saying, Brad, we need to get a jet. And I'm thinking, are you out of your gazoo? Are you out of your mind? Like, are you out of your freaking mind? Like, we can't afford a jet. Like, that was my mindset. Like, we cannot afford a jet. Who do you think we are? My dad made $42,000 a year. Like, we're doing fine. Like, in 2019, our net worth was, I mean, it was over 70 million, depending on the value of our properties. But in 2019, it was, 18, 19 million dollars, and we're doing a couple million a year in income. And I'm like, hey, we're doing fine. What do we need a jet for? Like, I was getting angry. Okay. And then we meet Charlie Young, and Charlie became business partners. We did that city center deal, 123 million. And Charlie was like, Brad, when you coming out to Lubbock? I'm going to fly you out there, and we're going to talk property management. And next thing you know, I'm flying on Charlie's Challenger. I don't even know what it was, E350 or something like that, a super mid-sized jet. And I'm like, holy shit, like, I'm 55 now. I'm 53 at this time. And I'm like, I had never flown private in my life. And all of a sudden, I'm flying on a jet. And then, of course, I go to Grant, and he's showing me the model of his jet in his office. And I'm like, I'm getting hit all over the place with jets. Like, what is the universe trying to tell me, Arlene? Because you're getting one. Oh, yeah, you are. I know you are. How many people would love to have a jet at some point in their life? Say yes. I'm telling you, it's within reach. It is. It's within reach. So we're flying that was Charlie's jet. We're flying this jet. And Charlie goes, I said, Charlie, what does something like this cost? And he starts giving me the numbers. And then in Tony Robbins Finance, he talks about like what the cost of your dreams would be. And he started talking about jets. And Tony's like, well, you don't have to buy one. You could just buy a jet card. Like a jet card I didn't even know what a jet card was. I'm like, is that a credit card? Like, what's a jet card? And it's like, well, you buy hours. Like, you could buy 25 hours for, say, 150K. And then you get on the app and you could book, just like Uber, you could literally book a private jet on an app. And so we did that. I bought 25 hours and I loved it. And I went through it, 100% business, by the way, 100% tax deductible, because everything I'm doing is business, right? I'm flying to events and masterminds and speaking. And so we do a jet card, and then we do another jet card. And that's me and Charlie. But what the difference was on this jet, this was a jet that I chartered, and I put Charlie on the jet. So he flew me and Jen on his jet, and then we charter one, and the cost of this charter was $26,000. Okay, I prepaid. I bought a $150,000 jet card. I did we flew to Scottsdale, and so it's by the hour, and that flight from Dallas Love Field to Scottsdale was $26,000, and it was kind of numb to me because I already paid the $150, and then they just deducted from the $150, right? So I got hit once with the $150, and then, whatever. So when I flew with Charlie, when I flew on his plane, I offered, and he didn't accept, but I said, hey, let me chip in here. And he's like, no, you're my buddy. And by the way, that deal I sold you, that was a buddy deal. You'd never get that deal like from anybody else. So now we have our jet that we chartered. I'm flying into Scottsdale. And he asked me how much the flight was, and I knew down to the penny. Because I still think like that. And I go, Charlie, it's 26 grand. So we get on the plane, and he hands me a check for $13,000. He's splitting it with me. And I gave it back, and I said, nope, this is a buddy deal. Now, that's a great feeling, right? He's richer than me. He's got more money. I don't want to say richer in spirit, but he's got richer in the bank account. Maybe, I'm not talking about rich in spirit, but he's got a lot more money than me, but he offered to pay, and it was a great feeling to be able to say, no, man, this is a buddy deal. I got you. And so I flew him, and then we started looking at getting our own jet. And I never thought it would be possible, but me and Jen in May of 2022, we bought a 9-seater. We don't have any partners. It wasn't a syndication. We're not the GPs. We bought this beautiful 9-seater plane, 2 pilots, and a lavatory for $7 million. And that's our plane. And some of you have been on it. Who's been on that plane? I know Ruth and Nancy and Maricela, and who's in the back there? Who is that? Janet? Yeah, some of our team. We've taken the Sumrock team on trips. Bonnie and Carrie, most of our direct team. We fly every now and then, and we'll fly our team with us. And I'm just saying, man, life is too short to keep, like, one of my friends told me one time, he said, man, it's lonely at the top. And I go, only if you choose to be lonely. Like, my mission in life is to lift people up around me. And that's why I do. Imagine, we've created over 600 millionaires in our mentorship program. We actually have friends that don't have to go to work. And we've created, it sounds kind of selfish now, but we've actually created people that we could travel with and hang out with. And it's not lonely at the top because they quit their fucking jobs. They don't have a boss. They got freedom. Picture a day when you could travel when you want to travel. Relax when you want to relax. Spend the time with the people that you want to spend time with, right? And that's what a lot of our students have done, and now they're like some of our best friends. So when I pick a mentor, this is my selection process. I simply ask a few questions. Number one, have they done what I want to do? Okay, so if you want to do apartments, you could use the same recipe. Has Brad and his team done what I want to do? If you want to do apartments, we're the people. I'm the guy. Okay? Do they have what I want to have? I mean, we have a great life. We have a net worth. I shared it with you. I shared with you the income, the net worth, the jet. It's not a picture of somebody else's jet. Can they prove it? Oh, I've showed you the K1s. I'd show you my personal financial statements that I send out to the banks. This is the most important. Do they have a track record of helping others? A lot of people have been able to get results for their own life, but because they don't have a heart of a teacher, they don't want to share. And that's the other misbelief that's out there is people are like, well, if they really, why would they give you their secrets? Why don't they just keep it to themselves? And when I hear that, it's kind of like, I just think that's like this whole scarcity mentality. Like there's a song that's like we could all win in apartments. That's what we do in the Sumrock community is we win. And it's not a zero-sum game. It's not like I win and you lose. Like, Nancy, are you winning? Yeah. Ruth, are you winning? Dan, are you winning? Mike, are you winning? Bonnie, are you winning? Maricela, where are you? Are you winning? How could all these people be winning at the same time? Okay, we could all win. There's enough out there for everybody. And at the end of the day, it's about results. At the end of the day, it's just really about results. So our mentoring has been transferred to thousands of people. If you just look at the results, our students have bought over 60,000 doors. It's over $6 billion of apartment buildings, thousands of investors. and documented over 600 millionaires have either been created or they increased their net worth by over $1 million. It's documented, 100%, okay? And here's just a few of them. Let's see if there's volume on this. This is a little video that somebody put together for me. Now, before I hit the play button, I'm afraid of heights. And I like to do things that get me out of my comfort zone. So every time we would buy an apartment deal and the roofer would come up and check the roofs, they would put the ladder up, and I would force myself to climb up the ladder, and then I would get a picture with my thumbs up. And I would always get the picture taken right at the cusp when you're going to get off the ladder and kind of get on the roof. Like, isn't that the scariest part? You all know does anyone know what I'm talking about? Like, oh, my hair's standing up on my arms right now. It's weird. And I would get that picture right before I would get off the ladder. And so now what we do is there's so many of my students, they do the ladder pose. It's actually called the ladder pose. And there's hundreds of people that are doing apartment deals all over the country that post their own ladder pose on social media. So this is just a few of them.
Rising up, back on the street. Did my time, took my chance.
I mean, there's literally hundreds and hundreds of ladder poses out there on social media. So who's next? Who wants to be next? Come on, guys. Who wants to be next? Let's go. All right. Well, let me talk to you about the program. So the benefits of the program, number one, is not only are you going to learn from me. In the beginning, when we did our first event, it was just me. But now I got a whole team. Okay, I got 11 multimillionaire coaches. 6 of them are here today. And by the end of the day, I'm going to bring them up on stage so you can see who they are. But they're multimillionaires, and here's the irony. They're all students. And they started in this room just like you. They were sitting in this room, some of them many years ago, some of them a few years ago, and they all took massive action. They have massive results. They're all multimillionaires, and they have the heart of a teacher. And they buy into our mission of creating 1 million people that are financially free investing in apartments, okay? So that's number one, is you're going to learn from them, you're going to learn from me. You're going to get enhanced opportunities for deals, okay? Because the Sumrock community does a lot of deals, and there's so many GP opportunities going on, like the simulation we did. This is actually happening in our community, okay? It happens all the time in our community. You're going to have accountability because you're going to be around people that are doing things, and you're going to get more confidence. And the people that are doing the deals, they ain't any more special than you. They're not smarter. They're not more capable. They're just maybe ahead of you on the decision curve. They made the decision last year or 2 years ago, and you didn't make that decision yet. Now you have the opportunity to do it, and you're going to see people doing deals. Your speed of success is going to increase. You're going to have proximity to people that are doing what it is that you want to do. And one of the things that I love doing, and I figured this out over 22 years, is what pivots did we need to be making in the pandemic? What pivots did we need to be making when the Fed started raising rates and debt started getting more expensive? What pivots did we need to make when we were doing variable rate loans at 2%? And we had, we were one of 30 buyer groups chasing a deal and making an offer. And how did we win deals? Okay, so you got to be able to pivot. And it's hard to pivot if you're working by yourself because you don't have enough data, you don't have enough insights, you don't have enough connections to know what's going on. Okay? And we do a lot of deals. Okay? We do lots of deals so we know what's going on. So you'll get to leverage my 20 plus years of experience. Everything I learned from my mentors and masterminds I bring into the program, my personal knowledge and experience, And the Sumrock name, it matters. It matters a lot. Some of the features, as soon as you come into the program, there's going to be 18 trainings. We call them the foundational trainings. And these are trainings that I've personally done, and they're timeless. Okay, certain things don't change over time, like debt changes over time, cap rates change over time, market conditions change over time, but certain things don't change. Okay, and so the foundations trainings are timeless. And then 6 times a year, usually 3 virtually and 3 in person here in Dallas, Texas, we'll meet on Saturdays. We do them every other month. The next one's April 15th. Then there's June 10th. Then there's August. Then there's October. Then there's December. Then February. Some are virtual so that we could, when the pandemic hit, we did them all virtual. But we stayed together as a community. Now what we do is we kind of alternate. Like we'll do one virtual so we could all do it from home. And then we'll do one in person so we could all gather and connect, okay? And so we do those 6 times a year. That property analyzer I showed you yesterday that I created, that's robust to analyze any deal on the planet, but simple enough that just about anybody could use it with a couple hours of training, that's in the program. Every training I've ever done for the last 10 years is stored in the library. Every single training, like, I don't know if anyone ever got in, John, and watched every single training that I've ever done. Like there's hundreds and hundreds of hours. Like maybe John did it because he, no, he's like, no, even I didn't do it, Brad. So there's so many trainings in there, okay? You have access to the entire Sumrock team and the network and the coaches. You'll have access to deals, access to the Sumrock investor community, over 1,200 paid mentors. And here's the thing. Unlimited mentoring sessions with my coaches. Unlimited. Like having a call a month or a week or a quarter, that might work just to keep you accountable, but it doesn't work if you're in the middle of a deal. And the reason that so many other programs fail, and the reason that our program wins, is because we have unlimited one-on-one coaching. Unlimited one-on-one coaching. Now, we also do group stuff. We have coaches' corners twice a month where our coaches will get online and cover certain topics and do Q&A, and there's times where I'll come online and cover a topic and do Q&A. But in addition to anything we do as a group, we offer one-on-one unlimited sessions. Is that clear? Just to be clear. And by the end of the day, I'll introduce 6 of my coaches are here today. Okay? So you'll get to meet them. And of course, if you want to raise equity from our 1,284 person community, you need to be in this program. Okay, you need to be in the program. That equity is reserved for people that make the investment in the program. If you want to be a GP or a co-GP, you need to be in the program. That's one of the biggest questions I get. Brad, how do I co-GP deals with you or your students? Is you need to become a student. Does this make sense? So that's the opportunity, okay? Now, if I had to go through all these features and benefits and assign a value to it, there's the core trainings. There's the 6 days a year of property tours and investor relationship building. It says December 11th. That's the next one's April 15th. We did one in February. The property analyzer and the program tools. I do at least 6 live online trainings a year that I'll do personally. The whole library of trainings and every event we've ever done, we record. Just leveraging the Sumrock name and community matters a lot. It's going to help you win more deals. Okay, getting enhanced deal flow and enhanced opportunities because you're in the community. Being able to raise money. I mean, it's so hard for me to put a value on this. I mean, what is it worth if you could raise tens of millions of dollars from people in the community? Yeah, it's priceless. Nancy, how much did you guys raise for your $77 million deal? $38 million. Let's give it up for Nancy, by the way. I mean, stand up for a second. Look at this. She looks like she's 16. Here, come over here. Come over here for a second. Like, here, just come up here just real quick. I just want you to see Nancy Kitty. We don't need a microphone, but just check, like, she used to be in the fashion business. She knew virtually nothing about apartment buildings, and her team, they're doing a $78 million deal and raised $38 million. Let's give it up for Nancy. Come here. Yeah. Unlimited mentoring sessions, like literally unlimited, okay, with me and my team. And the ability to be a co-GP. I mean, I did my best to put, the gurus say you need to do this. You need to show the values and the numbers. And I'm like, well, how the hell do I do that? But here's what I do know. Here's what I know. Over 600 of my students have made over $1 million. So I know that freaking $1 million rocks. That's what I know. I know it. It's without doubt. It's without dispute. So that's what I know. And some have done many, many millions, many millions, like the Garzas and the Staples and Emily Courtwright and Maricela and Nancy Kitty and Dan Breezy. So here's the investment. It's $35,000 for a person to come into the program. And we make it really simple to add on anybody that you want. You want to add on a spouse? You want to add on a business partner? There's an add-on fee, okay? $7,500. We do ask that your add-on is a spouse or a life partner that shares the same address. We're not going to verify that, but we will make you kiss. And we will post, if you all are two strangers now, and you want to take advantage of me and my team so you can save a little bit of money, we're going to make you kiss at the enrollment table and post it on social media. Okay? And if you're a business partner, that's right. And if you're a business partner, we just have to have documentation. This ain't like, hey man, we sat next to each other. Let's be business partners and go and tell. It's like, we're going to be like, okay, where's your website? Where's your entity formation? So we're business partner friendly, okay? But we want you to be friendly to us. And when I ask you to enroll, you're going to be back there with my team, okay? And some of them are volunteers. So just be you, just be honest. If you got questions, there'll be people to answer your questions. If you're ready to enroll, you enroll, okay? We treat you good, you treat us good. Are we good with this? Okay. Okay, and here's the deal about the program. The program begins tomorrow there's a kickoff lunch. There's a kickoff lunch. And anyone that's already in the program, how many of you are already in the program? You all could come too, as long as there's room for all the new people coming in. Because there's a kickoff lunch. And they're going to get critical information because the program is going to be starting tomorrow. So that platinum lunch that we did today and yesterday, that same room will be the kickoff lunch, okay? And some of the guest speakers will be there. Tom Wheelwright will be in there and all that type of stuff. So that's the investment. So I think we have an enrollment form in just a few minutes. And by the way, if you add up the annual investment divided by the $1 million value that over 600 people have gotten or more, that's 25x. Okay, I shared with you I've 10x, at least 10x every mentorship engagement I've ever had. Ours is 25x. And here's the deal. And what I'm about to say, I've never done before. And those of you that have been here before, you know it. I've never done this before. I absolutely 100% guarantee your success. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. So here's the deal. We absolutely guarantee, I personally guarantee that you will get into a deal as a GP your first 12 months. And if you don't, we extend your membership until you do. We extend your membership until we do. Okay? That's it. Because we're going to win, and we're going to win together. Okay? So y'all can start passing out the forms. So look, there's no downside for you. Like, you will be a GP. Okay? If you're committed, yeah, there's fine print. You got to do the work, right? You got to do the work, okay? And when you do the work, you're going to succeed. The only reason you're not going to succeed is because you don't do the work. And I absolutely 100% guarantee it. So if you do the work, what does that mean? Yeah, I go to the trainings and watch the videos and do the coaching, and you take the actions, and they're simple actions that everybody that succeeded did. You do the work, I guarantee results. Because me and my team are here for you, okay? So there's no downside for you. Look, if you want to 10x your money, I guarantee your success. Deal? Guys, is that a deal? Is that a deal? So let me see a show of hands. Who's going to do this program? Who's going to do this program? Let me see a show of hands, okay? So here's the deal. The other thing is, for people that enroll in the program this weekend, your next year is 50% off. So let's say you get into a deal your first 12 months and you want to stay in the program. It's 50% off of what you come in at, okay? And let's say you don't get into a deal and we exercise the guarantee and you get into a deal in month 18. Then we'll say, okay, you want to stay in? It's 50% off. 50% off, okay? So you have nothing to lose, and the only upside you have is the opportunity to be a millionaire. Look, I just want to tell you this. I shared with you how powerful reading the Robert Kiyosaki book was, but it wasn't the book that changed my life. It was the action I took. I went to the seminar, and here's the other thing, and I already shared this with you. At that seminar, they offered a mentorship program. So I didn't just go to the seminar and learn the framework. They taught me a framework, and then they said, Brad, do you want to work with us on this framework? Do you want us to be there to hold your hand? Do you want us to walk you through the steps? Do you want us to help you go faster, to hold you accountable, to prevent you from making mistakes? Or do you want to do it on your own? So the truth is, it wasn't the Kiyosaki book, and it wasn't even the seminar. It was the decision I made to have a mentor. And that mentor was the first professional mentor I had in my life. And I could tell you without a doubt, it was the best single financial decision I ever made. It was the best financial decision I ever made. It was better than any apartment deal. It was the best financial decision. And since then, you've seen the numbers. I've invested millions of dollars in mentors. Millions of dollars, and every one of them, every single one of them has 10x or more of the investment. Pete Vargas invested $2 million. Okay, and we're just getting started. Okay, because we're going to do like big things. We're going to do really big things together. So look, I've never done the 100, like those of you that have been here before, I've never done the 100% success guarantee before. And, you know, Aaron, have you ever seen me do that? I've never done it. And why am I doing it? Because I know that if you're committed, I'm committed. I know if you put in the effort, you're going to win. And the only way you can't win is if you don't do the work. And if for some reason after 12 months you put in the effort and you don't get into a deal, we extend it. And if for some reason after the second year you don't get into a deal, we extend it. So look, if you want to be a GP, if you want to 10x your money, this is the time. You know, one thing, I'll leave you with this, okay? And then we're going to take a short break. And after the break, Kenny McElroy is going to be here, and Pete Vargas is already here, so they're going to teach. So you don't want to leave, okay? So we're going to interview Kenny. We're going to interview, Pete's going to talk about mastering the art of communication so you can win more deals and raise more money. But I'm going to leave you with this. Tony Robbins says, your destiny is determined by the decisions you make. Y'all are faced with a decision right now. I know it could be a big one. I know $35,000 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money not just for you, it's a lot of money for me. When I invest $35,000, I don't take it lightly, okay? But I could tell you this. My destiny was determined by the decision I made in 2001 when I went to that seminar and I invested in mentorship. It was the first professional mentor I ever had. And 8 months later, I bought that first 32-unit building that put $4,000 a month in my pocket. 8 months after that, I bought another 30-unit building to put another $3,000 to $4,000 a month in my pocket. 16 months after that 5-figure investment, I'm making $8,000 a month and my net worth is up $3 to $4 million. My destiny was determined not by fate. It was determined by the decision I made that day. And here's the good news. You have the opportunity to make the same decision. I was sitting in a room just like this 22 years ago. It was smaller, it was less people. But I was faced with the same decision. And you all know the decision I made. And you all know the results that I've had. And you all know my passion. I can't fake this shit. Okay? There's no way I could fake what I'm doing right now. Like, I've gotten on airplanes to speak to some of you for an hour just because I want to move the needle in your life. So what we're going to do, we're going to have a 25-minute timer. My team is at the back. If the Sumrock team is back there, it's the back where I'm pointing. It's my left. So probably you're right, the back left corner. My team is there to get you enrolled, okay? My team is there to answer your questions. We also have a payment plan. If you need a payment plan, you could do a 6-pay, okay? So we've taken, I don't have 35 grand right now off the table. And I'm taking away all your risk by guaranteeing your success. So we're going to do a 25-minute break. Get yourself enrolled. Kenny is going to be here when we're done with the break. Pete Vargas is going to be here when we're done with the break. And then we still have all day tomorrow. So I'll see you guys in 30 minutes back here in the room. Let's go and get enrolled.
Bring the action. Bring the action. Bring the action.
When you listen to club, you gotta turn the up. You gotta turn the
Hi, everybody. Hello. Welcome back. It's great to see you. Great to see you. This day is just on fire. I mean, it's flying by, and I don't know about you, but I am so inspired, so motivated. I am loving all of this going on in the chat. So first and foremost, let's get some things taken care of. Let's do some things here that will help you all. So if I could get anybody on our Sumrock team to go ahead and put the link in the chat for those who are ready to enroll. I know we have some people on here that are ready to enroll, and that link will allow you to enroll. So it's the bradsumrock.com/let's go. So if you go to bradsumrock.com/let's go, that is set up for you all. And if you need some help, totally understand. I know sometimes things can be a little bit unsure what to do virtually. So if you need some help, just type in the chat, coach. We do have a couple of our coaches and some of our team ready to go in a breakout room, a virtual breakout room. If you need that, we're happy to talk to you one-on-one. Also, we have a link there for a calendar that if for some reason, you're not ready to talk to somebody today, we can schedule a call. I'm using that link, but let's go. I mean, who's with us? Who's with us on this journey? Fred, while everybody is kind of getting situated here, Fred, I love the fact that you're asking these questions, and it's awesome to do your research and your due diligence when you're looking for someone to help you, somebody who you're looking for, to help you get from where you're at now to where you want to be and who's done what you want to do. So I can just share with you from my experience, because my husband and I have been personal mentoring students now for, going on 9 years, a little over 9 years. And, I love what Debbie put, that it's the community and the opportunity to be successful. Spencer is in our program, and, he says he loves the community, and if you can commit to the process, you should do it. It's a genuine program. That's absolutely true. Tariq is one of our coaches, and Tariq is available right now in a breakout room if you have specific questions. But compressing the time frame, that's a great point, Tariq. So other reasons why you should do it. So listen, here's the deal, is that a lot of people get into or are interested in investing in real estate because there is an opportunity to build wealth, and to build wealth fairly quickly. kind of similar to my husband and my journey. You know, we had started out in single family, and you know, it was going slow, and we weren't compressing time frames. We were reinventing the wheel. You know, we were putting in the time, and we were putting in the energy and the money, but we weren't getting as much as you get for your work when you're investing in multifamily. And that's where we had that aha moment, you know, being a true business owner. So there was one weekend my husband went out of town, and I was sitting in my living room on a Saturday night. A couple of my girlfriends had come over for dinner, and they had just left, so I was by myself. And the phone rang, and it was our tenant that it was in our single family home that was less than a mile from our house that, you know, we had set up for them to rent out. And it was 3-bedroom, 1 bath. She called, hey, the toilet is clogged. We've tried plunging it. We've tried everything. We can't get it unclogged. I know they have a young child. It's a Saturday night. It's almost 9 p.m. And I'm sitting there thinking, what do I do? My husband's out of town, and I can't leave this family hanging. You know, we've done all this on our own up to this point. So I check really quick to make sure Home Depot's still open. I run to Home Depot. It was going to close in like 10 minutes. I get a snake, and I go to their house, and I go snake their toilet that was literally about to overflow with the most disgusting toilet situation you've ever seen. And I left there, I cried, I took like 10 showers, and I said, that's it. I am never doing this again. I made a decision right then. I'm never doing this again. And I've never looked back. And it transformed our everything. We hired a property management company to manage the single family home. Now, you know, fast forward, we have 10x our net worth. We're partial owners in over 6,000 doors. We've been general partners on 5 deals. We've sold 2 of them. And, you know, Benjamin, you have a good question. Why not call it Homer? Well, part of it is because, you know what? That was a long time ago, and I was young and dumb. I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have a mentor showing me the way, right? So I wasn't sure. I was like, there's nobody available at this time of the night. Guess what? Guess what? We have a special guest in here. Yes, Brad in the house. Here we go. Hey, guys, turn your cameras on for Brad. Let's get your cameras up. If you want to step back
Hey,
a little
guys.
bit.
Okay. Hey, guys.
Let me
Oh,
see.
my head's getting cut out. I guess Crystal Lee is shorter than me. How's everybody doing? I see we have some of our rock star coaches there. Tariq, I mentioned the unlimited coaching, and one of our millionaire coaches is on the Zoom room with you, Tariq Satar. So, Tariq, why don't you, how long have you been with us, man? Tell us a little bit. Well, before I do that, how's everybody doing? How's the event going? How's the event going? Anyone want to ask me any questions? If you want to ask me a question, you could type it in here in the chat, and I'll do my best to answer it. Any questions? All right, what are some aha moments that y'all had? What are some highlights that you had so far from the event so far? Somebody give me a highlight. Let's see, I see great event, Brad. Great. Brad, do you ever hold properties for the long term? I've never held anything for more than 7 years. I like to get in and add value and get out, because over time the properties start to wear and tear, and then you have to reinvest money to keep them. So I like to get in, do the business plan, and then get out within a 5-year period. Brad, I'm in the Chicago area and wondering how effective mentoring will be for me up here. Oh my God, our mentoring program is national. We are based in Dallas, but I actually live in Florida, okay? And our coaches, all of our coaching is going to be done virtually through a phone call or a Zoom meeting. And we are buying in 27 different markets across the United States. So I would say only 30% of our students live in Texas, and 70% live outside of Texas. So if you are outside of Texas, you are in the majority and you are in the right place. Okay, we even have students that live out of the country. We have Canadians, Colombians, Mexicans, people in Dubai. And so where you live is not going to be any limiting factor, okay? Let's see. Any other questions? The key to GP and make deals is to get enough LPs. How many LPs can we expect to receive from the program? So to get LPs, you're going to need to come into the program and then build connections and do networking, okay? And so the more, it's like anything else, the more you put into it, the more you're going to get out of it. People get tens of millions of dollars of LPs from the Sunrock community because they get well known. They're good at connecting and building relationships and trust with each other. Okay? Let's see, if one does mentoring, how much more does one need to do their first GP? Well, if you have $50K to invest, you have enough to be a GP in a deal. Technically, you don't need to have any money at all, but I'm not one of these no job, no money, no credit kind of people. And so if you have $50K after the mentoring investment, you'll be able to be a GP in a deal. Let's see, do you own any properties in California? I don't personally. I've had students that have owned properties in California before they came into my program, but it's not one of our top markets because of the recipe that I communicated with you all, okay? Let's see. What else? What other questions are there? Let me just see a show of hands. How many of you, have any of you already made the decision to come into the program? Let's celebrate with you. If any of you have already come in, we could get you enrolled. And if not, we're here to answer all of your questions. I'm here. Crystal Lee is here. Tariq is one of our coaches. So Tariq, we have 6 coaches that are here in person, and I'm going to introduce them on the stage today. So I don't know if you could just type in the chat how long you've been a coach and how many deals you have and how much money you've earned.
I'm unmuted, so I can.
I've
been in the program 7 years, and I have GP'd about 20 deals, 14 of which have actually gone full circle. Have sold. We still hold 6 in the portfolio. We had raised about 80 million in equity for those acquisitions, and I'm invested passively in about 15,000 doors as well.
And how many deals have you GP'd?
20.
How many? 18?
20.
20. So this is typical. Like our coaches have done, 20 is a big number. Some have done more, some have done less. But our coaches are literally multimillionaires that are still students in the Sunrock program. And why do they coach? It's the same reason I teach, because they have the heart of a teacher, and they remember what it was like when they were new, and they got coached by me or one another of my coaches. And so they want to be able to come in now that they're successful and give back to other people, okay? Is there a limitation who you can partner with for your mentees? Well, we do require that all the GPs are members of the Sunrock program, not your LPs, but your GPs. So if you want to be a GP, you need to step into the mentoring program. So let's see, what other, yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm a human being. I've been standing on my feet all day, and my feet are tired, even though I got these fancy sneakers on, but my feet are tired.
Come on, let's give Brad some love, virtual audience. Come on. I've had the chance to be with you all event, and Brad loves your energy. Let's give Brad some love. Put in the chat, say if you love Brad, let's give him some heart emojis. Let's give Brad a hello. There you go. Yeah, Brad has been crushing it. He's an incredible leader.
I love the question from Fred. When you teach more people, are you creating competitors? And I guess that's a possibility. Thanks for all the love, by the way. I love, Alexandra. So I love all those red hearts. There's 6 red hearts. Anyone got 7? Anyone got 7 red hearts? How about 8? Okay. Oh, there's 9. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. Oh, I love the flames, man. All right, Steve, let's blow this up. Blow it up for Brad. Oh my God, this is great. Okay, Fred asked, why do aren't I concerned about creating competitors? And yeah, I mean, there's a thought about that, but here's the thing, I keep growing, I keep doing bigger deals. Some of the people that I'm teaching end up being partners with me. You know, they'll find deals that are too big for them to do, and they'll bring me in as a GP. So what I found is that by teaching, and you know, maybe a few people become direct competitors, maybe they even leave the ecosystem. Some of them have, and some of them even created their own programs, honestly. But by and large, you know, I really have the abundance belief and the abundance mindset, and I love lifting people up, and a lot of them become my partners and my friends, and they'll become your partners and your friends, okay? So, all right. Well, hey, I'm going to, I have something I need to tell Crystal Lee, and then I'll get back with you in a second.
Bye, everybody.
Okay. If virtual people sign up, Margaret, how do you participate? Well, number one, we will virtually have you in the kickoff meeting tomorrow. Okay, you will be in the kickoff meeting tomorrow with everybody else. And then you'll do the same process. We'll get an intake form. We'll get to know you a little bit better virtually. You'll get assigned a coach. You'll get access to all the student trainings. So except for the fact that you're not going to be here in person, everything's going to be the same. Everything's going to be the same. What do I require in my coaches? I require that they all have become millionaire apartment investors and that they fit into the Sumrock culture. And that's a big deal. Okay, we're really picky about who's on our team and who our coaches are. There's a lot of people that want to be coaches and they're great investors, but they just don't fit into our culture. And our culture is important. Okay, culture is everything. And so that's what we look at. We look at their results and we look at their culture and we look at, you know, what their motives are. Time commitment, I would say if you have, you know, you probably need a couple hours a week or, you know, 5 to 10 hours a month, sometimes more, sometimes less, but it is going to take some time and energy to go through the trainings, you know, do the work, show up virtually or in person to some of the events. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat things. You can't just, like, I wish you could just, you know, send us money and magically have deals that you don't have to do any work on, but that's not reality, okay? And I'm not going to sugarcoat that. Like, there are steps that you're going to have to go through, okay? There are steps that you're going to have to go through. Fuhad is asking, I don't have enough fund. How do I join? So I don't know if that's like the payment plan or the financing, but that could be a question we take offline for that. How is 50K GP possible? Okay. Renee will answer your question offline here, okay? So that's a question that we'll take and we'll get with you with our support team. I see advertised syndications, non-U.S. people are excluded. Yeah, I guess, you know, that's going to just come down to like the type of deal that we're doing, the type of syndication that we're doing. All GPs don't necessarily need to be in the U.S. There are some additional logistical nuances that need to happen to have foreign investors. And so depending on the GP and how dependent they are on foreign capital versus domestic U.S. capital, that's something that they could decide on a case-by-case basis. Let's see, what else do we have? So, hey, I hope Crystal Lee is taking good care of y'all. Is she doing good? Is she taking good care of everybody? I hope so. Maybe, should we let her do this again? Should we let Crystal Lee do the virtual host again? Oh, thank you, Fred. I'm impressed that Brad is talking to us for more than 5 minutes. Thank you, man. I wish I could talk to you guys longer. You know, I as soon as I got off the stage, like, I come back here all the time, and then Crystal Lee's like, well, they're doing breakouts, man. They're like doing breakouts. So I didn't want to interrupt that, but anyway, I'm glad to spend a little bit of time with you all now. And then we have Ramsey on our team. Ramsey's overseas, and he's here to support you and get any questions that you might have or to get your enrollment. We have Coach Nick who's here with us as well. Nick, how long have you? Nick has been with me for 2016 or 2017 and has several deals under his belt. He's another multimillionaire Sumrock coach. Anyway, guys, thank you. Thank you for being here. And we still have an exciting rest of the day. We have Kenny McElroy. We have Pete Vargas. And then remember, we have a really powerful day 3 with a special guest speaker that's going to knock your socks off, okay? And by the way, oh, Melvin, thank you, man. Thank you. You're welcome, Noah. You're welcome, Melvin. Brad, do you have deals for LPs? I don't have any right now, but when I do, if it's a 506C, you'll be getting my invitation, okay? All right, well, I'm going to give it back to Crystal Lee. She's chomping at the bit here to get back. She misses all of you. Crystal Lee's like, come on, Brad, you're going on too long. Like,
This is, what a treat, guys, right? Let's give it up for Brad. Yoo-hoo! Thank you, Brad. This is awesome. That was so great. Thank you for being in here. Yeah. All right. Wow, guys. How about that? How about that? The apartment king himself came and spent some time with us, which I really am glad for. That was great. All right. Listen. So here's where we're at. This is decision time. This is the time for you to, get everything situated. We have everything that you could possibly need. So we have Tariq, our coach. We have Nick, our coach. They're ready to go to a breakout room with you. If you need to have one-on-one questions, we'll certainly help you with that. If you're ready to enroll, if we could put the link again, we've got our awesome support team. If you could put the bradsumrock.com, let's go now. Let's see, with the payment plan, yes, if you do the 6-pay, there is a monthly payment plan. It's every 30 days. And there's the link to enroll you see right there. So listen, this is going to be where you make that decision and your life is never going to be the same again. I was telling you before Brad came in that when my husband and I made that decision to be multifamily investors, and when we chose Brad to be our mentor, there is no turning back. Life has never been the same again. We are getting mailbox money. Our money is making money in our sleep. We have twin boys. They are 6 years old, and they are watching us. They're seeing what we're doing, and they're getting the traditional education, but they're also learning from us on how to invest financially, how to invest and how to grow your money exponentially. They're learning that business side. They're learning, the cash flow quadrant. So it's it's something that you don't even know who you may be impacting when you're making these decisions. And when you decide, it starts with you first. When you decide that it's time to change, it's time to take that jump and to get into this, you have no idea who you might be inspiring. And isn't that something that, you can't even put a price tag on? So let's see here. We've got Robert Bach would like to get in a breakout room with Nick or Tariq. So yeah, if there's anybody on here that needs to get into a breakout room, if you just could type in coach in the chat, and we'll get you into a breakout room with a coach. So if you need to get into a room with a coach, just type coach. All right, thank you. So we got Robert Bach. We have Alexandra Miss Brenner. We have maybe Sayun Adetayo. We have Swapnika Kamle. We have JC. We have Michael Wegman. So if we could get these into breakout rooms, with Tariq, Nick, and then Jay, perhaps if you're available. I don't know if you can or not, but we'll get you guys into rooms with these coaches as soon as possible. All right, so who on here has made the decision that being a multifamily investor is what is the direction you're going in? Who's made the decision? If you've made the decision, just type in yes. Just type in yes in the chat. And awesome, Julie. Awesome, Lashandra. Annie, I'll take that as a yes. Noah, awesome. Bernard, Cade. That is, wow, that is fantastic. Melvin, Annie. Oh, Jayakanthan. Hi, I've talked to you before. Great to see you. Michelle, Trace, yes. That is amazing. So, one other little juicy little tidbit. Julie, hi, Julie. It's good to see you. Yes, Julie. So, when Brad was talking about how Apartments bought his Ferrari, so the property that gave him that, basically, it was the last distribution check was the property that me and my husband and our general partner, our other partner, Larry Troy, he's also a student, that we had purchased and then sold. So Brad has invested in every single deal as a passive investor that I've been a general partner on, which is a huge honor and a huge blessing. And so when we sold, it was LaDonna Place Apartments. We bought it in 2018 in Wichita Falls, Texas. The purchase price was $5.35 million. And then we sold it about 2.5 years later, and we sold it for $8.45 million. So made, $3 million profit that we were able to distribute amongst our investors and our general partners. And so that last distribution check was like $260,000, I think, for Brad. And he's like, it was right after that he bought his Ferrari. So I always, bring that up to him. I'm like, hey, remember, I bought you a Ferrari. but hey, that's fun. You know what? What other kind of industry can you do this in where not only are you helping your investors, you're impacting your own life, you're impacting your investors' life, but then you're also impacting these apartment communities. You really are. You're creating a safer place to live, a place that's more comfortable, just a place that is it's a place for them to call home. You're improving the community. And so that, it's like a win-win-win all the way around. All right, let's see here. Do we have anybody else that has any questions or needs help enrolling or needs to get with the coach? This is it. This is the time. Let's do it. Sure, yes, Sean, we absolutely will. So if we can put the link in there, it's bradsunrock.com/let's go now. And so if our team could post that in there, that would be great in the chat. Okay, so our team will get that posted here in the chat in just a moment. So Michael says, I'm worried it's already getting too crowded with LLCs trying to buy. So I appreciate your question. I think I'm, hopefully kind of understanding where you're coming from a little bit. And then I see you have a follow-up question. How many properties in Dallas can we all buy? So, first of all, Michael, I just want you to know you're not alone. And I want you to know that I've had that question. Many other successful apartment owners have had questions similar to that. So I want to first applaud you for, being courageous to ask that question. It shows, hey, some concern, which is totally fine. So I will tell you, I'm going to answer this in two ways. Number one, you can always find a reason to not do something. You really can. If that's what you're looking for, that's what you can find. But if you're looking for a reason and a way to make something happen, then most of the time you'll succeed. And so you're here in the right place because you're surrounded by thousands or hundreds and hundreds of people who have done thousands and thousands of deals and are continuing to do so in a down market, in a thriving market, in different markets, in different geographical areas. So one thing just to consider is that the property inventory, when we're buying and selling, you're buying it and holding it for 2 to 5 years, there's always deal flow that's coming up. And the reason why most deal sponsors are going to sell in 2 to 5 years, and Brad touched on this. Number one, usually by that time, you're due for another round of pretty major CapEx expenses to continue to add value to the property and to continue to be able to compete with market rents. And at that point in time, your property should be on track and probably already have accomplished the business plan that you set out for your investors. And so where is that capital going to come from to do those major CapEx projects? We're talking, could be anything from a new roof to resurfacing the parking lot, new fence, new landscape, all of the, the major like make-readies, or if there's like pool maintenance, if these older properties that have chillers, boilers, those typically are going to need to be replaced. If there's any properties that have outdated plumbing, like PVC or cast iron, that plumbing cost. So that has to come from somewhere. And usually, if you take it from your cash flow, you're taking money out of your investors' hands and your hands. So that's a really good time to sell, because you're leaving meat on the bone for the next buyer, okay? So, there's not a finite number of inventory. It's not like you buy it once and you're done. Some of these properties come back up for sale. So, with it being too crowded, here's the thing, is that there's always going to be competition. There always has been competition. And the awareness of multifamily investing has only increased, especially over the last 5 years, much less the last 10 years. And so it's not going away. More and more and more people are seeing the benefits of multifamily investing and are getting into it. So the business plans work, and also, whenever you're looking at deals, you have the benefit of having this program, of having coaches and having Brad and having people to work to help you, to hold your hand through the whole process, and to ensure that, that your business plan is sound and makes sense, and, that you're implementing the teachings and the recipe that Brad has taught and that has worked for him and hundreds of other students. So hope that answers your question. Jeff says, let's see, you've really learned a lot. You don't have let's see. All right. Okay. All right. Good. So listen, if there's still people that are needing, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Thanks. I appreciate the love. I really enjoy this and enjoy getting to interact with everybody on here. It's exciting to see people grow. It's exciting to see your journey. I'm really lucky and fortunate because I have a really awesome vantage point. I have the privilege of seeing a lot of people come into this new. I see a lot of people come into our program and our community and our ecosystem with big goals and big dreams, and I get to watch them grow, and I get to watch people succeed. I get to see people change their families' lives. I get to see people fire their jobs. I get to see people live life on their own terms. It's absolutely amazing. It's a beautiful journey. And Brad and Jen, they have such a passion and heart for this, and they truly do. They lead us from the leaders, and they inspire us, and they keep us motivated, and they have a thirst for growing and self-improvement and just that, constant and never-ending improvement. Can I? And it impacts all of us. It makes us want to grow and be better as well. All right, let's see. So if we still have people that need to get into breakouts with the coaches, we'll get that going here. Otherwise, I can get you guys back. So our countdown timer over there says about 13 minutes. So, this is our lunch break, right? So, oh, no, I'm sorry. We just had our lunch break. What am I talking? It's because I haven't eaten. I have not eaten yet. So, but yeah, let's also put Shania. Shania is our rock star salesperson. She is our newest member of our Sunrock team. So we put her calendar link in there. If you guys need to book a time with her, go ahead. Michael still needs to get into a breakout room with a coach. If we can put Shania's calendar link on there, that'd be great. All right, let's see. Is there a set amount of LP deals I should land before going to the GP level? Brandon, not necessarily. You know, a lot of these things can happen simultaneously. Most general partners are also passive investors congruently. You can typically invest passively into a deal, you know, in a shorter amount of time than getting into a GP deal. So if you have the capital to deploy, it's a smart move to go ahead and get into a deal as a passive investor, as a limited partner, while you're also sourcing and looking for and building your team for a GP, but it's not a requirement. One strategy that I would encourage newer people to do, especially if you don't have a lot of experience, is to, number one, figure out what your superpower is, and then work on the relationships of, you know, building relationships and community within our community and our ecosystem within our program, and do some of the legwork. So for instance, you know, one question I get a lot is, Crystalie, how is somebody going to want to partner with me? Why would somebody want to partner with me if I am brand new, if I have no experience? And, you know, maybe even you have, you know, only $50,000 liquid. And I don't want to say only, I don't mean to make light of $50,000. $50,000 is a lot of money. But, you know, it's being in places like this and hearing stories so much about people with $70 million net worth and all that kind of stuff, you know, sometimes I look at that and it comes out in my perspective. So I apologize for that. But I get, you know, as a new person, why would anybody want to partner with me? And so what I share is what I learned from being in this group. And it's what I learned from Brad. And it's what I learned from Jen. It's what I learned from people who were more experienced than me, is that if I approached it from a heart of service instead of heart of receiving, instead of a heart of getting something, and instead of looking at the dollar amounts or looking at it from how much money am I going to make, if I looked at it as what can I contribute to help this more experienced person take some time off their plate, take some things off their plate. So as a new student, you know, you would want to really work on fine-tuning your underwriting and analysis skills. You'd want to analyze active deals, work with your coach regularly on these deals. And then when you find a deal that looks like, you know, at your first pass of analysis that it works, that's when then all the, you know, relationships you've been making along the way, you take it to that more experienced student. Hey, and they already know you, right? Because you've been talking to them through the opportunities of all of the events that we're doing, the in-person events, the online events, the Facebook group, the community, getting to know them. And you bring a deal to them. You say, hey, what do you know, this deal looks like it work. I already met with Coach Nick about it. You know, I know this is in your investing criteria because you've already talked about that with them as you've been getting to know them over the past few months. And when they see that you've done the work without expecting anything in return, you know, and also building those seeds, planting those seeds along the way, that's how you're going to get some traction. That's one strategy to get some traction. That's one strategy to get a partnership and to get in a deal. And then also, you know, I'm not saying this is an absolute must, but it's a good strategy, is to be willing to take a smaller percentage as a deal sponsor on your first deal. Be willing to be into that first deal for the experience and for learning and for shadowing a more experienced GP, and be willing to take you know, to take a lower percentage. So that's the strategy that has worked for me, that's worked for hundreds of other of our students. And then what happens too is, you know, as me and my husband and our partner Larry Choi, as we become more experienced, we then are extending our hand to newer students, just like people did to us. So I said this yesterday, but rising tides raise all boats. So, all right, let's see here. We've got Shania's link on here. We have another person that needs a coach. All right. So at this point, here's where you should be. You should either be in the process of enrolling, or you should be talking with the coach or waiting to talk with the coach. Or if you are not enrolling or talking to a coach, then what's holding you back? And if what's holding you back is in your mind, that's okay. Let's talk about it. If it's fear of failure, let's connect and let's talk about it. If it's uncertain where your funds are going to come from, let's talk about it. If you're not sure if you have enough time, let's connect with us and we'll talk about it. Let's book a call with Shania or get going with a coach. Because I promise you that we've all been there. We've all had those questions. All right, so we do have some money. So, you know, for Annie and Marie, let's have a one-off conversation with you guys, and let's talk about it. And let's see where you're at. Let's see what's going on, and let's see what we can do to try to help you guys. You know, another thing too is sometimes people, will tell me that everything else is in line, but one thing that they're concerned about is they're like, Crystal Lee, I'm just concerned what my family's going to say, or I don't think my family is going to support me, or my circle of friends, they don't understand this kind of stuff, and I'm concerned, that I'm going to be the only one of my group of friends, of my sphere of influence that's doing this, and I don't feel like I have the community support. That's okay. Being vulnerable and being able to talk about that is number one. That's the first step. And then lean on us, lean on your new community, lean on your new connections. And what ends up happening is it can take some time, but a lot of times they'll start seeing, what's that thing you're doing over there? At first it was very, I don't want to hear it, very, very closed, but a lot of times in people's, family and sphere of influence, they'll start being very curious about it because they'll see the change, they'll see the success, they'll see the impact it's having on your life. They'll see that, you're able, maybe you have more flexibility in your schedule. Maybe you are able to take that dream vacation. Maybe you're able to buy that dream car or move into that dream house or, book that charity trip or something. So just know that you're not alone. All right. So, and then if you're not falling in any three of those categories, then I would say that you're probably, taking a break right now. And then I would just encourage you to really figure out what it is that's holding you back. Okay. All right. So we have some people that are saying they booked a call. I'm not sure how many people still need to get into a breakout room. Let's see, it looks like we still have our countdown timer over there says 9 minutes. So, okay, awesome. People have booked calls. All right, well, listen, so let's go ahead and still, if you're waiting to enroll, let's get you enrolled. Okay, we've have a lot of people that have booked some calls. That's good. If you have any questions still that you want us to try to get answered in the chat, let us know. Let's put Shania's calendar link again there, please. Yes, Shania is great. Yes, absolutely. All right, thank you, Jenny. So that calendly.com/Shania long link, that's to book a time on Shania's calendar. All right, so let's see, I see one more question here. The program has virtual and in-person options. So, or not options, but components of the program. So we do that because we want to try, we're covering all different bases of networking and of getting content to you. So here's a few things just to highlight is that our virtual student events are all recorded. So if you can't attend it live, you can watch the recording. And then we do 4 to 6 in-person student events a year. And those are usually here in Dallas. It's usually an all-day bus tour and networking event. It's on a Saturdays. It's on a Saturday, and it's usually every other month starting in February. So our next in-person student event is April 15th. And then the one after that will be in June. I believe that's June 10th. And so we do have in-person and virtual because we have students from all over the country, and we know that not everyone can attend every single event. So any other upcoming courses or events? So the upcoming courses and events that we have are for our students, are for those that are in our Sunrock students. The next event like this that will be open to the public will be in August, and that is our national conference, AIM-NatCon, Apartment Investor Mastery National Conference. All right, so here's another question. Is the mentoring program for those who don't know anything about real estate or just for advanced people? It is for beginners to advanced. It's designed to help anybody who, even if you're just starting out. The recording, I want to clarify something. We record our student events and post the recordings on our student website. This particular event, we do not plan on sharing the recording because, this is where you're going to maximize and get the most out of this event by attending it live. So we usually do not send out the recordings of these events, but for our student-only events, we do put out the recording of those. So, all right, listen, they're back on the main stage. I am going to send it back to the main stage, and it was great talking with y'all.
If you
did not get in with your coach, then please call Shania.
All right. Hey, everybody, let's grab a seat. We're going to get started here. If you're in the back still signing up, go ahead and finish up, no problem. Everybody else, we're going to get moving here. Y'all ready for me? Yeah!
Let go.
All right. Again, if you can hear my voice, clap one time. 1, 2, 3. Hey, this side, if you can hear my voice, clap 2 times. 1, 2, 3. Okay, everybody collectively, y'all hear me? Are you hear me? All right, let's try 3 claps. 1, 2, 3. Okay, great. Everybody's excited, man. Everybody's doing deals. Everybody's moving forward. Okay. All right, grab a seat. Grab a seat. We're going to get this thing going here. All right, we'll try one more. What do you think, yeah? Yeah. It boosts my microphone. Here we go. One more time. Here we go. All right, welcome back. Hey, that worked out pretty good. Man, who's excited to hear Kenny in just a few minutes? Yeah! I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Who's excited to hear Kenny in just a few minutes? Yeah! All right, I know that there's a lot of buzz in the room here. All right, grab your seats. Hey, I just want to really quickly, hey, can I get your attention for a second? Everybody over here on the side, can I get your attention? Look at somebody who's talking and go, hey, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Hey, I just want to go ahead and congratulate those of you who just made a commitment to join the community. Can we just give them some love real quick? Is that okay? Yeah. Give them some love and appreciation. Congratulations, guys. Man. I'm getting so excited to see so many more people joining this group. So much buzz. I see people in the back. Keep doing your thing. Everybody else coming back from the break, grab a seat here. Let me just share something with you here. I love seeing people win. Just before we had Brad come out and speak, we talked about hard set mindset. You guys remember this? Yes? You guys remember this? Hello? Hello, are you with me? Yeah! What's my name, Ben? You're with me here. Check it out. Stand up. There we go. Stand up. I'm here, bro. I'm as tall as I'm going to get. Thank you. I love you, man. I love this guy. Can we give him some love? Give me a round of applause here real quick. You are so good, my brother. You are so good. We talked about hard set just before Brad came out, and I'm so encouraged to see so many of you make a decision to move forward, and I think that's just so beautiful. I also understand what it's like emotionally to be wrestling with the decision as well. I get that, right? You guys know what I'm talking about? Like sometimes you're like, I don't know if this is for me. I don't know if this is my move, and I still need to kind of reconcile. I still need to ask questions, and that's so cool. Inside of your envelopes, you've got a little question card. I challenge you this weekend, the reason you're here is to move forward in whatever you're going to do. You're going to walk away here with either a yes or a no. But I want you to walk away here with clarity about what your next steps are. And don't leave it open-ended. Is that okay? Folks, is that okay? Are you with me on this? Okay? I get sometimes it's like, man, I'm trying to reconcile here. A lot of this seems incredible. It seems exciting, but it's also a little scary. I'll get vulnerable. The first time I was in a room like this, I was scared out of my mind. You know why? Because I wasn't really ready to reconcile my future and where I was going. I wasn't really ready to say, am I going to finally do something, or am I just going to keep dreaming and having desire around it? So, listen, I get that feeling, and I'm with you on that. Is that okay? I'm with you on the little gut. How many of you are a little bit nervous, like a little bit of butterflies in your stomach? Like, you're like, okay, I'm doing this. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm also excited. I don't know what this room's got to tell me. Are you more nervous or excited? Who's excited? Let me see that hand. I'm so excited. Okay, who's still a little bit nervous on that? Okay, thank you for your honesty, man. Thank you for your honesty. You know, when Brad came out and talked about the fact, like, the guarantee, I can tell you something. I've been to a lot of events. I've invested over $400,000 in masterminds, events, and mentors. I don't see anybody creating that type of guarantee. Now, I'm sitting here back a little bit skeptical, like, Brad, are you sure that's what you want to do? Like, I didn't know he was going to say it like that and drop that. And he's like, I guarantee you stay another year, and you stay in, and you stay and put in the work, and you stay in, and I'm going to help you in. Can I just tell you something, folks? People don't do that. You've been to other events. Have you been a part of something else? Who's been a part of something else, another community in the past, and you're no longer in that community? What's wrong with that picture? Listen, I don't know about you, but I don't want to waste my money or my time. They both matter to me. Are you with me on that? I definitely don't want to waste my intentions. I only have so much energy that I can put out. Who's with me on that? Can we all get on the same page? We don't want to waste resources. Do you agree? If so, give me a clap. Is anybody actually here just, I got nothing else to do. I figure I'll just waste some time and money? What? Is that you? Yeah, that's you. What I want from you folks is this, is to go, all right, Brad basically said, dude, I just need to do the work. I need to do the work. I need to do the work. And guess what? If I don't do a deal, he's keeping me in. See, Brad's more like a parent than a teacher in that way. It's like, no, we're going to raise you up. We're going to raise you up, and we're going to train you. We're going to raise you up. And honestly, guys, this is the reason I'm on this stage and not other stages. When I met Brad and had conversation with him and Jen, they're just different humans. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Like, it wasn't a transactional conversation. They're different humans. They actually care. And what I've learned about all of this education business is those that care the most usually stick around the most. You guys agree? Like you care, don't you? Hey, do you care? Do you care? I care. And I want to roll with people that care about my success so much they're willing to put themselves out there. Now, financially, I'll be honest with you, I don't know how he's going to be able to make that work, because if you keep putting in work and keep putting in work, are you going to be in the program 6 years? I mean, listen, if I'm you, I'm making such a radical commitment here that in the next 12 months, I'm getting that GP deal. Is anybody with me on that? No, listen, you got to put it out into the world, because I want to see it. I want to record it with my eyes and my ears, so when I see you next time and you pitch me a deal, I'm like, hold on, do I remember you saying you're going to do something, or is this passive? Who's going to do a deal in the next 12 months? Yeah! Hey, what about you guys in the back? I know you're sitting in the back, but that doesn't mean much to me. If you raise your hand and you do a deal, I want everybody turn around if you can, just face the folks in the back. You folks in the back, these back rows, are you going to do a deal in the next 12 months?
Bring the action.
I mean, I don't know about these folks. Listen, I get it. This is an emotional thing. But here's where I want to encourage you real quick. We're going to bring Brad out in just a second, but I want to encourage you on something. Nobody is standing in the way between you and where you want to get to. There's no more excuses, right? Like, I want the best possible mentor, a person who cares about me, a person who's down to earth, a person who's willing to give me the truth. That's why I'm here. I'm rolling with Brad. I'm rolling with Brad. And I'm not going to put any other mentors on blast. I've had some things I've invested in that, frankly, I wouldn't share with you. I wouldn't recommend. Does anybody have that experience? So here's what I want you to do this weekend. Non-negotiable time. It's time now where we refuse to lose money. You feel me? That's the do you guys feel me? I refuse to lose money now. Yeah. Can we try that? 1, 2, 3. You're not saying it. You're like, I might lose some money. I want Brad to hear it because he's coming up right now. Can we just let Brad know? I refuse to lose money. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Listen, welcome. Welcome to the group. Those of you still making a decision, bring some intention. I'm excited to have you, all right? I just want you to give somebody a high five next to you. Go, this is the community. Do you mind doing that? Now I'm going to go ahead and bring it up right now. There you go. Can we stand to our feet, please? I know a chair's going to make a little bit of a squeaking noise. Let's stand to our feet. Can we just let Brad know how much we appreciate him as he comes out here? Can we give a round of applause? Let me hear you. Let's bind as a community. Let's welcome Brad Sumrock back to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go, my friend, my mentor, Mr. Brad Sumrock. Let's go.
Yeah. All right. Let's give it up for Ben. How y'all doing? Come on, let's go.
Let go. Let go.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, now we're going to have a lot of, well, by the way, how many people have had fun already this weekend? How many people learned something? Anybody meet some interesting people in the room? All right, well, I'm super excited about what's going to happen next because I have that buzzing sound sounds incredible from up here. Can you guys hear it? It's crazy. It's like the room is buzzing, man. It's literally buzzing. And it should be buzzing because what's going to happen next, this is going to create a tremendous buzz because the guy I'm about to bring on, you know, first of all, I'll say he's a friend of mine, okay? I met Kenny McElroy probably back in 2016, and we met at an event. We were both speaking. And after I met Kenny, and, you know, we'll meet Tom tomorrow, but I met Tom at that same event. And, you know, Kenny's been, how many people have never heard of, if you haven't heard of Kenny, raise your hand. So Kenny wrote like 7 books. He's been known as Robert Kiyosaki's Rich Dad advisor for real estate. written 7 books under the purple and gold Kiyosaki brand, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. He's had tens of thousands of units. He told me backstage he has over 6,000 investors. He's been doing multifamily for a very, very, very long time. He's a great guy. He's a good friend of mine, and he's a mentor to me. And I'm really glad to bring him out on stage. And we're just going to talk. We're gonna rap a little bit. I'm going to ask him some questions. My questions are on my phone, so if you see me looking at my phone, I'm just going to be looking down because I want to be able to. I don't remember everything I'm going to ask him, and I don't have it up on the monitor. So I'm excited because just like you right now, I get to sit down on a nice, comfortable chair. And let's welcome, on your feet, let's welcome my friend and my mentor, Kenny McElroy. Come on, buddy. Hey, brother. How you doing, man?
Good, thank you.
All right, let's see what you are. All right. Yeah, let's go. Come on, you dance?
Oh, yeah. You ready?
Kenny's got to dance. Let's go. Oh, look at that. All right. So it's funny because let's have a seat.
Sure.
I saw Kenny upstairs, and I was like, "Hey, you got the pink shirt memo, man."
Yep,
Like
I do
we
today.
actually, ladies, I heard you call each other and plan this stuff. Like me and Ben did not plan to have blue suits on yesterday. We just did, and Kenny, we didn't coordinate our pink today.
Looks good, though, on you.
It looks good on you. I think we have a bromance going on right now. But man, and look at those shoes. Those are the Sumrock colors. Look at the Sumrock colors. You see that?
Yep.
So he's representing today. He just didn't know it. So let's give it up for Kenny for representing
buddy.
the Sumrock.
It's awesome.
All right. So the first thing I want to ask you, Kenny, is, well, first of all, thank you for coming. Really appreciate having you here. And I know everybody else does too, and I know that they will, after we talk. But one of the things we talked about yesterday, you may have heard of John Chang with Marcus and Millichap. I don't know if you know him personally, but he came in and he talked about what happened with the Fed and their, the banks and the interest rates. So what's your take on all that's going on?
Sure, thanks. Well, right now, as you guys probably know, they've raised rates 9 times since March of last year. So a year ago, I think inflation was around 6 or something, and their target was 2. So the Fed, the Fed's trying to get to a 2% target inflation rate. Whether they move that or not, who knows? But after they started raising them, the inflation went up. If you remember, it actually hit over 9 in June. So I actually did a couple videos, YouTube videos on this, where I actually predicted accurately the 1/4.5 point and 3/4 point rate increases through the end of the year last year. And what they're really trying to do, the problem is inflation affects everyone. So, and housing, right or wrong, is a big part of the CPI, or the Consumer Price Index, or inflation. So by the way, even though rates are, say, 6, let's say, or 5.5, or 6 and 7 in some cases, my whole career has been built on that. Like I've been buying forever at 5, 6, and 7% rates, forever. What we just went through was a gift. They were just low. So the rate is important.
I'm so glad you said that. Is it okay if I interrupt you?
Yeah, of course.
Because we're just going to have a conversation, right?
Yep.
Like, I'm so glad you said that, because my first loan was 6.3%.
That's my point.
But we've been spoiled over the last few years.
You got it. And we just did 3 refinances. 2 cash outs and 1 cash in.
I talked about cash in refinances, right?
So just to lock our rate, we locked at 5.2. I guess a week or 2 ago. So that's still good. It's you got to look at the fundamentals of real estate. For us, we're looking at deals every week. I got about 270 employees. All we do full time is buy real estate in multiple cities and states. That's it. Mostly multifamily, and we're connected with the brokers and all of that, and we're underwriting all the time. And the real issue right now, but it's temporary, is that the sellers still believe that they have all this value that they had, and it's just temporarily going down. But rents are, I'm really bullish on rents, where everything's heading, and I think the Fed's going to continue to mess with rates in the short term, at least. But they're going to have to lower them again at some point because, let's face it, we're a consumption economy, and it slows everything down. It slows auto sales. It slows, it kills everything that people finance. So any kind of borrowing's more expensive. But on the other side of that, being apartment guys, when rates go up, it's the opposite of what the residential single-family market is doing. So, if somebody was buying a home, it's now further out of their reach. It pushes them into rentals. So if you look at the fundamentals of the rental market, it looks really, really good as a landlord, not so much as a renter, because there's a shortage of apartments right now. If you take a look, we haven't really built. Well, we haven't. I went through the 2008 crisis, and that's actually when I made most of my money. I put together a big fund out of Canada, and we started buying apartments in Texas. In 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, let's say, we bought maybe, 5,000, 6,000 units or something in Texas. We still own them. But during that time, there was no building. This is an important point. So when there's no supply being added, because the banks were taking on debt, their shareholding, their share prices were going down. A bank's not supposed to own real estate, so that was all happening during that time. They're not lending to build during that time. So you have to look at what happened from 2007, 2008, and look at what happened in that next 10 years, and you'll see it's just math. There was not a lot of building. Single family, condos, apartments, all that stuff happened. Okay, what happened during that time? Babies were born, kids were graduating school, aging out, and so there became this huge demand while the supply was flat. That's actually what we just got through. Is that it's the pig through the python. That's all this is. It's the demand. The demand continued to increase with the supply that didn't. Now, in the last few years, you're going to see where supplies now caught up with the rates that they were low and all that. But at the end of the day, we're still very undersupplied in this country with housing. Very undersupplied.
So you're pretty bullish on the future, right? Sounds like it.
Without a doubt, yeah. I mean, it's really easy to figure out. You can really just take a look and see. The one thing that's been really interesting to watch during the pandemic is these migration patterns. So, I'm going to pick on Seattle because that's where I grew up. And, Seattle sucks right now. Portland sucks, LA, San Francisco. You guys know what's going on there. So safety, all that kind of stuff, defunding the police, all that stuff. I don't care what side you're on. It doesn't really matter. I'm just saying people vote with their checkbook. They vote with their feet. And all you have to do is watch where they're going. That's it. So, and so I think it's pretty fascinating to see, and how do you check? So for us, out-of-state driver's licenses is one great data point indicator, who's moving where, Ryder trucks, North American Van Lines, U-Haul, all that stuff, those one-ways from Seattle to Phoenix, one-ways from Seattle to Florida, whatever. Those are all data points. You can follow the migration patterns, and there's all kinds of data on this. The reason why that's important is because that is a predictor for markets that actually have more demand than supply. That's all. So if you can be in those markets where the people are going, and I always say, real estate exists for people, period. It's not if you build it, they will come model. They have to come, and then they have, and what happens is it shows up. It shows up in rent growth. It shows up in no vacancy. It shows up in all kinds of things. And when you start to see those kinds of things, What that means is that there's more people than there is supply. That's all. And it's also happening on the inverse. You know, we're starting to see markets that are actually losing people. And you will start to see rent, you know, negative rent growth, and you'll start to see concessions. You'll start to see all that kind of stuff. So it's very interesting business. But it's really, I always say it's just math. If you just follow the math, you'll see. And I think the Fed is going to intentionally try to reduce the consumption of real estate because it is a big part of inflation.
Awesome. And I showed you guys, and just so you know, Kenny, before you got here, we talked about like what makes a good market, you know, where people were moving to. I showed the population projections, the employment projections, some of them, we talked about the migration patterns. So everything you're saying, like you all heard this already, right? So tell us how you got started.
Yeah.
And I think this is a great story, and I've heard you share it before, but I always love listening to it. Like, how did you get started in this business?
It was completely luck. So my mom was a hairdresser. My dad was in construction, and I was lucky enough to get a wrestling scholarship. So I went to school to wrestle, and I quickly realized that, you know, I wasn't that good. But nonetheless, it got me there. And while I was there, I was racking up some student debt, and I was struggling, you know. And somebody came up to me and said, "Hey, you know, you want to rent this up? You want to manage this apartment building?" It was 60 units, and I'm like, "Absolutely," you know, because it was free rent. So I moved into this place because I had grown up with a construction background. I knew how to fix things and paint things and do all that stuff, and I was doing all that. And one day the owner came in a few months later, and he's like, "Hey man, nice job, like you filled up this building, you cleaned it up." And I'm like, "Well,
this was 60 units?"
Yeah, 60 units. And I was doing it all by myself, which is now in hindsight is nuts. But anyway, I was also finishing up school. And so when the owner, the cash flow kept going up and up and up and up. And I'm like, and he pulls up in this Mercedes, and I'm like, I am on the wrong side of the desk here. This is you know, and that was it for me. And I ended up getting my real estate license. I ended up managing a lot of properties in the Seattle area for an amazing guy by the name of John Goodman. And the company at the time was called Goodman Management. Now it's called Pinnacle. I'm not sure what it's called now. But he gave me an opportunity as a young man right out of college. It was the only job I ever had. And then after managing about 30,000 apartments all up and down the Western U.S., all sizes, you start to look at things operationally. You know, like I would know that when an investor would come to us, whether or not I could fix the building. I knew that if they overpaid, underpaid, you know, whatever, and just after doing it enough. And so I was like, okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to start buying these buildings. And I didn't know how to buy them. I didn't know, you know, how to. I didn't know. I didn't have any money, of course, and I didn't know how to raise equity, get debt. I didn't have you know, any kind of net worth or anything. So I started with one, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and you know, the rest is history. Now we've done, I think, a lot, maybe about $3 billion. We own about $2 billion right now. I'm the general partner on everything. And I started syndicating years ago because you run out of money, like, you know. And if you want to scale, you have to learn how to syndicate. But the investors, you know, it's an interesting thing. They want their money back. So that means that you have to know what to buy. So, and I had been fixing buildings through property management so long that it actually was pretty natural for me. So when I see a building, I see it very clearly. I see if there's room, you know, to raise the income, or there's areas to cut on the expenses, or things that you can do there, because I had done it for so many other investors over the years as a property manager. So that was my secret sauce. Just I didn't know how to buy them, but I knew how to manage them. So of course, on the first few, I made sure that it worked. You know what I mean? And I just never stopped.
So your first, so you were managing properties, 60 units, and then you said under Pinnacle, John Goodman, you were did you say almost 30,000?
Yeah, something like that. You know, it was almost a 9-year run where we were opening offices, and you know, it was a fee management company, right? So here's the one thing I learned in fee management, though. You know, guys, how many of you guys you know what a fee management company is? So it's basically when you buy something and you go find somebody else to manage it. So here's the problem with a fee management company. So if you guys are the investor, you come to me with a building, and I don't operate that building better, you know, let's say the operations go down and I get fired. If I get the building from you and the operations stay the same, I get fired. And if I take the building and I really make it outperform and it does really well, you sell it and I get fired. So the property management business is tough because, you know, when you're doing a good job, you get fired. So anyway, I quickly realized that I need to have my own buildings, my own management company. And so we don't do any fee. We just manage our own. It's the truth, man. It's the truth. So it's a tough business. And so the point is, as we were going around and you know, John, we were, you know, getting these big contracts with these big groups, a lot of institutional groups. You know, you would get 1,000 units, 2,000 units in different markets, and I was traveling all over. It was really fun because you learn a lot about, you know, the different expenses and the different people, the different laws and different landlord-tenant laws and different things. And it also gave me the permission to go nationwide if I wanted, which is how we got to Texas, Oklahoma, Nevada. You know, I'm based in Scottsdale. It's where I live. And so it's a lot of fun.
So how did you, when you transitioned from property management to investing, like what were your first couple deals? And then you said you learned how to syndicate. So like, how did you figure all that out?
Good. Yeah. So I started buying small stuff, right, with my own money, and then you run out of money. And then
what's small, like a single family? Or
yeah, single, duplex 4s, you know, even an 8, you know. And I started just, you know, with that side of it, smaller cash flow, you know. But then I realized, you know, I could easily buy some of these bigger properties. And then I had a crazy buddy of mine. I was in a group called EO at the time. Now I'm in YPO. But he came to me, and he was doing these condo conversions out of Canada. So he came down, and we put together my first big partnership. And that's when we brought in Lehman Brothers. We brought in Merrill Lynch. We brought in GE Capital. We brought in a bunch of bigger groups to actually start going out and buy. That was in the 90s, and we were buying properties, we were converting them to condos, we were doing condo projects and all that kind of stuff. And so that was when I started really understanding big money, you know, like institutional money. Here's what I learned. I learned that, like, you know, fine group of people like yourself oftentimes get frustrated with where they want to put their money, so they put them into pension funds, insurance policies, you know, whatever. And then those people that manage those, they come to people like me, and they give me the money to go out and buy a property. So that's exactly how the system is. You know, so we started working with, you know, these institutional managers, and that's all that those big names on those big buildings do, is they take, you know, money, whether it's in a bank or whether it's an insurance policy or a pension or whatever it might be, and they have to invest it, because that return that you get your quarterly payment in, that's invested somewhere, not necessarily just multifamily. And so that's, you know, once I learned that from Phil, my first real heavy partnership he was out of Edmonton, I just never stopped. And then I just said, okay, I can scale this now, and that's what we started to do.
So how did you come across Robert Kiyosaki?
Yeah.
So how many people know of Kenny because of his association with Robert? Let's just see a show of hands.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
the Rich Dad Advisor for real estate.
Yeah. Well, so I'll tell you, I don't think I've told the story, but I'll tell the story. So, you know, when you're syndicating, you're out looking for investors. And so Robert's name came across, you know, if a friend of mine said, hey, you ought to meet this guy. He wrote this book called Rich Dad Poor Dad. I was like, I've never heard of it. And he's like, yeah, he'd sold his company. He moved to Hawaii or whatever, but he lived in Phoenix. And I was in Phoenix, and it was actually through EO And I went and met Robert and Kim at the Phoenix Country Club, and I was literally thinking, okay, this would be a great guy to give me $100,000. That was where my head was. Just like many of you right now. To me, I was just hustling, trying to figure out. I was trying to buy a deal in Tucson at the time, and and that turned into a visit with Robert and Kim down at Tucson. I didn't really understand that they had the seminar stuff or anything going at the time. They were doing all these events. I'd never been to an event like this at that point in my life. I actually went to a Tommy Hopkins event once. So Robert's like, hey, I want you to come to one of my events. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, I do these 3-day weekends. I'm like, okay. So I forgot. And God is my witness, is the truth. So I was like, on Sunday morning, I was like, oh no. Like, I remember I had flip-flops, shorts, I had my top down on my car, and I think I might even had a tank top on. I was Phoenix, it was hot. And I drove as fast as I could out to this, where he's putting on this event, and there's a room like this. And Robert's on stage, and he sees me come in, and he's like, Kenny, come on up here. By the way, at this point, I had never spoken in front of anybody. And he's like, he called me on stage. I'm like, oh, my God. So he, as punishment, because it was Sunday, he said, tell him what you know. And he walked off stage. That's the truth. So I was like fumbling, but really, I just started talking about the stuff I was working on, and then Kim comes up and saved me, thankfully, and she's like, can you stick around for lunch, because I think these people are going to want to chat with you. I was not exposed to this world at all, and then that turned into a great friendship with them. He started asking me to come speak on some of the things I had been doing. Then he asked me to write the book, The ABCs of Real Estate Investing, which I did. And then, the rest is history. We started, traveling around, and I enjoyed teaching. I really enjoy it.
So your brand now, like, how obviously you benefited from a brand, right?
Yeah.
From being associated with Robert. So
No
talk
question.
about that. And a lot of people here in the room, they're, this is, I don't even know if you know what I'm doing here, but it's we're all about apartments. I mean, you know what I do, but it's all about apartments. We do syndications. I just talked to them about a mentorship program and a community, and some people came into that. Everybody in here is interested in apartments.
Yep.
Everybody that does apartments wants to raise capital, and everybody eventually is going to want to build a brand.
So the mistake I made, if I was to look back, would be to not get involved with mentorship and coaching and people. Now, back then, there wasn't a lot of this. So I think the fact that it's available now, you can fast forward your future, you should. I mean that. Like, I look back and I'm like, geez, I wish if I had the knowledge today, like my goal in the next, our goal is to buy another 10 to 15,000 units in the next 6 years, but I wish, if I would have had that knowledge when I was, let's say 40, right? And some of it was just because it wasn't available, and I just had to learn organically the way that we did. So hats off to you for putting together a program like this for people so they can fast forward their education, because it would have been the difference for me.
Well, thank you for being here and being a part of it today, by the way.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So when you get out with Robert, and now you're speaking on stages, and writing books,
crazy.
Did that change? Obviously, that changed how people perceived you, and maybe your ability to syndicate deals, or like what happened?
Sure. So I break my life into 3 categories. I would say the first third, those were my learning years, and then the middle, I would call those my earning years, and then now I'm in, I would call the last third are my returning years. So that's how I would categorize where I am. So I'm in the returning years. So we brought on a full-time director of philanthropy 7 or 8 years ago for our company. I started donating all the proceeds from my books and speaking and all that stuff to charity. So that became my why. My speaking, my YouTube channel, all that stuff. It all, I actually have never taken a nickel out of any of it. And I just pour it all back into, mostly local charities. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So that became my why, because I was like, why am I running around the world with this crazy Japanese guy? All
right, wait, I got to ask you.
Yeah.
Like, how many of you have heard Robert Kiyosaki speak? We've had Robert here at our events 2 or 3 times, and I've listened to him, and sometimes he could be, let me just say, a little rough. Like, he stood up and asked Robert why he invested in gold, and Robert went off on him. Has Robert ever gone off on you? And how did he deal with Robert's endearing personality? I love Robert, by the way.
Yeah,
He's a good friend.
he's one of my dear friends. I mean, he's temperamental, But I don't know. He makes me laugh. I don't. His anger has nothing to do with mine. I'm like, whatever, man. I just watch him throw his little tantrums, and then I just wait until they're over.
So I remember the last time. It's so funny. The last time I saw you, Kenny, Robert invited me and Jen to what he called his Rich Dad Advisors meeting. And I'm thinking, well, what does this mean? Does this mean I'm going to be a Rich Dad advisor? I don't know. I don't know if I want to do this. Maybe it would be cool. And then Kenny was like, well, hey, I'm not doing it anymore. And I'm like, well, okay, well, now, what does this mean? But I remember there were about 40 of us in, what was it, August or September?
Yeah.
And we're in this room. I don't know if I shared this with any of you yet, but Kenny is there, Tom is there, Blair Singer is there. The Success Resources people, Richard and Veronica Tan from Singapore are there, and a bunch of other people, Andy Tanner, who does stocks and stuff. And we're starting, and I come into the room, and I set my Starbucks down that I just got, and y'all know I'm addicted. If you don't know, I'm addicted to coffee. I love coffee. I love lattes. I love spending $5 a day because I don't believe in the latte factor that Dave Ramsey teaches.
No.
$5 a day. $1,700 a year annualized in the S&P 500. That is not the path to financial freedom. We talked about that, right? And so I remember setting my coffee down with Jen, and she was there, and we set our Starbucks down, and Robert looks at us and goes, all right, you guys are new here. No coffee in this room. Everyone, you got 2 minutes to get your coffee and your food off the tables. Go. And I'm like, what do I do? I feel like a child right now being chided. But I wasn't the only one with coffee. And all these adults, these millionaires, they're running and putting their coffee down on the floor outside. Remember that?
I always love that moment.
And I'm like, oh shit, man. I don't know, Kenny, how'd you do it? I don't know how you did it for all those years.
Well, yeah, the man's flipping brilliant. I mean that. He's brilliant.
This is a different kind of interview, right?
Yeah,
I didn't have that on the questions that I sent to you.
I know. Robert, he really is a master. He's always got 10 or 12 books he's reading. He's always studying like crazy. I get so many texts from every day, videos, watch this, dude, let's get on the phone and talk about this, whatever. And so being a Rich Dad Advisor was a huge commitment. And it took me all over the world, and it was awesome. It helped build my brand, which, by the way, I think brands are very important. So the Rich Dad brand helped me elevate my brand. So all of that is a blessing, obviously. I was texting with Kim all morning, but I just decided that I need to unplug a little bit personally from, the routine. By the way, it's awesome. I am going to meet with Dennis Prager next week, with Robert. He's doing a thing with Jordan Peterson and, Patrick McDavid. And, so he's connected with all these great folks all the time. And so I really thought through the decision.
Yeah.
But I've been doing that my whole career with him. I've met some amazing people, including all the stuff that he did, as he was moving up and speaking all the time with Trump and all that. And I've hunted with Trump, the kids, and, all that.
I just got a text from Robert, actually,
Yeah.
not too long ago.
Yeah.
I love it too, by the way. I love being.
It's awesome.
He just sent me one about how he was on Neil
Cavuto.
Cavuto 3 times in 1 week. He sent me the interview. He's an amazing guy, by the way. As much as I
he is.
He's an incredible guy. He's very well connected, very passionate. I told Ben Humble, Ben was coming from a communist country, and Ben has a book called something like Communism to Capitalism. Robert would love that stuff.
He would. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I think he talks a lot about socialism from experience, and, he's kind of talking a lot about that, how it's creeping in, and how, a lot of our institutions are becoming nationalized. And so I enjoy, it's just not my world, like doing what you're doing, right? I'm out trying to find deals and do all this stuff. And so, but I've been doing that my whole life, doing these personal, I just got back, I'm doing stuff with the Deepak Chopra organization now. And I just had a meeting with Deepak last week. And, now I'm trying to work in my longevity and, a bunch of other things. And, I don't think Robert and Deepak would get along though, so I haven't introduced those two yet. But I'm just saying that now that you've built your own platform, you have an opportunity to go out and do the same kinds of things.
Yeah.
But I still remain incredible friends with him.
Yeah. So maybe 1 or 2 more questions. So you're actively buying deals. You see a good opportunity in 2023. What are some of the challenges? Obviously, the debt was probably the biggest one, but what are you and your company doing to mitigate whatever challenges you see out there right now?
So there's 4 things that we're kind of focused on for 2023. The first one is just basic operations. It's low-hanging fruit. It's stuff that you can control, getting ahead of your income. I'm talking about for the real estate stuff that you own, or a building, or a company that you own. So I got involved in my firm. I haven't been managing my firm for 10 years. I've cut out $1 million of overhead already out of my own firm, and also I'm working on all the individual properties. So basically what I want is what happens over time as you guys try to disconnect and you live on passive income and you have your time back. There are people that will be running your companies or your businesses or your properties that just don't look at them the same way that you might. And so even though it was my own company and I had done that, because I had to jump back in. So that was the first thing. And then buying something with fixed rate debt is something that you can still do. I'm looking at a deal. I was looking at a deal last week in Baton Rouge. Seller financed 4%. By the way, it's 300 and some units. Yeah, so you're starting to see that you can make sense of that deal. There was some room in the rent roll. He had owner managed. He was overspending on the expense side, and so I've got some NOI growth in there and seller finance. So there's still deals. They're just not as prevalent as they were before the rates started to go up. So.
Awesome. And one more question. So what advice would you have for people in the room here that are considering getting started in the business, in the apartment investing and syndication business?
Well, there's tremendous freedom. That's so for me. What I always wanted was the freedom to be able to be where I wanted to be, do what I wanted to do. My son's here. The reason he's here is because of my freedom, you know, and the time I spent invested in my kids when they were young from coaching and all that stuff. That for me is what real estate gave me. I wasn't, you know, I didn't have some master plan at the time. I was just trying to replace my expenses with some passive income in the beginning. And that was it. I just wanted to be financially free, to be able to do what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. Then I also realized how amazing the tax advantages were. You know? I mean, literally, you know, depreciation and cost segregation, all the stuff that Tom's going to talk about. You know, even buying the jet, you know, I think, you know, I've had one, you know, 100% write-off in year one, even if you finance it, which we didn't do, but if you do finance it, it's 100%, like amazing, like it's crazy. So you can sell something and have a big gain and buy a jet and pay no tax. It's bizarre. So you start to realize and start to learn this stuff, you know? You start to learn like depreciation and how much you can wipe out your ordinary income. And then I really started to tune in, especially as we got bigger. You know, I was working till, say, March, April, May every year just to pay tax. Think about it. If you're in the 30, 40%, 50% tax bracket, that's accurate. So I was like, why would I want to just make money in the second half of every year? So I figured, okay, how do I keep legally what I'm making? And so that's when I started really kind of digging into that whole tax strategy, because when you start to make a lot of money and you start to pay a lot of tax, which I was doing back in the condo days, you know, we were making millions. You know, we'd buy something for 100 and sell it for 200, and, you know, be 300 units with $30 million in profit or something, you know, and split between partners. But then you'd pay 30, 40% out to, you know, to the IRS. And I was like, man, like, you know, and it was such a downer, you know, like after doing these big deals. So you start to realize that you can balance it all with a good tax strategist. You can legally defer or kick the can down the road, and even roll them into estate planning and all this other cool stuff. I didn't know any of this. I was just trying to keep what I made, and now I've successfully done that. And now it's called NOLs, or net operating losses. That's, you know, I love that word, because that's all we're just managing our net operating losses. So there might be times where we have so many losses and not enough gains. So we're like, okay, let's sell this because it's free cash and it just offsets the loss. So there's all kinds of things you can do on the tax side. By the way, I didn't learn any of this in school. I just was paying tax like a lot of people, and I was like, man, there has to be a better way to keep what you make. And so that, you know, that was kind of the second bite of the apple, I guess, for me. It's like trying to figure out how to keep what I made.
I love it. So do we have time for one more question?
Yeah.
I got to ask this question. It's
Oh.
about your license plate. Did I tell you guys about his license plate? So you have I understand, I've seen it.
Yeah.
So Kenny's got a Ferrari, and tell us what's on your license plate and what that means and why you have it.
Well, here's what it means. Yeah, I got it. You know, I just thought it would be funny because I was a 2.17, the grade point average. I remember, you know, the coach coming to me. He's like, "Dude, like you have to, you know, you can't wrestle unless you get over 2." So I was like, "Oh shit, I better." So I got to 2.17, which was huge. And so I remember I got C student. I don't know how I got it, but I got it, and stuck it on my first Ferrari that I had years ago. And now it's I've had several since, but I just keep rolling it to the newest. But anyway, so I went over to Robert's house. He was so pissed. He's like, God, I wish I would have got that. So he got D student. D. And I'm like, and I got pissed. I'm like, no, like I'm not a better student than you are. And so we got this big debate.
That's awesome.
So we have this great photo of him. He's got D student. He's got a yellow 458, and my I have a black and C and D student.
That is awesome. Let's give it up for Kenny McElroy. All right, man. Let's get a selfie here. Here, let's get a picture here. Oh. Here. Oh, the other guy. All right, one more time for Kenny. Let's give it up for Kenny. All right, man. I'll see you. Oh, you know what's. Oh. All right. All right. Woo! All right, guys. Was that fun? Was that good? Yeah. And here's the deal. Kenny's going to hang out. So all the people in the mentoring program, all the people that are new in the mentoring program, and everybody that's already in it, we're going to have a little reception after Pete comes out. Okay, so Pete's going to come on. Again, everybody that comes into the mentoring program will have an opportunity to network with Kenny, get a photo, ask him some questions. Is that cool? All right, let's go. So now before the end of the day, I want to bring out the guy that has made a huge difference in my life personally. He's made a huge difference in the Sumrock organization. For those of you that have been around in my life for a while, and you've said, wow, Brad, like you've really taken your game to the next level, your speaking, your communication. It's a direct result of the decision I made to invest a lot of time and a lot of money, working with Pete Vargas. And I'm just so happy. And he works with some of the biggest clients in the world, like Tony Robbins, Grant Cardone, Dee Graziosi. And I'm so glad that he decided to take me on as a client, because there's a lot of people that want him to work with them in their organizations, and he just isn't able to do it, And he's very selective about who he works with personally, and I'm just so happy and honored that he works with me personally and my team. And I'm just really excited to have Pete come out, because what he's going to teach you is a lot of the things that he has taught me, and it personally has cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars to learn. Okay? So let's get on our feet. Come on, let's get on our feet for Pete. Let's get on our feet for Pete Vargas. Pete, you ready? You ready? Come on. This is my
Take a seat. Hey, so that song is about winning. All I do is win. That's my motto in life. All I do is win. I win in my faith. I win in my health. I win in my relationships. I win in business. And I didn't realize something a couple years ago. I wasn't winning in money. I thought just because I understood how to make money, or I made, some of you that are making good salaries. How many doctors do we have in the room? Yeah, make pretty dang good money. But what I realized is that my money wasn't multiplying for me. It wasn't multiplying for me. So when Grant Cardone introduced me to Brad Sumrock and said, man, you should help this guy the way that you helped me, I didn't think I necessarily wanted to work with Brad and Jen. They were just smaller. And some of you have heard that. Like, their business was much smaller. And I'm going to tell you what got me to work with them. But one of the things was the fact of how many people were winning in their community. I remember seeing the Staples. Where are the Staples? They in the house? Any of them? They left. Of course, they left. They're helping. But I remember running into him, and he said, Pete, since I didn't know who he was. And I want to teach you the biggest skill set. I'm not going to teach you 2, 3, 4 things. I'm going to teach you one thing today that I haven't taught an audience yet. I customized this for Brad's group today because Brad asked me this week if I would share and speak. And it's one of the biggest things that you all have seen grow in Brad. And I'm going to teach you that one thing. I'm going to do it in about 30 minutes so you guys can go out and network and connect and have some fun. But I'm going to tell you the only reason there's 2 reasons I took Brad on. I'll tell you one on the beginning and one at the end. The first reason I took Brad on is because I started asking people in his community. How many people are in the mentoring program? How many are considering being in the mentoring program? It's a lot of hands. I started going around because I don't want to work with somebody whose clients aren't winning, because it's a reflection on me. And quite frankly, it's one of the things that I love in the fact that I've worked with Grant, because so many of his people are winning, but there are so many other people that I'd worked with or had talked to that I'm like, no, none of their people are winning. And then I talked to the Staples, who I adore. And the Staples are like, yeah, I've 100x'd my net worth since knowing Brad Sumrock. 100x net worth. This is before I knew anybody. And I always forget his name, but I'm blown away by him, and I won't forget his name now. How many of y'all know Dan? Where's Dan at? Where's Dan at? Is Dan in the house? Did he leave too? See, I give some love to all these people, and they're not. He's getting coffee. Yeah, Dan Breezy. Is he out getting coffee? This story moved me 2 years ago. A freaking former snowboarder, world-class snowboarder, and saw all of his peers make all of this money, but then have to keep doing the rat race and doing it over and over and over again and losing the money and losing their homes and losing their families. Knew how to make money, but didn't know how to multiply money and actually make their money work for them. And he's like, Pete, I remember him sharing this story on stage. He's like, I was seeking somebody and I found Brad. And I think he told me today he has 2,400 doors. And he's like, if I can do it, a snowboarder, anybody can do it. I remember that. And then I remember meeting the Garzas, the very first time I met the Garzas. And first off, they blew me away because Damon John, as they pitched, 6 of you pitched today, and I'm going to tell you, 1 or 2 of you did a good job. 1 or 2 of you done a good job. Brad was leaving millions of dollars on the table before meeting me, and Grant Cardone said he was leaving hundreds of millions of dollars on the table before meeting me. This room is probably leaving billions of dollars, and I want to teach you a skill set today. And I got to work with the Garzas, and I saw them pitch Damon John. How many of you saw them pitch Damon John? Who was in the house that day? A few of you? And Damon picked them as the one that stood out the most as an apartment investor. If you want somebody to stand out, you would probably want to win one of the Sharks to say you were the best. And there were a few of you good on that stage. And so here's the thing. Here's one of the most important lessons I've learned, and I'm sorry I've stumbled through this, and I see all of my virtual people. Thank you for having your cameras on. Thank you for having your cameras on. But be in a community where you see lots of people winning and not just a couple of people winning. I've been behind the curtain also with some of the biggest names in the world. And a lot of people who I don't choose to work with is when I don't see a massive amount of people winning. How many of you are in deals and would say Brad has been a huge part of your mentorship in this room? Look at the hands. That's called winning. And most folks would win a few times, or a few people win, but make sure you're doing that. What I want to teach you is just the #1 marketing tool of being a world-class communicator. The #1 marketing tool that you have to be, the #1 marketing tool is becoming world-class in communication. I don't care if you're an introvert or an extrovert. How many of you would consider yourselves introverts in the room? How many would consider themselves extroverts? The difference between winning the deal and not winning the deal is simply having a framework. I'm going to give you a framework today in the structuring of your communication. I can do in 1 minute what most of you would fumble over and over again. And so where do I want to help you use this tool? This is what makes this unique. I want to help you use this tool with brokers. I want to help you use this tool with sellers. And I want to help you use this tool with investors and LPs. You got to be able to communicate to the broker. Brad said every deal, with maybe the exception of one, the broker makes the determination if he's going to even get to have a conversation with the seller. And there's a way that you've got to communicate to the broker to get their attention. You've also got to be able to communicate to the seller once you get that opportunity. I love the story where one of the students is like, hey, I'm just going to bring Brad on my call. And Brad spoke to the seller. How many of you would like Brad speaking to your sellers? And if you didn't raise your hand, it's time to exit the room right now because you're insane. Because I would. Let me ask that question again. How many of you, if you had a seller, would love Brad to be the one on that phone call to land the deal? Yeah, come on, guys. Like if you've been programmed and conditioned to like do things, like I want you to know like having someone like him to do that is huge, but I want you to be able to do it. I want you to be able to do it. And then the last one is the investors and the LPs. That's the sexiest one for me. That's the one I love to talk about the most. But it's also, I started to have this aha and realization with working with some of the biggest real estate folks in the world. All three of those really matter. And I'm not, anybody who's seen me present before? You haven't ever seen me talk about all three of those. And I'm going to actually use a framework of how you think about this when you have any of those three in a way of your communication. Because if you start getting good with the brokers, now all of a sudden you're going to become their best friends. And now all of a sudden they're connecting you with the sellers. You get really good with the sellers. And I'm going to tell you what matters for the seller. You start getting good with the sellers, all of a sudden you're going to win the deals. I'm going to tell you the one that matters the most to me up there. You get good with the investors and LPs, the deals will come your way. People will find that the deals will come your way. So yes, I want 1 and 2, but if all you take away is that third one, you give me a room of accredited investors, and I believe, maybe with the exceptions of the Garzas, the Sumrocks, I believe I could raise more money than the majority of people in the room just because of understanding the framework. Just understanding the framework. So the framework I teach today falls into all three of those buckets, but I'm going to tell you, after long conversations with a lot of people I work with, what matters to them in the framework the most. What matters to them in the framework the most. Does this sound useful today? Does this sound useful today? I want to hear you guys in the back. Does it sound useful today? All right, come on now. Don't be asleep on me. Don't be asleep on me, because here is the thing. I'm curious, does anybody outside of Jen and Brad, do you notice anybody else that you would recognize on there? At least one person raising your hand, if you do? How many of you know more than one person on that phrase, on that picture? Yeah, there's a lot of people up there. Let me tell you 2 things that they have in common. Actually, I'm going to tell you 3. I had 2 planned, but a third just came to my mind. There's 3 things they have in common. They all use different marketing tactics. Like, they all use different marketing and sales tactics. They all are different in the way they market. Like, Ed Milet was here a few years ago. The number one way he markets is through his podcast. Ed doesn't have funnels. Grant has lots of funnels. Brad has live events. They all market differently. I want you to hear that. They all market differently. What's the 3 things they have in common? Number 1, who thinks they know the 3 things they have in common? Anybody think they know that? Well, hey, listen, give that man $100 right there. Give that man $100. So, number 1 is they're all solid in the way they communicate. By the way, they communicate differently too. They communicate differently. They're all different. But they are all world class in understanding the framework I'm going to teach you. The second thing they have in common is they actually use stages to grow their business. Did you hear that? Some of you are like, what is he talking about? Podcasts, events, networking events, local events. They all use stages to build their business. Don't pay attention to what people say. Pay attention to what they do. Because a lot of the times what they say doesn't match up with what they do. 3 of you heard that. The reason I'm with the Sumrock community is because what he says, he actually does. So they all use stages. And the third thing they have in common is they've all worked with that sexy Mexican one-on-one right there. They've all worked with me in a one-on-one capacity. That's a pretty big deal right there. Somebody yesterday, I was eating dinner and someone came up to me and said, dude, you have worked with so many incredible people. And I'm like, I really have, haven't I? And so I went and compiled them on a screen because of that statement for you guys. Who said that to me last night? Man, none of the people who, none of them in the room. I'm going to stop calling their name. Garza's are in the room. Thanks for being in the room. Thanks for being in the room. But so what I'm about to share with you, I know a thing or two. And listen, to work with all of those folks is pretty dang profound. And so what I want to do is I want to give you the framework. I'm not going to be long, but the reason, Brad, this framework, by the way, I'm going to tell you the number one skill set Brad has increased in the last 4 years. How many have been in Brad's community for 4 years, over 4 years? But raise your hand if you've been around. Hi. Come on. And okay, now put your hand down. How many of you have significantly in the last few years seen Brad's communication go to a whole different level? Look at this, guys. It was like 95% of the audience. And the two that didn't raise their hand the second time, their arms sore, they're the introverts in the room. Did I hear Brad laugh on that? Man, were you laughing back there? Okay.
Yes, Pete, I'm laughing.
Okay. It's really funny, I know.
It's funny and it's true, so it's sad, but it's true.
Yeah.
And funny.
I've had people at events come up to me. I haven't told Brad this. A handful of people come up and say, "You're the one who, when I heard Brad in the past, it felt so," I'm just going to be honest, it felt so cheesy, and now it's just like so real, so authentic, so powerful. I've had people pull me aside and say that. I'm going to tell you, one of the reasons why Brad is grown so much is because the fact that he invests in himself. And one of the areas and arenas where he's chosen to invest in himself the most in the last few years are the words that come out of his mouth. How many feel like just a connection to Brad? A connection to Brad. I'm not talking about anything romantic, but a connection. I feel more connected with him. I see him growing more powerfully every single time. And if you will choose to do that, you will win the brokers, you will win the sellers, and most importantly, you will win the investors. And just me now knowing this business, I'm proud to say prior to 2021, or 2022, I hadn't invested a penny in apartments. I'm proud to say now that I've invested millions of dollars into apartments in the last couple of years. Y'all can clap for that. And being around Grant and Brad both, it inspires me. Last year, I paid the least amount. I was sharing with Kenny, I paid the least amount of taxes that I've ever paid. Because my wife is a real estate professional. And she's watching right now because this goes towards her 750 hours, babe.
Let's
I love
go,
you.
Pete.
Let's
go, Kim.
Yes.
Come on.
Kim texts me today. She texts me today. She would have been here, and some of you who know or heard my story, my wife had a kidney transplant 4 weeks ago. A very successful one and knocking it out of the park today. Knocking it out of the park. So, but she's here virtually because she saw what our tax bill did. She's like, oh my gosh. And here's the other thing I want you to know. I'm going to tell you that at the end. I got things to tell you at the end. I'm going to leave you hanging on the end. I'm going to tell you 2 great things about Brad at the end. Remind me, sir, 2. I told you 1, but I'm going to do 2. Donald, it's your responsibility. 2. If these people don't hear both of them, it's on you, sir. Yeah, I'm calling you out, giving you love. No, sit down, bro. Sit down. No. It's all right. I was just talking bad about you.
Only 2, Pete?
I've already said 1, so that'll be 3 in this presentation. Yes. Don't be messing with me, bro. I'm trying to get through this. And so I want to help you understand this. I want to help you understand this. I've seen so many people in this community's level of communication go up to a different level. And I finally wrapped my brain around it. These are 3 of the domains that I want you to understand a little bit today. And so before I do that, for anybody that's new, I have this trademark proprietary process. This is mine. It's trademarked. We've had lots of people try to take and steal and you reshape it and do it a little bit different. But I don't care if I'm trying to land an investor. I'm trying to land money for Tim Tebow's foundation, which is one of our foundations that my wife and I choose to give to. He's helping end sex trafficking. We were responsible for helping raise in between $4 and $5 million for him last year. $4 or $5 million. Or I'm trying to get my kids to actually take action, which is the hardest thing as teenagers. The StoryBraid framework, I'm going to show you how to use it with those three folks. With the broker, with the seller, and most importantly, with the investor and the GP, or the LP. I'm going to show you how to use it. But I want to help you understand, and I'm going to give you some stories to actually back this up. Real life stories of me using this to back this up. So here's what I want. I want you to understand some basics around this framework. When I communicate, this is the framework that I use. This is the framework that I use, no matter what I'm doing. And this framework starts with the heart. The first thing you have to do is connect with people's hearts. And the greatest and fastest way to connect with people's hearts is to them to know you're about to help them win. Write that down. The fastest way to connect with somebody's heart is actually to help them see the way they win. One of the biggest mistakes people make in communication is they're only thinking about their win. Can I tell you something beautiful? We're not playing in a win-loss game here. This is not like the NCAA championship or the NFL Super Bowl. Both parties can win in what you do. But you don't start talking about your win out of the gates. Help them see their win. Help them see their win. That's one of the greatest parts of the opening heart. And one of the best ways to help them see their win is they want to know, and here's the mistake, and I was sharing this with Ken before, they want to know that you understand what it's like to walk in their shoes. But you know what it's like to go to a place that they desire to go. You've got to know what it's like to walk in their shoes, but you also got to take them to the place that they desire to go. Most people like to just talk about all of their accolades and this oh, I'm so amazing and look at all these things I've done. And you're not even thinking about the fact that most people don't even relate. You're not relating to them because they want to know you know what it's like to be in their shoes. Do you know what it's like to be in the shoes of a broker or a seller or an investor who's putting their money for the first time? I thought 2 years ago when I put $100,000, I was sweating. And the only reason I put it with the person I did is because of the fact that I trusted them. And I'll take you through that process with me as a case study. But I also remember the first time I gave somebody $1 million to put into a deal. And they truly understood what it was like to be in my shoes at that time. And so this opening heart, I just want you to think about their win. One of the biggest mistakes I see, even with working with Grant Cardone, everybody comes to him right away and wants to talk about their win. What I did different is I talk about his win. And if they see their win, your win will naturally happen. The second thing of this framework, and I'm going to break it down by category. The second thing of this framework is the mind. They want to see the path that you actually know how to win for them. They want to see that you have a process or some history of winning. They want to know that you know what it's like to win. Like an actual path. And I'll talk more about that as I break these three things down. The third part of this framework is the hands. This is how we build some of the biggest brands, the biggest names, the biggest EOs, and all of the biggest organizations, financial advisors. This is the framework we use to help people convert at a higher level than they've ever done before in their businesses. The third thing they want to know, the third thing that you want them to do is actually take some type of action. You want to give some type of call to action, some type of CTA. The heart Their win opens up their heart. Now they want you to talk up to their minds that you actually know how to win and you have a process to winning. Their hands is the call to action. And the last part, and I'm going to simplify this with all three of these categories. The last part is the heart. When I stepped into this world 5 or 6 years ago, people are like, never finish with the heart. You finish with the call to action. You got to create the tension in the room and have them run to the back of the room. I'm like, no, that's not what I do. This framework was created from me running as a youth pastor in Hereford, Texas, in a town of 15,000 people. This framework is what I had to do to keep kids' attentions and actually get them to change their lives. This framework was birthed out of the #1 teen pregnancy town per capita in the United States of America that I went to take over as a youth pastor. And when I left there 4 years after being there, we went from 3 kids to 800 kids every Wednesday night. It's a big deal. It was the largest youth group per capita, and the teen pregnancy rate shot down over the course of those 4 years. We weren't even in the top 10 anymore. And this just so happened to be the framework that I used any week that I would preach. And then the first business owner that I gave that framework to, his daughter was the first girl killed at Columbine. Some of you have heard me tell that story. He built one of the biggest organizations in schools with this framework. And then you bring it to Brad and Jen Sumrock, and all of a sudden, he didn't give me enough credit. He didn't give me enough credit in that slide. Let's be really real. He said he's invested 2.7. He's made tens of millions of dollars from me. Tens of millions. Not millions, tens of millions. How many of you would invest 2.7 million to make 20 million? You think he made that 20 million overnight? Actually, let me see that. How many of you would invest 2.7 to make $20 million? You think he saw those tens of millions of dollars overnight? No. And I made him put $250,000 down. But he saw it over the course of the next 2.5 years. And I'm just stepping out of my talk for a minute. Like, you think $35,000 is going to be very hard for you to recoup? I know it's a big investment. I remember when I spent my first $35,000. It scared the shit out of me. It really did. But if you find the right mentors, and I haven't always found the right mentors. I found a lot of people who overpromise and underdeliver. Brad underpromises and overdelivers. So if you'd say you would do that, but you won't do $35,000, then you're being very incongruent with your belief system right now. And there's something getting in the way. There's something getting in the way. And so Brad has made a mass. So I'm getting back. Everybody told me, you don't close with the heart. I'm like, yeah, I do. I've been doing it since I was a youth pastor. I absolutely close with the heart. Everybody else was closing with the strong call to action. No, I close with the heart. I close with the heart. You'll see it today. You won't know it, but you'll be like, oh crap, he's closing with the heart right now. I close with the heart. I open with the heart and I close with the heart. When I am the most effective and efficient parent, I'm not trying to speak to their mind, I'm trying to speak to their hearts. And when I have their hearts, I get their minds. Every time I'm like, freaking pick up your mess, make your bed, clean your room. Guess what? They never listen. But when I say, Bubs, Mom, and I can hear you guys back there on the mic somewhere. Either that's me or God's speaking to me audibly for the first time. Yeah. But when I'm like, hey, bud, dude, you knocked it out of the park with your room last night. Mom actually told me about it. She was blown away. She was wowed. Which way do you think's more powerful to start that conversation? And it's the same in business. It's the same with products. It's the same with investing. It's the same with services. It's the same with anything. This I hope you will begin to subscribe to as the framework that you use for every type of communication, because when you do, you will land more deals, land more investors, and land more money. That's what the domain we're in today. So how do you use it with brokers? Let me help you understand how to use it with brokers. And I haven't used it with the broker yet, and I'll be done in about 10 minutes. I haven't used it with brokers yet. But the way you got brokers want to know that you're going to actually see the deal through. That's their win. They want to know that this person is going to I can count on this person seeing the deal through. So if that is their win, plug it into the flipping framework and start doing it. And for some of you that are like, yeah, Pete, but I've never, how many of you how many of you have not done a deal, but you're committed to doing a deal in the next year? Let me see hands. Okay? So freaking leverage a community that is a household name. You might not get to leverage your history, but you can leverage the Sumrocks history. So you've got to know the broker's win. The broker's win is knowing that you're going to actually see the deal through. That you're going to deliver on what you're committing to, and that you're going to see the deal through. That is their win. And the more powerful you communicate around that using this framework, the more likely you are to not just get deals, but then begin to talk to the sellers. Begin to talk to the sellers. Now, I don't have a broker story in the terms of a traditional broker, but I have a story of this guy right here. His name's Michael Hyatt. Anybody know Michael Hyatt? By show of hands. Michael Hyatt's incredible. New York Times bestselling author, works with corporations. He had a company called Platform University. Platform University. It was doing millions of dollars, or it was doing about $1 million a year. It had 25,000 past customers, 3,000 active customers. And he took Platform University to the market to be sold. So I know it's not an apartment deal, but it is a deal. And he was the broker, in my opinion, and the seller, because he wasn't using an outside broker to sell the company. I went to him in 3 minutes in a communication talk. And I'm the one who landed the deal. When everybody else was putting $2 million and $2.5 million offers in, I landed the deal. I paid $1.3 million to $1.5 million cash for that company. I started to understand that his win was cash. I also started to understand that his win would be incentives on the back end of this deal growing. So guess what went in my 3-minute talk? Hey, I'm going to be the one guy that will pay you cash, and I'll pay it the day we close. You don't have to worry about it. It'll be done. Are any of the other people doing cash deals? No, they all want creative deals. All do cash. And oh, by the way, here's a little incentive package that will happen as this property and company grows. Here's some incentive that I want to do. That's what I communicated. Guess who won the company? Me. I won the company because of using a framework of understanding the broker's wins. The broker's wins. Well, what about the sellers? What about the sellers? Brad and I were talking about this. I'm going to take it one step deeper with the sellers. And some of you are doing part 1, but you're sucking with part 2. Part 1 is they also want to know that there's confidence in you being the one to close the deal. You know the only people who connected with me this morning? And with Brad, I said, Brad, how many people were good? I think 1. He's like, no, I think there were 2. Were the people who also personally connected. Who personally connected. And I know it was a little bit unfair because he coached you guys on that, and so the later people got to actually build upon it. But what if you began to help them understand what you're going to do with that property and how you're going to carry it out and take it to another level and serve the community and make it even better than where it's at and not belittle them for what if you began to personally connect with the sellers in a more powerful way? I'm telling you, if you do that, you will land more deals. So their wins, they want to see it through. They're motivated to see it through. They want to know that you're going to live up to your word, but they also, believe it or not, want to personally connect with you. So build that into your talk. You know what the head part of your talk becomes? You know, you could start with the heart very easily. This property is such a legacy property here in Dallas. It's an incredible community. And what you've done with this property is unbelievable. And I just want you to know what you can count on from me is continuing the legacy to not just to build upon what you have done here. I will build upon. I'm not trying to belittle them. I will build upon it. And you will be proud when you walk in here 5 years from now and say, dang, I picked the right person. That's an opening heart. And so here's the mind. So listen, I'm willing to do this with the closing, and I'm willing, here's my GP team. You see the head. Now I'm speaking to the head. I just spoke to the heart, but now I'm speaking to the head with the tactical things that they want to know. You get on the phone with the seller and I get on the phone with the seller, I'm going to tell you what, I'll win that every single day. Not knowing what a lot of you who's been a GP on a deal in this room at all? Let me see show of hands. Yeah. You don't want to compete with me talking to your sellers, trust me. Because of words. Because of words. And so that's the second thing they want to know. They want to know that they can count on you, but they also want to be able to personally connect with you. Brad told me this. He said it did something for me when the people who talked about their LOIs actually personally connected. He said it was the weirdest thing. No, it's not the weirdest thing. It's these two words that our world needs more of: human connection. Human connection. So all of you analytical, tactical thinkers, you're leaving 70% of your business on the table because there's only 30 to 40% of the world wired like you. Which means you're leaving the other 70% because of not connecting. And it doesn't take much. I just did it in front of you. The last one. Oh, by the way, here you go. I haven't spoke to a seller, but that's my home in Colorado Springs right there. Pretty nice home. My wife and I drove by it. We were on the golf course, and she's like, Pete, I want to live up there in the trees. I'm like, oh, crap, here goes that conversation. And this was like 10 years ago, and we weren't in a financial position to afford that house right there. And we drove by it one night. She's like, I want to go show you. All of our friends love the houses on this street. It's like it's their dream homes. I'm like, oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. This is a true story. She's listening right now because she always reprimands me when I stretch the truth. She has since I was a youth pastor. So I've got like a higher level like when Mama's listening. And once again, did I tell you this counts towards her 750 hours? So we go by it, we see the house that all of our friends see, but we don't fall in love with that house. We fall in love with the house just to the right of it. She's like, that's going to be our house someday. I'm like, someday, babe. They're probably going to be living here for another decade. She goes online that night. Of course, this is how God works. 17 minutes after we were there, the house goes on the market that night. Oh, gosh. And the asking price is out of my range. But, you know, happy wife, happy life. So she's like, hey, the next morning you're going to go over there to the owner and you're actually going to have a conversation with him. So I go over to the owner, redirects me to the seller, which would be like a broker in this case. I tell the broker why we want to see this. Broker's like, yes. Connects me to owner. Owner, we get to see it. We're in the house that next day by 5 p.m. And they tell us what they're asking. It's obviously online. We're in no position to pay that price. We're not. And I'm scared to death because fires have just happened in Colorado Springs. Neighborhoods have just been ripped up. I'm living in fear. Man, I'm telling you, stop living in fear, man. Because when you don't live in fear, you live in freedom. I'm living in fear and I don't want to put an offer, but I put an offer and it's $50,000 below the asking price and multiple offers come in. multiple offers come in, and we get a second chance to be able to speak to the seller, a second chance. And I know they're a Christian family. That's my faith. I know they're a Christian family. I know that they had hosted ministry things on the right side of that house. On the right side of that house, it was a whole new add-on. You can see the garage there all the way to the right. It's a whole new add-on where I found out they hosted like a thing called Young Life events up there. And so in 3 minutes, I tell them what we would do to carry out the legacy in that home. And my wife writes a letter using the StoryBraid framework to tell them the legacy that we would keep in that home for them. And we knew we weren't going to win the offer. And there was a doctor. We win the offer. And at closing, we meet the sellers in their house. And they said there was a doctor and a lawyer that bid more on you. But what you told us that you would do to keep the legacy of this home based in Christian roots and Christian foundations, that did it for us. The third highest bid. That does not happen. We were the third. They were much higher than us. One of them were over asking. And that's our house today, a decade later. Because, yeah, you can clap for that. That's words. That's words. The power of communication. The power of communication. The last piece is investors, and this is the piece that I told you I love the most. Lots of people try to tell me all this stuff about multifamily. But it finally landed when somebody explained it to me in a way that I understood. Like, I'm super grateful. Like, both Grant and Brad have had a huge impact on me understanding multifamily in a way that I understood. Like, my wife understands it. You're talking in your terms way too much. And you're not talking in the terms of the person. All you wanted was to be out of the rat race and know that you could do something outside of your practice. That's all you wanted. How can I be outside of the rat race and actually make my money work for me so I don't have to work 14-hour days? How do I multiply my money so I can have freedom to do what I want to do? So I can pass something off to my kids. So I can have cash flow. So I can have all of these things. Like, that's what I'm going to bed awake at night on. I don't give a crap about 506s and cost segregations and all of 509s and all these things that you guys talk about. I don't care about that stuff. I'm talking about pre-understanding it. I just want to know that multifamily can do something for me, for my family, and for my money. And once you get my heart on that, man, I freaking now all of a sudden understand the real estate professional, and I understand depreciation, and I understand cost segregation, and I understand why this year is a big year because next year it goes down to 60%. Like, now all of a sudden those terms, because of winning my heart and helping me understand something that can make my life better, now I want to understand those things. And that's why last year, here's one of the two things. When multiple deals came to me, I had $1 million that I wanted to invest, and I put it out to a lot of friends, and a lot of friends sent me back deals. And I sent all of those deals to one of Brad and I's good friend by the name of Jim Dew. He's a good friend, and I'm a client of his. And Jim's like, dude, this is the deal for you. It was one of Brad's deals. And when I did that, it was like, Kim and I, for the first time, I wasn't scared by putting that $1 million in there. I wasn't scared. And I'm so proud that we did that because it's full circle of somebody really helping me understand apartments at a way that's not all of the geeky stuff. I'll get to the geeky stuff, but you got to win my heart first. When you win my heart, my mind is open to understand and listen. And now when you give me a call to action, I'll take on it. I'll take on it. It's the same thing. I used this framework on Grant Cardone a few years ago. A few years ago, he gave me not 15 minutes, but he told me 15 minutes, but when I got to his office, it was only 5 minutes. It was only 5 minutes. And in those 5 minutes, he turns and he looks at Jared and he says, dude, why is this guy not on our stage? Why is this guy not on our stage? And Jared goes, I've been telling you. And that year in 2019 in Miami Marlins Stadium, I was on a stage. Were you there? 34,000 people. 34,000 people. Unfortunately, I was on Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday, so it had dropped about 10,000 people. And that day, I saw 1,000 new customers come into my world. 1,000 new customers. It generated over $2 million in revenues for me in 1 hour. In 1 hour. I'm telling you, investors will be with you for life if you will use this framework. I want you to know when you use this framework to master things, you will land more deals, you will land more investors, and you will land more money. I'm telling you, this framework is so powerful. Because if you squeeze this framework, I've never said this, if you squeeze this framework, like people always tell me, like if you could squeeze one word from the Bible, what would it be? And my answer would be love. If you squeeze this framework, what's 2 words it would be? Human connection. Human connection. That's what this framework does. And I'm telling you, you start using this. Guys, I'm going to ask you to go to the last slide of wherever who's controlling this with Brad and Jen. The very last slide with Brad and Jen. I'm going to bypass a little bit. Can you all do that for me? Whoever's controlling the PowerPoint. Cool. When you use this framework, you will win the brokers. You will win the sellers. And to me, most important, you will win the LPs. You will win the LPs. Here, I can do it. Keep it off the screen for a second. You can do that. You see, I think, wow, I'm hitting the mark exactly. I think the greatest pitch that ever came were from these two. Because it was, and for those of you that have been around, you've heard this story, but it still blows my mind away. My friend Jared Glant said, Grant has personally mentored Brad Sumrock, and we had just taken Grant's event from $4 million to $17 million. In COVID, with people online virtually. The same boot camps that he was doing and he would generate 4 million, we took it to 17 million. His mind was blown. And so in that, he went to Jared, or Jared came to me and said, dude, there's these people that Grant has mentored one-on-one. Would you do me a favor? You don't have to work with them, but would you give them 15 to 30 minutes to help them? It would mean a lot to us. And I went and looked him up, and I looked at his website. I looked at some of his communication. I was like, oh, man. I went and said, hey, to my assistant, change my calendar link from 30 minutes to 15 minutes. And Brad and Jen scheduled a 15-minute call. And 60 to 70 minutes later, I was so flippin' convinced of working with them. I knew in my heart I was supposed to work with them. Because I saw them demonstrate the StoryBrand framework on me. They talked about how much they wanted to see their clients win and how much their clients were winning. I hadn't spoken to you yet, but I was believing they were winning. And how COVID had knocked them in the teeth with things that they were doing. And if they could just get somebody that would come in there and help, they knew that they could win and win for their clients. 60 minutes later, I'm like, oh my gosh, I love these two. I love these two. And I'm telling you, this is not just a business relationship with me today. Yes, you heard Brad say how much he's invested in us, millions of dollars. It's a personal relationship because it started with human connection. Started with human connection. I said yes to them. I'm like, I'm not just going to do my normal big rev share. This is a small group right here, so I'm going to do more than a rev share. I put $250,000 on the spot for them. Like, it's $250,000 plus this is what it looks like. And I just knew that would probably turn them off, and then I could at least say I trusted my gut and I gave them a proposal like I felt like I was supposed to, and they said no to it. And they didn't say no to it. Like, damn it. They said yes to it. And I'm so glad they did. You know what won me over with them? What won me over with them is the fact that they connected with me and talked about what they wanted to see in this community. And now 2.5 to 3 years later, many of you have seen this community go to a whole different level. How many of you have seen this community go to a whole different level? And it was already good, but now it's a whole different level. What happens, you realize that the catalytic moment were words that came out of their mouth. Words that came out of their mouth is what's being manifested today on the stage and what you've seen in this community. So guys, that's what I desire for you. Has this been helpful today? Has this been helpful? And so listen, we did this last year. If Brad is willing to say yes to $250,000 up front in a very hard season of COVID, and now he can say he's invested, what did he say, $2.6 million? But it's worth $20 million to him? And I'm telling you, when it's all said and done, it will be worth hundreds of millions to him. He's not even considering the fact that he's not even taking in his syndication of what it's done for his syndication. He raised $20 million on an hour webinar. He's not even figuring all of that into the equation. If this man has invested in himself so much in this one skill set, I want to encourage you guys to do that as well. So this is what I'm going to do. I did this last year. It was out of this world. Anybody who makes an investment in personal mentoring, anybody, and you see the people in the background who we've worked with one-on-one, anybody who makes an investment in personal mentoring today or tomorrow, I'm going to include a one day in person on becoming a world-class communicator. You're going to spend a day with me and Pat Quinn. Yeah, thank you for clapping for that. Thank you for clapping for that. We're not just going to help you dial in your communication strategy when you're talking to brokers, sellers, investors. We'll spend the most time on investors, the most time. But I will teach a component that I wasn't able to teach today. How do you actually get yourself in front of audiences that are accredited investors where you can actually use that talk? I will help you understand how to get on those stages. And so this is what I'm doing to contribute to this offer. It's because I believe in this community. I believe in this program. I shared 3 stories of dozens, if not hundreds of people's stories that are winning in this room because of Brad. And that's why I would do something like that, to give a day of my time up. That's me, my time. I'm there. And so, yeah, thank you. And so what I want to encourage you, like, never, ever, ever stop investing in yourself, and never stop investing in the words that come out of your mouth, because they make a difference out there in this world. Cool. Brad, you back there? I'm done. Thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all so much. Bradley? Yeah.
Wow. Some people haven't been asked right now.
And they stay there. And they say yeah. Come on, man. Let's give it up for Pete. Let's give it up for Pete. I want to see you win. Pete wants to see you win. Thank you, Pete. That's incredible. Like Pete said, we did this last year. How many people were at this workshop? Okay, it's a needle mover, man. It's a needle mover. So this is something. What's that? Oh, 2 things. I don't know. He said lots of things.
The two things were, number one, his talk. The way his talk is the catalyst to why this is even happening. That blows me away, the way that he's invested in his talk. The second thing is 2 years ago, there's nobody I would have ever invested $1 million with. Ever. I would have never invested $1 million. And now I'm like, where else can I go put this money? And so those were the two things.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
You forgot. I heard a young lady. Was he saying it? All right. Thank y'all.
Yeah, so Pete, thank you again. This workshop, by the way, who attended this workshop in December? It's absolutely mind-blowing. It's going to be Pete personally in Dallas, okay? And he's going to teach you what he's been teaching me that I invested like $250,000 in. So this is for people that do the personal mentoring program. So here's the deal with that program. Number one, I do want you to win. I hope you see that. We have a 100% success guarantee, okay? If you don't become a GP your first year, we extend your membership until you become one, okay? So your success is my success. And so how many people are already in the program, by the way? Raise your hand again. Actually, just stand up if you're already in the program. Just stand up. And the people that just came into the program, stand up as well. How many people are going to come into the program today or tomorrow? You guys stand up too, okay? So here's the deal. I want you to win so bad. That's why we have the guarantee. Pete wants you to win. Nobody else out there is teaching. They're teaching apartment investing, but they're not teaching you how to communicate. They're not teaching you how to win deals. They're not teaching you how to win sellers. They're not teaching you how to win investors. Some of the groups, they don't want you to do that. Okay, they're afraid of creating competitors. I'm not afraid of creating competitors. Collaboration is the new currency. I want to create partners. I want to create friends that we could travel the world with together. It ain't lonely at the freaking top unless you choose to be lonely at the top. Okay? So today how was day 2, by the way? What an incredible day. What an incredible day. And we still have one more day for everybody and the bonus day for the platinum. So tomorrow is going to be another incredible day. We start at 9 o'clock. We have a guest speaker that is totally going to blow your mind. I haven't announced who it is yet. I'm going to do some Q&A. I'm going to do some FAQs. We have a lot to cover. Okay, we have a lot to cover tomorrow. So that's day 3. Okay. Remember, the mentoring program starts tomorrow at lunchtime. It starts tomorrow at lunchtime. Now, a couple last minute things. Once we finish up here, we're going to have about a 10 or 15 minute short break. And then those that are in the mentoring program, we'll have a little reception with Kenny McElroy. Okay, and that reception is going to be in the Platinum Lunchroom. And that'll be a chance for you to meet each other. Come on in and meet the people that are already in the program, meet the new folks. All of you meet each other that are coming into the program, and we'll start the networking tonight for those of you that make that decision. Okay, and you'll get a chance to meet Kenny and get a picture with him and all that type of stuff. So that's happening in 15 minutes, okay? And I'll leave you with this. 22 years ago, I was in a room like this. I invested $500 to go to that seminar to learn a framework. Kiyosaki said specialized education could earn you a fortune. And all I had done my whole life was invested in formal education that got me a job. I knew, I had never attended a seminar before, but I knew they were going to try to sell me something. I knew it. And I didn't bring my checkbook. I didn't bring my credit card. But at the end of the weekend, when they offered a mentorship program, I wanted to buy it. Okay, have you ever walked into a store where as soon as you get in, you get greeted by a salesperson and they won't leave you alone? How many of you love that experience? No, I hate it. But I still want to buy. But I want to buy on my own terms, okay? And so many of you right now, you know, maybe you came here skeptical thinking, I don't want to be sold. We've had people come here that said all I wanted to do was learn how to buy a 4-plex or a 40 unit. And now I'm going to do a 100 unit. Okay? Some of you came here thinking, I don't want to buy anything. I get it. When I went to that seminar, I didn't want to buy anything either. Well, I didn't want to be sold something. But at the end of the weekend, I saw the opportunity because there were so many people in that room that were doing it. And there was something about the guy teaching the seminar that I just trusted him. And I went home. He said, how far away do you live? And I said, 15 minutes. It was in Houston, Texas. I said, 15 minutes. He goes, I'll wait for you. And I went home and I got my checkbook. And I was the last person there and he waited for me. And I'm just telling you, that single decision was in August of 2001. By April of 2022, I had my first 32-unit complex. It put $4,000 a month in my pocket. 12 months after that, I had 62 units in Pasadena, Texas. It put $8,000 a month in my pocket. 22 years later, my net worth went from $700K to over $70 million. That same opportunity is available to you. I want you to win. The question is, do you want to win? Do you want to win? How many people want to fucking win? Okay? So I guarantee your success. Pete wants you to win. And all I have to say today is let's go. Okay, we're going to take a 10 or 15-minute break. Get yourself enrolled in the program. Get your questions answered. My team's here to help you. So in 10 minutes, me and Kenny will be in the Platinum Room. We'll meet and greet all the new members and all the current mentoring students. And the doors open tomorrow at 8:30, and we start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I'll see some of you guys tonight. Have a good evening.
Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business.
Happened so naturally, I did not know it was love. The next thing I felt was you.
Wow, it's the end of day 2. What a way to close out today with such powerful messages from both Pete and Brad. And I can tell you personally from my experience of working with Brad and Jen for almost 10 years now and seeing their growth, I can tell you that that pivotal moment where things were growing and then it just took off was when Pete entered the picture. So please take this as an example. Brad and Jen invest in themselves continually. They look for other people who can help them grow and can take them to the next level. And that's Brad and Jen's passion. And it's I mean, you can see it in hundreds and hundreds of people, including me and my husband, David. So that was a very, very powerful way to close out today. This is where we're at. This is decision time. I know there were some of you that had questions. Some of you booked some calls with Shania, but let's not wait. Let's get this done now. And if you're not enrolling, what's keeping you back? Let's talk to us. Our team's here for you. Let's get your questions answered. Let's get you in our community. It's go time. And the bonus that Pete is going to give you for a free masterclass, master communication using your signature talk. And then also we've got...
Wait. That class from Pete is a needle mover. I'm just telling you, like, I shouldn't say this. Pete's sitting right like here. Like, me and Jen and our company invested millions of dollars to work with Pete personally. And then I took the class that Pete's going to do. I did it with all of us together. And I was like, Pete, why didn't we do this earlier? I mean, the class was so good. I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, I don't need to be there. I don't need to do this bonus. Like, I work with Pete one-on-one. And I was sitting there taking so many notes in that. Did I ever tell you that, Pete? I was taking so many notes. This class was a needle mover for me, and I invested so much money to work with Pete and his team one-on-one, which, by the way, has been a great investment. But look, you know, the 100% success guarantee ensures their success. Like, you can't fail. The only way you can fail is if you don't implement. Okay, you can't fail in the Sumrock community. And we did that success guarantee because we want you to win so bad. Okay, I personally want you to win so bad. Pete wants you to win. And the Sumrock community wants you to win because we believe that collaboration is the best currency out there. And we attract people that want to help each other win. So if you want to win, if you're committed to winning, and you know you can't lose, then this program is right for you. And I just want to check in with you guys and see how everybody's doing. And how's Crystal Lee doing tonight? Come on, Chris, you can come back in here. How's Crystal Lee doing? Any questions that you guys have? If anybody wants to ask me a question? All right, Melvin, thank you. Yes, Crystal Lee is great. Crystal Lee is great. Can you speak on the success guarantee? Yeah, so there is no extension fee if you don't make it into a GP, okay? So the success guarantee is basically as long as it takes you to get into a GP deal, okay? So, you know, there's gonna be some things you need to do on your end, but these are just typical things that anyone would expect. Like, you'll need to watch some of the trainings, you'll need to tune in to some of the events, not all of them, okay? And we'll cover that in the program orientation that we're gonna do. But it's basically, you know, we're gonna meet you more than halfway. Okay, we're going to do the coaching. We're going to make sure the content is there. I'm going to make sure I'm delivering what we promised. And you're going to need to do some things, you know, but it's not a lot. Like, we have over 600 people that have become multimillionaires in our program. And so we've just outlined, you know, what does it take for somebody to be successful? And so we know what those steps are. And everybody that's been successful, you know, they've watched the trainings and they've showed up to events and they've analyzed deals and they made some offers and they've had conversations and they've joined our Facebook community. And so it's just typical basic stuff like that. So if you're willing to put in the work, you know, we're willing to keep you in the program as long as it takes for you to be successful. And once you get into a deal, being in a GP deal is going to more than pay for your investment that you've made in the program. So there's not really, the only option for you is to win or give up. And so, you know, that's the only way you can fail is if you give up. I don't know how else to answer it. That's the only way you can fail is if you give up. So let's see, what else? Any other questions? I see we have the link to enroll for the mentorship program. Did anyone ask about a payment plan? So we have a payment plan. You could pay in full, or there's a 6 payment plan, so we could do that. I see, thank you, Stephen. Had the opportunity to be there for the signature talk. Yes, it was a beast. Melvin Landry. Yes, it was. All right, folks. Well, I'll see you all tomorrow. Let's see if we have the money to join now, but to the $50K to be in the deal yet. Should we join and start learning the process? Yeah, look, you could get the $50K. Like, $50K isn't mandatory either. Like, there's no such thing as luck. Luck is when preparation and opportunity intersect. So I would say if you're committed to being a GP and you're committed to doing the work, you know, come on into the program and you'll get the money. You'll get the money.
Yeah, Vernetta, we have a mantra from our leader here in our group, and that is no student left behind. And if you're stuck, reach out. So we have such a strong group of coaches and our support, our community. I mean, no student left behind. So you got to make the decision right now to be in this.
Melvin, how you doing, brother? How's Pittsburgh? Is there any other questions that anyone wants to ask me? How many coaches do you have? Yeah, so we have 11 coaches. They're all multimillionaires. I think 4 or 5 of them are going to be here tomorrow, and I'm going to bring them up on stage so you can meet some of them, actually. That's one of the things I'm going to do. All right, folks. The program starts tomorrow at lunch, and I know somebody asked it earlier, but when you come into the program, we will have the ability, we've done this before, Crystal Lee, we'll be able to virtually have you in our kickoff lunch tomorrow. So you're not going to miss a beat. Okay, you won't miss a thing. We'll have you virtually in that kickoff room tomorrow. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Crystal Lee, and hopefully I'll see all of you in the kickoff meeting tomorrow for the mentoring program. Thank you, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Let's give it up for Brad. Let's give it up for Brad. Let's put some love in the chat. Let's blow up the chat with some love for Brad. He is a brilliant, very amazing, inspiring leader. So we're very happy to have him be leading this for us. So listen, we're about to close out day 2 here. We have another amazing day tomorrow. We have Tom Wilwright speaking tomorrow, and we have a surprise guest tomorrow afternoon. So if there's questions that you have that you need answered for you to move forward, please get with our team. If I could have our Sumrock team, please put Shania's calendar link in there. And please don't wait. I mean, we can answer your questions now. If you want to have a one-on-one, we can get in a breakout room with you. And, you know, I wanted to share here in closing that going through this journey with my husband, he and I were raised very similar. You know, we met each other when we were both in corporate America, young professionals making, you know, 6-figure-a-year income. And we had gone through some other training, I'm not going to say what program, but another training before we met Brad. And, you know, it was expensive for us at that time. You know, this was in 2010, I believe. And, you know, at that time it was around $31,000. And, you know, that was a lot for us. That was a lot of our savings. And we were in it for a year, and, you know, we really did not get the traction that we were hoping for. We had a coach that we had weekly calls with, and it was like every time we would ask a question, he would say, oh, it sounds like you need to buy more coaching and buy more mentoring, you know, and we were really good students. We did what he told us to do in the program. And after a year, you know, we didn't have results, and it just kind of fizzled out, and we had a little bit of a sour taste in our mouth from that. And then, you know, we were still wanting to get our real estate investing business going, and we were so focused on single family. And, you know, shout out to my husband, because he's very much of a, you know, global thinker. And so he's like, let's diversify, let's look. And we heard about Brad, and we actually heard him speak at like a local real estate club. We heard him speak at a meetup. He had a meetup at one of his properties, and this was in 2013. And then the first weekend event like this that we went to, my husband was out of town. I went by myself, and it was November 2013 R2R. So their third R2R is the one that I went to, and it was when it was free. There was no coffee. I can attest for that. There were no tables. You literally walked into a crazy crowd of people registering. You had to handwrite your name tag and all that stuff. So I remember after the first day, I called my husband and I was like, this is what we need to do. This is the guy, the program. This is who we've been looking for. we should do this. And, you know, my husband was like, hey, slow down. You know, we just came off this other program. Let's just calm down. Let's just kind of, you know, take a minute. And so, you know, the next day I finished the event and, you know, just praying over it and talking through it together. And I'm so thankful that we made that decision to choose Brad to mentor us, for us to be multifamily investors. And so, you know, that was November 2013. And there was some old beliefs that I had, limiting beliefs that I had, of just thinking that, well, other people can do this, I can't. Other people have a special set of skills, it doesn't apply to me. You know, at the time, my husband and I, we got married in 2012. We were trying to start a family. And I was just like, you know, I really don't have time for this. And, you know, I have a fear of failure and all of that stuff. But you know what happened is exactly what Brad is teaching and telling you, and what you're hearing over and over again this weekend, of the impact that this program has had and how it works. The community lifted me and David, my husband, up. Brad lifted me and my husband David up. They took us along and they helped us. They held our hand every step of the way. And that time that we got awarded our first deal as a GP, that was one of the best, most emotional, most joyous days, because something that I didn't think that we could do, we did, but we didn't do it by ourselves. We did it with a group of people and with a mentor like Brad, and that's how we got that accomplished. And then the day that we sold that first property and we got that first big payday, like you make money, of course, while you're owning the property there, and then when we sold it, and that's when we got, you know, that kind of that big payday. And my husband and I, we looked at each other and we were like, is this for real? Like, it was surreal to us and very humbling, very, very, very humbling, and very, very honored. And, you know, so then we're just like, all right, you know, and my husband and I, we are Christians as well. And, you know, I'm not trying to preach or anything, but, you know, we gave it to God, and we said, God, you know, if this is what we are supposed to continue to be doing, you know, please bless our efforts and, you know, let us keep you at the priority. And the floodgates open. You know, 2 years prior to that, I was thinking nobody's gonna want to partner with me. I don't know what I'm doing. You know, they might think I'm just some dumb, you know, girl. I mean, I'm being honest. Those are real thoughts going in my head. And now I've bought and sold our first deal as GPs, and now we have other students coming to us, asking us to partner with them on their deals, asking us to bring our experience and the skills that we've learned into their deal to help them get the deal awarded. And we're just like, we can't believe this. I mean, it changed our life. It's so surreal, and it's still surreal to this day. You know, and there's been times too, and I'm really going to try to get through this without crying. My father, who is one of the most ultra conservative, right-wing, baby boomer, you know, born in the mid-40s, very, very skeptical. I've spent hours on the phone with him over the course of our journey, answering many, many, many of his questions that he's had about our investments, how it's set up, how are we protecting ourselves. You know, he's and he is coming from a place of love, because he wants to make sure that his daughter and that his family, that we're making smart decisions. And when we got that first big check, I showed it to him, and, you know, he goes, and then he goes, wait a minute. He goes, show me that again? And he looked at it and he said, wow. He said, Crystalie, good for you. I'm really proud of you. That is really awesome. And he started connecting the dots. And I was like, if my father can overcome that mindset and those beliefs and get past that skepticism that he had, anybody can do it. Anybody can overcome those things. So I'm sharing this with you because, as I've learned from Brad and Jen over the many years that I've worked with them, they have hearts of true teachers and true passion to help people. Like, it's really all it boils down to is they truly want to help people. They want to help me. They want to help you. They want to help as many people as they can. And that's why they continue to do this. They don't have to do this. I mean, Brad has been very transparent about where they are financially. They do this because it's what they are called to do. It's their passion. It's their gift. It's their calling. And they would be doing the world a disservice if they didn't do it. So I'm thankful for Brad and Jen so much for putting this all together and for continuing to pour into themselves and into this. So let's do this together. Let's be on this journey together and make the decision now. Thank you, Dora. Thank you. You're so sweet. You all have been an amazing audience. Thank you, Rams. Thank you for the sweet comments. You all are so sweet. Thank you, Royston. It's really good to see you all, Sayun. So listen, I have another little special surprise here. Let's get some Genergy love coming on. Look who's in the house.
Crystal Lee. Oh, give it up for Crystal Lee. She is amazing. I just love that story. I walked in and had to capture her on video sharing that, because when you feel those moments when you're like, wow, my father, I impacted the way my father felt, and he saw her and what she was doing, and it's that has to be so amazing. So thank you for sharing that. And how are you guys doing? It's so great to see all of you. Thank you for being with us at home. How are you guys feeling? You feeling great? Hi, Jenny Rose and Ramsey. All right, let's see if I can read all these names. Stephen and Dora and Michael and Melvin. What's up, y'all? Yashli, Yash. How about Yash? You know what I'm talking about, right? And then another Michael. All right, you guys. Some of y'all don't have your cameras on, so I can't say hello to you guys, but thank you for being here. Let's see. Here we go. We got a hey, Jen. Oh, love you too. Thank you, Dora. You're amazing. Love you guys. So, how's it been? You guys been good? Are you at home with anybody else? Or are you guys doing this by yourself? You got a supportive team there, a supportive family? Yeah? All right. Well, I just wanted to give some love to you guys. I just want to say this too. I just want to say whatever is going on in the mind that you have right now, if there's anything that is giving you doubt or any kind of fears, just always remember whenever that moment is, whether it's now or some other time in the future, just remember to go to your heart. Right? So that's where the truth is, and that is where you can just go every time you need to believe in yourself. And sometimes, oh, Dora, who is that? Your daughter? So cute. Oh, hi, fam. Hi, family. So cute. Hi, you guys. I just want to remember that, the heart that is beating inside of us, we're not telling it to beat our hearts, right? So there's a higher consciousness in there that loves us, and all of the cells that are inside of our body are programmed for love. So if sometimes we just need to remember that and feel that, if we feel lonely or sad, or we feel broken or feel incapable or feel like we're not good enough, like just go to your heart and just remember that, man, we made it to this earth, it takes a lot to even just be born, right? Like 1 in 4 million or whatever, and we're constantly evolving with the thoughts that we bring into our environment, our bodies, right? So we can speak out and release the old stuff that we used to believe and hang on to, and just let that go and allow ourselves to transform into the beauty and the love and the courage that we truly are. And we can have anything we truly desire if we have an intention of love and forgiveness. And sometimes I know we need others to believe in ourselves, but something higher than any human on this earth already believes in you, and that's why you're here. So I want you to remember that when you're on this journey on this planet, and that I love you, and just feel in your heart that you are so loved by our Creator, and continue to spread that love not only within yourself, but with all the people around you, in your environment, in your home, and just walk around. Do a discipline, a daily discipline, waking up, and every step you take, just say how grateful you are. Grateful for the home, for the, the roof over your head, for the loved ones that are in front of you, and just so grateful for the heartbeat, right? And just continue on that journey with that and just see the transformation that happens in your life. Because when you send out love, there's so much love. It comes back tenfold, guys. So I just want to pour my heart out to yours and encourage you all and say, I love you. I believe in you. We're all here on this journey together in this thing called life, and it is so exciting and beautiful. So thank you for being here in our presence here today. I'm present with you, and it's been an honor to see each one of you on this screen right now. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Jen, she's so beautiful. I love you too, Jen. You're amazing. Let's give it up for Jen. Show Jen some love. You got me all tongue-tied in the chat. Thank you, Jen. What a beautiful way to close out the day. Listen, yesterday and today have been mind-blowing breakthroughs, outcomes, overcoming obstacles, just life-changing. And we still have another freaking packed day tomorrow. So have a fantastic evening, get some dinner, make sure you stay hydrated, get some rest, and let's come back tomorrow morning. I'll see you guys in the morning. We're going to start again at 9 a.m. I'll hop on here, 5 to 10 minutes before, so make sure you're on, ready to roll around 8:45. Cameras on, coffee, water, whatever it is you need, and have a wonderful, wonderful night. Let's get this going, and we will see you in the morning. Thank you all. You've been amazing today. You should be very proud of yourself and give yourself a round of applause because you guys have crushed it. Thank you all so much. See you tomorrow morning.